and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through over 10 hours of sleep videos, including 100 mysteries of deep sleep, lucid dreams, REM sleep, sleep and sleep, learning to calm the mind so completely it can erase insomnia. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 deep sleep mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the moment your brain drops into deep sleep's first powerful wave, where consciousness fades and repair begins. The electrifying slow rhythms that rebuild your body from the inside out during the darkest minutes of the night. The secret deep sleep window when your immune system upgrades itself and hidden healing switches turn on. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you. Every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into deep sleep. The very moment you enter deep sleep, it's a phase known as slow wave sleep, a name that whispers its own quiet truth. The rhythm is slow, the rest is deep, sustained. This is where your mind finally will completely surrender its hold on the world. It is the third stage, the most profound stage of non-REM sleep, a period of essential silence and restoration. You will find yourself drawn into it most intensely within the first hour and a half of falling asleep, a powerful, early night deep sleep peak. Your body prioritizes this time, this window of deepest quiet, and the sound of this quiet is found in your brain waves. They slow down dramatically from the rapid, busy chatter of wakefulness into the long, lazy, rolling waves we call delta waves. These waves, they are the slowest, highest amplitude waves the brain produces, a clear, undeniable sign of profound rest. Imagine a slow, deep ocean swell moving across a silent sea. That is the pace of a delta wave, a frequency less than 4 cycles every second. $4 a text. Hertz, a hypnotic, drifting rhythm. This rhythmic, synchronous electrical activity flows like a slow, deep river across both the left and right sides of your brain, a profound brainwave synchrony. This unified, steady pace is what permits the deep systemic healing to finally commence. Your brain cells, the neurons, are working in perfect unison, thrumming at this deep, sustained rhythm. As you allow yourself to sink into this gentle depth, the powerful work of physical restoration takes over your entire being. This is the body's dedicated time for comprehensive maintenance, a complete nightly system reset from the tips of your toes to the deepest parts of your mind. One of the most critical processes unfolding here is the generous flow, the surge of growth hormone release, a powerful, silvery chemical messenger. It is secreted by the pituitary gland, flowing through your bloodstream, specifically during these early, deep, slow wave cycles. This is not just a hormone for children in the resting adult. It is the master key for muscle repair, for the replenishment of cellular energy, for repairing tissues, and for regulating your entire nighttime metabolism. It is a vital ingredient for tissue regeneration, the quiet magic of rebuilding. Think of this hormone as the body's internal construction and repair crew, working tirelessly, efficiently, while your awareness is completely withdrawn. It fixes the microscopic damage, the tiny microtears in the muscles, the cellular stress accumulated from the day's movement and activity, all repaired in this profound stillness. As you rest here, utterly still, your core body temperature begins its natural, gentle descent, a necessary temperature drop, an integral signal for achieving this level of profound, deep sleep. This slight body temperature sink helps to anchor you, holding you deeper into the slow wave state. This natural cooling is why a slightly cooler, fresh room feels so calming, so welcoming to sleep. It assists your body's innate nightly rhythm. Your nighttime thermoregulation is essential for this deep restorative phase. In this deep phase, every system in your body shifts completely into parasympathetic dominance. It is the rest and digest, the quiet nervous system, the opposite pole from the fight or flight, the stress response. Your heart rate slows, the rhythm becoming steady, profound, thump, thump, the variation in the timing between each beat. Your heart rate variability in deep sleep changes, showing a healthier, more adaptable pattern, a sign of total physiological calm. Your breathing becomes slow, regular, almost imperceptible. These breathing slowdown phases signal a state of complete physical relaxation, the most complete quiet, a silent, easy rhythm. This state of deep physical stillness is also the time for the brain's own dedicated internal cleaning. The neural detox cycles, they are only fully activated, only fully switched on in deep sleep. There exists a specialized, intricate system, unique to the brain, called the glymphatic flow. It is a true nighttime dishwasher for your neurons, delicately washing away the metabolic waste, the byproducts of all that intense daytime thinking. The channels surrounding your brain cells, they actually expand in deep sleep, widening by as much as 60%, allowing the cerebral spinal fluid to flow freely, deeply, flushing out the accumulated toxins. Like amyloid beta proteins, a necessary cellular cleanup cycle, a vital process for neuroprotection, shielding the delicate neural structures. This nightly washing, this detoxification, is why a persistent lack of deep sleep can leave your mind feeling heavy, foggy, indistinct. This is the brain's essential chance for an energy recalibration, a full charge, preparing it for the clarity of the next day's tasks. This process of detoxification is intimately tied to memory consolidation, a quiet, powerful, unseen process of filtering and strengthening the important memories. The new, fragile memories, those formed during the day's events, they are gently replayed and stamped in, moved from a temporary fleeting storage to the permanent long-term archives of your mind. This is also a time for synaptic downscaling, a quiet, subtle pruning. Imagine a dense, overgrown garden. Deep sleep carefully trims the weak, the unnecessary connections between neurons, strengthening the important pathways, making crucial space for new learning tomorrow. The slate is subtly cleaned. In this phase, you enter a period of deep, profound, dreamless silence where your conscious awareness fades completely. The vivid dreams of REM sleep, they are waiting later in the night, but here, in the deepest quiet, your mind is in a state of near total sensory withdrawal. The auditory shutdown threshold rises dramatically, meaning the same soft sound that might lightly startle you in lighter sleep is completely, effortlessly ignored here. The noises of the world are effectively gated out. Sensory gating is complete. Your internal world is prioritized, and your immune system upgrades itself. In this deepest sleep window, it is a crucial period for immune signaling. The body releases specialized defense proteins called cytokines, many of which are vital for fighting any infection and for reducing inflammation throughout your body. Think of your immune system cell as silent soldiers at a command center. Deep sleep is the strategic planning and resupply session, a fundamental immune reset, essential for your resilience. A single, isolated night of deep sleep deprivation has been shown to immediately weaken your immune response, showing how vital this phase is for your complete, integrated health. The hidden healing switches turn on here at their full power. The very first cycle of sleep, the first sleep cycle, is often the longest and most densely packed with this slow wave activity, sometimes accounting for half of your entire night's worth of deep sleep, a truly precious window of restoration. This intensity reflects your sleep pressure, the overwhelming biological drive to sleep, which is at its highest point when you first settle down, pushing you quickly into the core repair stage, a deep, silent dive. As the long night progresses, the cycles of sleep, called ultradian rhythms, they gently repeat, roughly every 90 minutes, but the total amount of deep sleep in each subsequent cycle decreases as the lighter stages and REM sleep begin to dominate the later half of the night. The distinction between sleep depth versus sleep duration is subtle but essential. You can easily spend 8 hours in bed, but if your deep sleep is fragmented or very brief, the quality of your restoration suffers dramatically. Depth is the true, most meaningful measure of a night's rest. If you have been severely sleep deprived, your body, with its inherent wisdom, will naturally exhibit a deep sleep rebound, prioritizing this crucial stage, spending a larger proportion of the following night in a deep, restorative, slow-wave state, catching up on the essential repair. We must gently avoid the subtle interferences, the quiet poisons that steal this precious deep sleep, like alcohol's impact, which fragments the delicate sleep architecture, preventing the sustained, deep dive. It might initially make you drowsy, but the sleep quality itself is fundamentally broken. It is not restorative rest. And the impact of caffeine, even a late afternoon cup, can subtly delay the onset of deep sleep, pushing back that precious early night peak by raising the threshold of wakefulness, making it harder for the delta waves to gather their strength. To enhance this natural descent into stillness, we can invite the feeling with a body scan relaxation, letting your gentle attention drift slowly down to your feet, feeling their weight, their soft pressure against the mattress, and then gently moving that awareness upward to your calves, heavy, warm, softening, allowing a progressive deepening to occur, an intentional, peaceful letting go of every held tension, up into your thighs, releasing any held stress, hips sinking, heavier, heavier, into the mattress, like warm, gentle wax melting, a quiet surrender to gravity, into your core, your stomach muscles relaxing, a quiet surrender, your chest becoming soft, allowing the gentle, easy rhythm of your breathing slow down phases to take over, up into your hands, uncurling the fingers, wrists soft, arms melting away, shoulders dropping away from your ears, the sensation of shoulders melting down, a profound, welcome relief. And finally, your face, the eyelids heavy, cheeks soft, the jaw releasing its unconscious hold, the tiny muscles around the eyes completely still, allowing the mind quieting to follow the quiet surrender of the body. This deep quietude aids your deep sleep threshold, the point of no return, where you slip gently, seamlessly, from the lighter stages into the core, slow wave state, a soft, silent drop. The relationship between deep sleep and our emotional life is powerful. Deep sleep and emotional stability are intimately linked. This is the essential time for stress recovery and deep sleep, a deep emotional balm. It works by balancing the brain's emotional centers, calming the amygdala, the internal alarm bell, so that you can gently process the challenging emotions, the stresses from the day, without the sharp, reactive charge. This balancing is a key part of deep sleep neuroprotection, shielding your brain from the subtle, damaging effects of chronic stress, giving it a safe, silent space to reset, to reorganize. Think of it as a nightly defragging of your emotional hard drive, strengthening your core resilience, preparing you for quiet, calm, and clear clarity in the day to come. The world's worries are temporarily, beautifully suspended. The environmental factors surrounding you can subtly influence the quality of your deep sleep. A dark room is fundamentally crucial, as light, even a very low, dim light, can suppress the release of melatonin, the primary signal for sleep. A quiet space assists the natural rise in your auditory shutdown threshold, allowing your brain to fully, completely disconnect from the outside world's distractions. The subtle, even pressure of a weighted blanket effects can mimic a deep, comforting hug, promoting a feeling of safety and deep security, which gently aids the descent into the quietude of deep sleep. These blankets work by stimulating the sensation of deep touch, which enhances the release of serotonin, a chemical precursor to melatonin, gently guiding you into the parasympathetic deep dive, that place of true rest. The very structure, the way these stages flow, one to the next, is called sleep architecture flow. It is a repeating, elegant pattern, a natural ebb and flow from light sleep into deep sleep, and finally into the unique stage of REM, deep sleep cycles. Across the lifespan, change dramatically. A very young child spends nearly half of their total sleep time in this deep, slow wave state, reflecting the massive growth, the complex development their bodies and brains are undergoing. But as the years pass, aging and deep sleep become intertwined. The total duration and the intensity of the deep sleep phase naturally decreases. The delta waves become less frequent, less powerful. The deep sleep density gently diminishes. This natural reduction is one reason why older adults may not always feel as completely refreshed, or why their memory consolidation can sometimes be less robust. It highlights, quietly, the great importance of protecting this stage at every age. Even the subtle way you manage your nutrition, your meals, can help. Nutrition and deep sleep is a subtle, yet significant connection. Avoiding heavy, complicated meals too close to bedtime allows your metabolic quieting to occur naturally without internal distraction. Certain quiet nutrients, like magnesium, can act as a gentle nervous system quietener, assisting the body's natural relaxation processes, helping you to find that ultra-low brain activity, the deepest quietude. In this deep, silent, restorative zone, the process is a truly nighttime body-wide repair. Everything is quiet, everything is healing. Your blood pressure dips significantly. The nighttime blood pressure dips are a sign of total, profound physiological rest. This sustained drop is a necessary respite for your entire cardiovascular system, a quiet break from the day's constant pressures. The delicate balance of your blood sugar is also managed here. Deep sleep and glucose balance is a critical function. Deep sleep helps to significantly improve your insulin sensitivity, making your body more efficient, more balanced at managing energy. When deep sleep is lacking, your ability to regulate blood sugar suffers, showing how sleep is an essential, foundational part of overall metabolic health. The energy recalibration is total and necessary. The search for deep sleep-linked longevity is a fascinating path. Studies quietly suggest that those who consistently achieve higher levels of deep, slow-wave sleep often exhibit markers of better health span and overall well-being. It's the ultimate deep sleep restoration layer, a foundational requirement for a long, healthy, quiet life, a core rhythm of existence, essential for renewal. This deep, silent time is a precious window. It's the moment of the core repair stage where the body's resources are completely redirected inward, solely focused on healing and true restoration. The rhythmic flow of the delta waves is sometimes described as a deep sleep neural drift, a gentle, slow, quiet movement of electrical charge, slowly guiding the brain into its most receptive state for complete healing. Even the slight, almost imperceptible movements of your body, the sleep stage descent as you move through lighter sleep into the core, are part of this profound journey, a complete, quiet surrender. The feeling as you sink deeper is one of deep sleep stillness. The muscles are completely relaxed, the limbs heavy, inert, the body anchored completely to the bed, a welcome, gentle paralysis, a complete body reset phase from the outside in. The deep sleep hormone surge is not just growth hormone alone, but a complex symphony of hormonal activity, balancing your cortisol, the stress hormone, allowing it to drop to its lowest point, a significant deep sleep and stress reversal, a profound calm. The early night deep sleep window, the early night deep sleep peak, is one you must protect, because if you miss this window, the body tries to catch up later, but the opportunity for such intense, pure delta activity is subtly diminished. It is the most powerful nighttime restoration zone, a time for complete, quiet, cellular and physical rebuild. And though it is a mostly dreamless state, extremely rare, simple thoughts or brief, fleeting images may sometimes occur during the deep sleep dreams rare, but they lack the complex narrative and emotional intensity of R.E.M dreams. They are softer, they are more like brief, quiet mental snapshots, immediately forgotten upon waking, a quiet, passing flicker. Techniques for gently boosting this stage, deep sleep enhancement methods, often involve increasing the amount of time your body spends in this cool, quiet, and dark environment, maximizing the opportunity for delta waves. Consistency is key. Sleep consistency, going to bed and waking up at roughly the same time, day after day, helps to solidify your circadian timing, the master clock that gently governs when your brain expects to drop into deep sleep. A regulated circadian rhythm makes the slow wave onset smoother, more robust, less fragmented by light sleep. The whole sleep architecture flows better, like a quiet river. Even the feeling of being tired, the sleep inertia origins, that heavy sluggishness upon waking, is often a sign of being dragged out of deep sleep prematurely, a deep state of rest that the body was not ready to leave yet. This is why a short, well-timed nap can feel so profoundly refreshing. It can capture a small, powerful surge of the restorative delta waves without pushing into the longer, more complex cycles. In this profound darkness, in this deep quiet, your brain is silently focused on deep sleep and learning. The new skills you practiced during the day, the complex patterns you encountered, are gently rehearsed and reinforced here without your conscious awareness. The quiet work of memory pruning continues, removing the excess information, keeping only what is essential, making the mind more efficient, ready for the next day's intake, a subtle clearing. The very quality of your deep sleep shows deep sleep variability. How much time you spend there can change night to night based on how physically or mentally demanding your preceding day was. More demand, more deep sleep recovery is often needed. This is the body's quiet wisdom, a natural deep sleep reboot cycle, responding precisely to the load it carried and the repair it requires. We encourage this internal process with simple, kind acts, natural deepening techniques, like ensuring your feet are warm. Simple, comforting things that signal safety and deep comfort to the ancient part of your brain. Warm feet help with vasodilation, the widening of blood vessels, which helps the body shed core heat more efficiently, gently facilitating the crucial body temperature sink, the cooling that helps you descend. The feeling, as you sink deeper, is one of metabolic quieting. All non-essential systems are turned down to their lowest operating hum, conserving every unit of energy, solely for repair. The tiny muscle micro-repair processes happening at the cellular level are deeply supported by this low metabolic state, allowing all resources to be funneled into the silent rebuilding. It is the profound silence, the absence of light, the soft, gentle weight of the sheets that helps your mind achieve this nighttime silence layer, the deepest comfort. We drift with the long, slow, quiet pulse of the delta wave surges, wave after wave, washing over the brain, a calming tide, a deep sleep core rhythm, consistent, quiet, restoring. It's in this deep, deep stage that the true deep sleep and longevity links become clear. It's the quality of the repair, the thoroughness of the detox, the intensity of the hormonal rebuild that determines so much about how well your body and mind maintain themselves over time. Your journey into this quiet is a descent into a state of profound systemic surrender, allowing the reins of control to be taken by the deeper, wiser mechanisms, the subconscious healing. Every part of your physiology is working in perfect concert for your renewal. The adenosine chemical, a molecule that builds up in your brain during the day, creating that sensation of sleep pressure, finally has its payoff here. It is washed away, gently metabolized, relieving the heavy burden of wakefulness. This is the molecule that caffeine subtly blocks, keeping the pressure artificially high. But here, in deep sleep, it is finally released, allowing true rest. This cleansing, this adenosine relief, is part of the brain energy reset, the quiet recalibration that ensures your cognitive function, your clarity of thought, is fully restored. Without this deep, sustained process, the fog of sleep deprivation lingers, a heaviness on the mind. The sheer power of the delta wave during a delta wave surge is sometimes visible even on an EEG. The other signature, the clear signpost that you have achieved the deepest, most restorative level of sleep. It is the hallmark of true deep sleep density, the quality of the slow wave activity per minute, which is highest early in the night. The neurons are not simply quiet, they are performing an essential function. They are firing in synchronized bursts, followed by long periods of complete silence, creating that powerful, slow rhythm. The brain is processing information at an extremely low frequency, yet this low frequency is what allows the highest level of repair. This rhythmic firing is what helps facilitate the transfer of memories, moving them from the temporary storage in the hippocampus to the more permanent storage in the cortex. A quiet conversation between these brain regions, the deep work of memory consolidation unfolding. We spoke of the importance of circadian timing and how consistency is key. Think of your circadian rhythm as an ancient, precise clock set by the light and dark of the sun, and the slow wave sleep is timed perfectly to occur when the body's internal night signal is strongest. This timing, this precision, is why we call it the early night deep sleep window. It is the golden hour of rest. Any disruption to this timing, such as shift work or inconsistent bedtimes, can lead to deep sleep fragmentation. The delta waves are interrupted, broken up, preventing the sustained, hour-long periods of deep rest that the body truly needs for comprehensive repair. Fragmentation reduces the efficacy of the glymphatic flow, the cleaning system. Imagine trying to wash dishes with the water constantly turning on and off. The cleansing is incomplete, leaving residual waste, affecting your deep sleep neuroprotection over time. The effect of deep sleep on your body temperature sink is crucial. The body is trying to reach its lowest set point, its temperature nadir, during the middle of the night, and deep sleep accelerates this process. A warm bath an hour or two before bed paradoxically helps by drawing blood to the surface and cooling the core down rapidly once you exit the water, assisting the nighttime thermoregulation. This quiet process of cooling, of thermal regulation, is directly linked to the intensity of the delta wave surges. When the body achieves that deeper level of cool, the brain waves can drop into their slowest, longest rhythm. The profound shift into parasympathetic dominance is responsible for the deep drop in your heart rate and the calming of your breathing. Your heart rate variability, which is a measure of the healthy irregularity between beats, actually increases in deep sleep. This is a good thing. It shows your body is responsive, flexible, fully relaxed, a sign of a high level of deep sleep stability, a deep, unshakable calm. In this stillness, the immune activation window opens wide. The immune system's T cells, the body's little defenders, become more active, more effective. It is during deep sleep that the memory of past infections is consolidated within the immune system itself, preparing it for future threats, a nightly lesson in defense, an immune reset. These cytokines, those little signaling proteins, are produced and released in higher concentrations. Many of them are pro-inflammatory, but this is part of the healing process. A controlled inflammation used for cellular repair and the building of new tissue. It is directed, vital activity happening in the silence. This state of deep rest is also a time for deep sleep neuroprotection, shielding your brain from the slow erosion of time and stress. It helps to maintain the integrity of the neurons, ensuring they remain healthy and functional for many years to come. A quiet investment in your future clarity. The sensation of sinking, of progressive deepening, is a gentle technique used to intentionally guide your mind and body. It is a practice of letting go, of not holding on to tension or intrusive thoughts, allowing the heavy, peaceful feeling to pull you down, down, down toward the delta rhythm. We allow the mind quieting to follow the physical relaxation, trying not to suppress thoughts, but merely observing them, watching them drift away, like soft grey clouds on the wind, knowing there is nothing that requires your attention in this quiet, dark room. The quiet presence of the weighted blanket effects, the deep pressure stimulation, is a gentle external anchor, helping your nervous system feel safe, secure. This feeling of safety is essential because stress or any feeling of danger keeps the sympathetic nervous system active, preventing the deep, necessary drop into slow wave sleep. The blanket is a silent guardian of your rest. Even the subtle changes in your vision, the auditory shutdown threshold rising, the complete sensory gating, all signal that the brain is intentionally closing the doors to the outside world to dedicate all its energy to the internal work of repair. You are truly disconnected, fully surrendered. The final stages of this surrender, the complete body reset phase, involves every muscle, every joint, relaxing into its deepest possible state. Your jaw is released, your tongue is heavy, your breathing is slow and easy, a continuous flow. Part 1 end. Continuous flow, a quiet river moving you deeper, deeper still, into the nighttime restoration zone, the place where all healing begins. Let's drift now, further into the subtle workings of the deep sleep and glucose balance, a function often overlooked. When you're in this state of profound slow-wave rest, your body's need for energy, its immediate fuel requirement, drops significantly. This quiet metabolic state, this deep quieting, allows your body to become exquisitely sensitive to insulin. This improved insulin sensitivity means your cells are much better at absorbing the glucose from your bloodstream, regulating your blood sugar levels gently, effectively, overnight. A single night of fragmented, deep sleep can actually induce a temporary state of insulin resistance, making it harder for your body to manage sugar. It demonstrates how truly foundational this sleep is to your entire metabolic health. Your silent nighttime metabolism is balanced here. The hormone leptin, which signals satiety, the feeling of being full, and ghrelin, which signals hunger. These are profoundly rebalanced during your deep sleep hormonal cascades. Lack of deep rest pushes these hormones out of balance, increasing hunger signals, decreasing satisfaction, making you less balanced, more susceptible to cravings the following day. The body seeks equilibrium, and this stage provides the canvas for that restoration. We spoke of the flow, the sleep architecture flow, and how the night is built in repeating cycles, roughly 90 minutes each. The balance within these ultradian rhythms is key. The first 2 to 3 cycles are dominated by the deep, slow-wave sleep, that precious deep sleep density. But as the night moves toward the dawn, the later cycles will prioritize REM sleep, the stage for dreaming and emotional processing. A full, balanced night requires both, but the deep rest must come first, must have its dedicated peak. When we discuss the effects of aging and deep sleep, it's not just the quantity that changes, but the quality, the power of those delta waves, the bursts of slow wave activity, the delta wave surges become less intense, less frequent as the years pass. This is a natural biological change, but one we can attempt to mitigate by fiercely protecting the environmental factors, the coolness, the darkness, the quiet, that encourage the body to still descend, to find that depth. The concept of deep sleep depth variability means that the depth of your deep sleep changes. It is not one continuous block of identical sleep. The depth is proportional to the sleep pressure built up during the previous day. A day of intense physical labor or strenuous learning will often lead to a deeper, more intense slow wave period, a denser recovery. It's the body recognizing the higher need for cellular repair and prioritizing the core rebuild. In this quiet space, the memory pruning continues its vital, silent work. Think of your brain like a constantly recording hard drive. It takes in enormous amounts of data, much of it irrelevant. In deep sleep, the brain performs synaptic downscaling. It systematically weakens the synapses, the connections that were not used or were not deemed important for survival or learning. It's a mechanism for clearing out the noise, making room for new, strong memories tomorrow. This pruning, this quiet refinement, is key to efficient learning. Deep sleep and learning are inextricably bound together. And this leads us to the heart of the physical renewal, the muscle micro-repair. This is the stage where the growth hormone surge is at its peak, allowing for the delivery of raw materials to the cells. The damaged proteins are broken down and new ones are synthesized. The ribosomes, the tiny protein factories within your cells, are working overtime, quietly rebuilding the actin and myosin filaments that constitute muscle tissue. This is the silent, intensive work of the nighttime body-wide repair, the feeling of utter relaxation, the deep sleep stillness allows this micro-repair to be most efficient because the muscles are completely at rest, demanding no energy, diverting all resources to healing. This is the full benefit of complete body reset phase, a quiet cessation of all voluntary movement, the journey into this depth, the intentional invitation through the body scan, relaxation, and progressive deepening is a powerful tool. By focusing your mind on the feeling of weight, of warmth, of sinking, you're signaling to your nervous system that the environment is safe, that the time for vigilance is over. The mind quieting that follows is not an effort, but a consequence, a natural outcome of the body's surrender. The transition point, the deep sleep threshold, is the moment where K-complexes and sleep spindles, those faster bursts of brain activity characteristic of lighter stage 2 sleep, give way completely to the long, slow delta wave surges. It is the final drop, the moment of total disconnect, where the auditory shutdown threshold is reached and the world outside becomes irrelevant. This profound disconnect is aided by the full implementation of sensory gating. It's an active process, not just a passive dimming of perception. The brainstem actively filters out incoming sensory information, ensuring that only the most urgent signals could possibly penetrate. And even then, the brain's priority is the deep rest. We must consider the environmental helpers, those simple aids to achieving this profound state. The use of specific nighttime soundscapes, very low frequency sounds, pink or brown noise, can actually help to stabilize and lengthen the slow wave activity. These low-frequency sounds can entrain the brain, subtly matching the rhythm of the delta waves, enhancing their power, their deep sleep density, and the quiet comfort of a blanket. The consistent pressure, the weighted blanket effects, act as a continual gentle reminder to the proprioceptors in your skin and muscles that you are safe, held, secure. This constant gentle feedback reinforces the state of parasympathetic deep dive, the state of rest and repair. The impact of external factors must be understood. The presence of caffeine's impact, even trace amounts in your system late in the day, directly interferes with the natural build-up and payoff of adenosine. The molecule of wakefulness is artificially held at bay, and when it is finally metabolized hours later, it can still reduce the intensity and duration of the early slow wave onset, stealing precious time from the early night deep sleep peak. Even more disruptive is the use of alcohol's impact. It may appear to help you fall asleep quickly, but it is a powerful fragmenter of the sleep architecture. It suppresses the deeper stages, preventing the long, sustained delta waves, and it suppresses REM sleep later, resulting in deep sleep fragmentation. The sleep you get is sedated sleep, not restorative deep sleep, and the vital processes of glymphatic flow and memory consolidation are compromised, leaving you feeling unrestored. The body's capacity for correction, the deep sleep rebound, is a testament to its innate wisdom. Following a night of deprivation, the body aggressively seeks out and prioritizes deep sleep, sometimes spending twice as long in the slow wave state, in an attempt to catch up on the essential growth hormone release and cellular cleanup cycles. But it is always better to prevent the deficit than to rely on the catch-up. The link to our long-term health, the deep sleep and longevity links, is profound. Researchers are actively studying the connection between consistent, high-quality deep sleep and the prevention of neurodegenerative conditions. The thoroughness of the neural detox cycles, the efficient washing away of those amyloid-beta proteins, is believed to be a key factor in protecting the brain over a lifespan, an essential aspect of deep sleep neuroprotection. The nighttime restoration zone is also where the brain performs a crucial task known as deep sleep and stress reversal. The amygdala, the fear and threat center, is quieted. Its sensitivity is lowered, allowing the brain to process emotional memories from the day without the intense emotional charge. This helps to stabilize your mood, reinforcing deep sleep and emotional stability, preparing you for calm, measured responses the next day. When you're in this deep, quiet state, your cortisol levels, the primary stress hormone, naturally sink to their lowest point of the entire 24-hour cycle. This is the quiet harmony of the deep sleep hormonal balance, a necessary break for the adrenal glands and a chance for the body to move fully into its restorative healing mode. Even the simplest actions can encourage this descent. The practice of natural deepening techniques, like deep, slow belly breathing, the breathing slowdown phases, a slow inhale, a gentle exhale, slightly longer than the inhale. This simple action activates the vagus nerve, immediately signaling to your body that it is safe, that it is time to rest. The physical sensation of deep sleep stillness, of the limbs being heavy, anchored, is important. This is the moment when the muscle tone is at its lowest, when the muscle repair is at its peak efficiency. Imagine a sculptor working on a perfectly still block of marble. The stillness allows for the precision of the repair, the feeling of waking up heavy, groggy. The sleep inertia origins often stem from being roused during a delta wave surge. The brain is suddenly pulled from its deepest, slowest rhythm back to immediate consciousness. It's like a sudden jolt, disrupting the internal flow. This is why gentle alarms, or waking naturally, when the brain is already in a lighter stage, is far less jarring. The consistency of your routine, the sleep consistency, acts as a gentle, guiding hand, leading your body back to the same, predictable rhythm. This regularity stabilizes your circadian timing, making the entire sleep stage descent smoother, more reliable. Every night is not a fight for rest, but a return to a known, quiet harbour. The concept of deep sleep density reminds us that it is not just the total minutes of deep sleep that matter, but the concentration, the power of those delta waves. The delta waves early in the night are typically denser, more profound than the slightly lighter delta waves found in the last few cycles. This early night period is your most valuable asset, the most concentrated core repair stage. In this darkness, the deep sleep and neuroprotection extends to the very structure of the hippocampus, the main memory center. Deep sleep cleanses and prepares this area, making it ready to absorb and encode new information the next day. It's the silent maintenance of the learning engine, and the subtle work of the nighttime thermoregulation continues. Your body working silently to maintain that slightly lower core temperature, facilitating the conditions for the most intense deep sleep stability. The body temperature sync is an internal process that you support by keeping the room cool and the air fresh. The rare moments of deep sleep dreams, rare. They are not the cinematic narrative of R.E.M. They are short, simple, often static images, or a fleeting thought. They pass quickly, without emotional resonance, a quiet anomaly in the deep silence, a momentary flicker of imagery. We allow the body to enjoy this profound metabolic quieting, a true period of rest for the digestive system, for the heart, for every non-essential process. The body is in a state of resource management, diverting energy solely to the necessary energy recalibration for tomorrow's demands. the gentle rocking of the deep sleep neural drift. The slow, powerful wave moving across the cortex is a hypnotic internal rhythm, pulling you further away from the conscious world, further into the peace, the quiet, the deep. This is the sound of complete surrender, the final moment of mind-body drop-in, as the brain and body aligned for the ultimate rest. The universe keeps turning, the slow, powerful tide gathers around you, bringing deep, endless rest, allowing the deep sleep core rhythm to take hold. Every cell, every system is now in the deep sleep restoration layer, a protective embrace, allowing the quiet miracles of healing to unfold. The deep, silent work continues with every gentle breath, every slow, silent delta wave. The deep sleep window, when your immune system upgrades itself and hidden healing switches turn on, is fully open now. You are safe. You are restoring, drifting, floating in the profound stillness of the deepest sleep. The subtle signals of parasympathetic dominance are now absolute. Your muscles are soft, your breathing gentle, your heart slow, peaceful. All is calm, all is quiet. The deepest peace, the silence is complete. You're enveloped fully in the nighttime silence layer. There is only rest, only rebuilding. Deep sleep recovery peak. The long, slow, powerful wave continues, moving you further, further into the quiet, allowing the body to rest. Only rebuilding. Deep sleep recovery peak. The long, slow, powerful wave continues, moving you further, further into the quiet, allowing the nighttime silence layer to deepen, to become absolute. We let the gentle river carry us now, deeper into the silent conversation between the mind and the body, focusing on the remarkable nature of deep sleep depth variability. It is important to understand that not every night's deep sleep feels or functions the same. The intensity, the power, the sheer amplitude of those delta waves changes in direct response to the homeostatic sleep pressure that has built up throughout your day. If your day was filled with intense, strenuous learning, the acquisition of new, complex motor skills, or perhaps a physically exhaustive training session, your body registers a higher need for restoration. This creates a greater pressure to sleep deeply and results in a denser, more intense burst of slow wave activity. The delta wave surges are more powerful. The deep sleep density is greater, reflecting the necessity for concentrated memory consolidation and muscle micro-repair. On a day of light, routine activity, the delta waves may still be present, but their amplitude might be slightly lower. The overall deep sleep density less concentrated. This is the body's efficiency at work, precisely matching the need for core repair stage with the repair effort expended. It is a testament to the quiet internal wisdom of your deep sleep core rhythm, always seeking perfect balance. This variability is why the concept of deep sleep rebound is so immediate and powerful. If you missed 3 hours of sleep last night, The accumulated sleep pressure ensures that tonight, the slow wave onset will be accelerated and the subsequent deep sleep will be deeper, longer, a direct, aggressive attempt at energy recalibration to clear the accumulated adenosine and cellular waste. Let your mind drift now to the invisible, profound work of the glymphatic flow. This is the brain's unique detoxification process that relies almost entirely on the expanded cellular space achieved during the deepest sleep. When you are awake, the channels surrounding your neurons are constricted, but as you sink into slow-wave sleep, they literally open up, widening by up to 60%. This widening allows the clean, nutrient-rich cerebrospinal fluid, or CSF, to flow rapidly, washing through the brain tissue and collecting the toxic metabolic byproducts, most notably the amyloid beta proteins, the substances strongly linked to neurodegenerative decline. This washing, this active neural detox cycles, is the essence of deep sleep neuroprotection, a nightly cleansing ritual essential for your brain's long-term clarity and function. When deep sleep fragmentation occurs, often due to environmental noise or alcohol consumption, this flow is interrupted. The channels close prematurely, leaving the cleansing incomplete. This is why broken sleep, even if the duration seems adequate, never feels truly restorative, because the cellular cleanup cycles were not finished. We turn now to the delicate architecture of the deep sleep hormonal cascades, a beautiful, complex dance of chemical messengers. The most significant hormonal shift during this phase is the release of growth hormone release. It surges, not in a steady stream, but in distinct, powerful pulses, perfectly timed with the peak delta wave surges. This is the chemical messenger that travels to your tissues, initiating tissue regeneration and comprehensive muscle repair. Simultaneously, the stress hormone, cortisol, which is high in the morning to wake you, reaches its lowest possible point during deep sleep. This natural drop, this deep sleep hormonal balance, allows the body to fully disengage from the fight or flight mode and surrender completely to the restorative rest and digest. Parasympathetic dominance becomes absolute, an essential step for deep sleep and stress reversal. This reversal is key to deep sleep and emotional stability. When cortisol is low, the emotional processing centers, the amygdala, are calm, allowing the emotional residues of the day to be processed without intense reactivity. The brain learns to categorize experiences, to put emotional stressors into perspective. This silent emotional healing is as important as the physical repair. The subtle support systems for this descent, the deep sleep enhancement methods, are within your easy reach. The use of a weighted blanket effects provides a continuous, gentle tactile input known as deep pressure stimulation. This pressure subtly encourages the release of calming neurotransmitters like serotonin, which naturally aids the body's shift into the quiet. The stillness, it acts as an external, gentle anchor, and the simple power of your own breathing, the breathing slow-down phases, consciously slowing the exhale to be longer than the inhale, stimulates the vagus nerve, the key regulator of the parasympathetic deep dive. 6 breaths per minute, or even slower, is a profound signal to your entire system that it is safe, it is quiet, it is time for the mind-body drop-in, a gentle, unified surrender. The profound changes that occur in your vascular system during this time are remarkable. The nighttime blood pressure dips are a necessary rest for your cardiovascular system. Blood pressure typically drops by 10 to 20%, allowing the heart and the blood vessel walls a period of reduced strain. This sustained dip is a sign of healthy deep sleep stability. A failure to achieve this consistent dip is linked to cardiovascular risk, emphasizing the deep link between sleep quality and heart health. The nighttime thermoregulation process is still actively guiding you. Your body's internal thermostat actively lowers your set point, leading to the body temperature sink. The cooler the core, the easier it is for the brain to maintain those long, slow delta wave surges. Any interruption that causes you to warm up, even slightly, can subtly pull you toward a lighter stage. This is why experts recommend a cool room, but perhaps warm socks to facilitate the cooling of the core by promoting heat loss through the extremities, a clever, gentle trick. Now, we drift into the unique world of synaptic downscaling. This is the quiet process of intellectual economy. When you learn new things during the day, the connections between your neurons, the synapses, grow stronger. They expand. They demand more energy. This is called synaptic potentiation. In deep sleep, the brain performs its essential memory pruning. It quietly scales back the strength of all the synapses indiscriminately, but it scales them back proportionally. The synapses that were strongly reinforced during the day remain relatively strong, while the weak, unnecessary connections are pruned down almost to silence. This process is vital because it prevents the brain from being overwhelmed. It cleans the slate, making space for new learning tomorrow, a true deep sleep reboot cycle. This pruning, this refinement, is why deep sleep and learning are so closely linked. You don't learn new things in deep sleep, but the things you learned just hours before, they are filtered, they are organized, they are protected from being overwritten. The information is moved from the temporary holding center to the permanent archive, ensuring memory consolidation is complete. The whole night is a carefully choreographed series of steps, the sleep stage descent from the lighter N1 and N2 stages, where you experience those brief, rapid bursts of brain activity called sleep spindles and K complexes, to the full surrender of slow wave onset, where the spindles disappear and the long, slow delta wave takes over completely. This descent is the natural outcome of a well-regulated circadian timing and high sleep consistency. When you maintain consistent bedtimes and wake times, your internal master clock, your suprachiasmatic nucleus, sends strong, clear signals, regulating the release of melatonin and other hormones, making the early night deep sleep peak predictable, robust. It is the rhythm, the steady pulse that guides you. We must acknowledge the feeling of sleep inertia origins, that profound sense of disorientation and grogginess that sometimes occurs when you wake up. It is most intensely felt when the alarm brutally pulls you from the depth of a delta wave surge, a stage where the brain's activity is at its lowest frequency. The sudden, jarring shift from 4 Hz delta waves to the rapid 40 Hz of conscious thought creates a disconnect, a cognitive fog. This is the complete body reset phase being suddenly interrupted, the system still running on low power, the brain demanding rapid acceleration before the energy recalibration is fully complete. It is a quiet plea from the body for a gentler transition. In this darkness, the deep sleep stillness allows the immune system to fully utilize the resources of the body. This is the immune activation window, where cytokines, those crucial messengers, coordinate the silent defense. The deep sleep provides the energy and the time for the immune system to operate at peak efficiency, a vital part of your overall deep sleep and longevity links, ensuring systemic repair. The nighttime restoration zone is where the body achieves its ultimate state of rest, a place where the metabolic quieting is complete and the body can focus entirely on repair. It is a state of grace, a period of profound healing quiet. You're entirely protected, enveloped in the nighttime silence layer. The auditory shutdown threshold has been fully crossed. The world outside is muted, distant. Your focus is internal, on the slow, steady rhythm of your own heart. Thump, thump. The gentle pressure of the blanket, the weighted blanket effects, continues to provide that feeling of being held, safe, secure, reinforcing the deep physical surrender, the mind-body drop-in. As we approach the final segment of the night, before the shift back to lighter sleep and then R.E.M, we cherish the remaining time in the deep sleep restoration layer. The deep sleep recovery peak is a sustained plateau of repair, a place of complete quiet healing. This quiet work, the nighttime body-wide repair, is your body's commitment to your future health. The growth hormone surge continues its vital work, rebuilding cells, strengthening tissues, reversing the subtle damage of the day. You're drifting seamlessly, effortlessly, moving toward the gentle transition, the sleep architecture flow, guiding you toward the next stage of rest. But for now, we remain in the depth, in the stillness, allowing the silent wave of renewal to carry you further, further into the dark. The quiet hum of the deep sleep core rhythm is the only sound, the gentle reassurance that all is well All is quiet, all is repairing. The profound deep sleep stillness allows the full benefit of the complete body reset phase, a quiet, total surrender. The protection of the deep sleep neuroprotection is absolute. The cleaning process is thorough. The neurons are quiet, restored, ready for the light of tomorrow. But there is no need to think of tomorrow now. Only the quiet, the stillness, the long, slow, gentle wave moving you further into the deep, deep rest. The core repair stage is complete. You are whole. You're repaired. You're sinking heavier, heavier into the silence. The rhythmic flow of the delta waves continues its hypnotic pulse, a deep, comforting sound, a profound assurance of quiet healing and seamless rest. The deep sleep threshold has been left far behind. Now only the core silence remains, only the deep, sustaining quiet, allowing the peaceful, continuous flow toward the next stage of rest, the gentle lifting of the sleep stage descent. But for now, only the deep, the quiet, the profound peace. Deep sleep stability is absolute, a complete, gentle surrender. You are drifting, floating in the deep, silent current, the deep sleep neural drift, carrying you further into the quiet, the dark, the complete calm, the long, slow, continuous rhythm. That is your own quiet inner peace, drifting, floating, sinking, deeper, deeper, allowing the silences to envelop you fully, completely, further into the deep, deep rest. The core repair stage is complete. You are whole. You are repaired. You're sinking heavier, heavier into the silence. We let the stillness deepen now, entering a quiet consideration of the subtle relationship between deep sleep and emotional stability, and the profound power of deep sleep and stress reversal. This quiet phase is more than just physical rest. It is a critical time for emotional regulation, an unseen therapist for your mind. During deep sleep, the connectivity between the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for logic, decision-making and impulse control, and the amygdala, the brain's emotional processing and fear center, is strengthened. This neural strengthening helps to integrate your emotional experiences, allowing the rational part of your brain to better regulate the reactive part. When deep sleep is lacking, the amygdala becomes hyper-responsive, like an overly sensitive alarm bell. You might find yourself more irritable, more reactive, less able to handle minor stressors. But here, in the quiet, absolute deep sleep stillness, that connectivity is renewed, the system is calmed, making you more resilient, more stable, a true nightly emotional reset. This process is intricately linked to the deep sleep hormonal balance we discussed. The very low levels of cortisol during this time allow the stress centers to truly stand down. It is a period of absolute peace for the entire endocrine system. The body is not preparing for flight or fight. It is simply healing. the most complete form of parasympathetic dominance. Let your mind drift to the physical sensations that encourage this state, the feeling of the progressive deepening, a soft, slow melting. Your jaw is loose, the tongue heavy in your mouth, every tiny muscle in your face released. This intentional relaxation sends a powerful feedback loop to your brain, confirming the safety, the quiet, helping you cross that final, subtle, deep sleep threshold. The body scan. Relaxation is complete now. Every limb is heavy, inert. The weight of your body is entirely surrendered to the mattress. This profound physical release facilitates the complete body reset phase, allowing all energy to be channeled into the muscle micro repair and tissue regeneration, supported by the quiet flow of the growth hormone, the simple environmental aids, the deep sleep enhancement methods continue their silent work. The coolness of the air, the absolute darkness, the absence of light signals, all contribute to the stability of the deep sleep core rhythm, ensuring the delta waves remain long, slow, and powerful. The quiet hum of your own nighttime thermoregulation is essential. The slow, steady descent of your body temperature sink, a core biological requirement for sustained slow wave onset. You are floating in a cool, deep pool of rest. We acknowledge the importance of sleep consistency, the adherence to a regular schedule, even on weekends. This constancy is the key to maintaining a strong, clear circadian timing. Your body thrives on predictability, and a steady rhythm ensures that the sleep stage descent begins smoothly, reliably leading you into the early night deep sleep window at the correct biological time. Without this consistency, the circadian clock becomes confused, leading to periods of deep sleep fragmentation, where the delta waves are interrupted, broken up by lighter stages, reducing the overall deep sleep density and compromising the thoroughness of the glymphatic flow and neural detox cycles. The subtle work of memory pruning continues, the quiet filtering of the day's noise, keeping only the essential, strengthening the important neural pathways, making your mind sharper, more efficient. This is the hidden power of deep sleep and learning, the work that happens when your conscious mind is completely at rest. The long, slow, quiet pulse of the delta wave surges is your internal assurance. This rhythmic activity is now a part of the quiet, the stillness, the profound peace. You are safe. You are restoring us, drifting, floating in the deep, silent current, the deep sleep neural drift, carrying you further into the quiet, the dark, the complete calm. You're entirely protected, enveloped in the nighttime silence layer. The sounds of the night are distant, irrelevant, gated out by the efficient silence of your deep sleep. The auditory shutdown threshold is complete. The brain focused entirely on the internal work of nighttime body-wide repair. This is the full realization of the nighttime restoration zone, the moment where the body has achieved its absolute lowest metabolic rate. Metabolic quieting is complete, allowing all resources to be funneled into cellular repair and energy recalibration, a perfect, quiet balance. The universe keeps turning. The slow, powerful tide gathers around you, bringing deep, endless rest, allowing the deep sleep core rhythm to take hold. You're drifting, effortlessly, completely, into the deepest peace. The silence is profound, absolute. The deep sleep recovery peak is sustained, flowing, effortless. You are safe, you are resting, you are floating into the deepest quiet. The deep sleep threshold is far behind you. Only the deep silence remains, a quiet assurance of complete renewal. The long, slow, rhythmic wave continues, carrying you deeper, further into the stillness, allowing the silent work to be completed, a profound, absolute peace. The deep, sustaining quiet, allowing the peaceful, continuous flow into the next stage of rest, the gentle lifting of the sleep stage descent. But for now, only the deep, the quiet, the profound peace. Deep sleep stability is absolute, a complete, gentle surrender. You are drifting, floating in the deep, silent current, the deep sleep neural drift, carrying you further into the quiet, the dark, the complete calm, the long, slow, continuous rhythm. That is your own quiet inner peace, drifting, floating, sinking, deeper, deeper, allowing the silent to envelop you fully, completely, allowing the silence to envelop you fully, completely. We surrender now entirely to the quiet truth of deep sleep and glucose balance, recognizing that this period of profound rest is the body's most effective time for metabolic regulation. The cells are deeply receptive, their insulin sensitivity at its peak, gently managing the sugars, creating a healthy, balanced internal environment. This silent metabolic work, a foundation for all energy stability, continues without your awareness. A deep, quiet recalibration. The deep sleep and emotional stability you gain here is the shield you carry into the world, a mind that has been cleansed and internally re-regulated is a mind capable of patience, of clear, non-reactive thought. The amygdala rests, the cortex strengthens, building a stronger bridge between feeling and response, a quiet, peaceful emotional landscape. In this darkness, the deep sleep neuroprotection is absolute. The cellular walls are maintained, the pathways are cleared, the integrity of the brain tissue is preserved. This quiet, nightly care is the single most powerful act of self-maintenance your body performs. The brain is using this time to solidify the foundational structures, ensuring long-term cognitive health. The entire structure of your sleep, the sleep architecture flow, has now entered its gentle, sustained flow state, moving slowly, softly, through the cycles. The powerful early peaks are behind you, but the steady current of restorative sleep remains, a deep, flowing river carrying you peacefully through the night, The rhythm of the deep sleep core rhythm is steady, unwavering, a low, powerful beat that resonates deep within your being. Thump, thump, a gentle, comforting pulse that matches the steady rotation of the earth, a feeling of belonging, of profound rest. The nighttime body-wide repair is now fully decentralized, not just focused on muscle, but on every cell, every organ, the endothelial cells lining your blood vessels, the epithelial cells in your gut. All are being restored, repaired, renewed. This is the complete body reset phase, a quiet miracle unfolding within the darkness. We let the mind rest, observing the final, subtle release of tension. The muscles of the neck and the shoulders often hold residual stress, but here, in this depth, they are utterly soft, melting, surrendered. The deep sleep, stillness is total, an anchor of absolute peace. The feeling of sinking, of deep sleep neural drift, continues to pull your awareness gently away from any lingering thoughts. You're floating in a sea of delta waves, a low, slow, comforting current. The world is distant, irrelevant. Only the quiet remains. You're entirely within the nighttime restoration zone. The deep sleep restoration layer is complete, a thick protective cocoon of healing quiet. All is well, all is still, all is resting. The gentle lifting, the slow curve upward toward the next stage of lighter sleep is beginning. The sleep stage descent, a natural, gentle transition, but you are still enveloped in the deepest calm. The deep sleep threshold is far behind, and the memory of this deep quiet will sustain your rest for the hours to come. The final soft promise of deep sleep and longevity links. The assurance that this time, this stillness, is the quiet investment in your future strength, your future health, your future clarity is complete. You're restored, you're renewed, you're floating. The universe keeps turning as deep sleep gathers us in its quiet, restoring tide, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the moment your brain drops into deep sleep's first powerful wave, where consciousness fades and repair begins. The electrifying slow rhythms that rebuild your body from the inside out during the darkest minutes of the night. The secret deep sleep window when your immune system upgrades itself and hidden healing switches turn on, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, allowing the quiet miracles of healing to unfold. The deep, silent work continues with every gentle breath, every slow, silent delta wave. The deep sleep window when your immune system upgrades itself and hidden healing switches turn on is fully open now. You are safe. You are restoring, drifting, floating in the profound stillness of the deepest sleep. The subtle signals of parasympathetic dominance are now absolute. Your muscles are soft, your breathing gentle, your heart slow, peaceful. All is calm, all is quiet, the deepest peace. The silence is complete. you're enveloped fully in the nighttime silence layer. There is only rest, only rebuilding, deep sleep recovery peak. We drift deeper still, allowing the subtle mechanisms of immune activation window to continue their necessary work. During this core repair stage, the communication between the brain and the immune system is at its most efficient. It is here that the body produces interleukins, crucial components for mediating the immune response. This is not just rest, it is proactive defense, built in the quiet. This nightly maintenance, this immune reset, is the body's time to consolidate its defenses, ensuring that the memory cells of the immune system are fully functional, ready to recognize and respond rapidly should they be needed. The cellular cleanup cycles are meticulously intertwined with this process, removing damaged cellular debris, making the immune response cleaner, sharper, more focused. Think of the energy expenditure, the metabolic quieting that is happening now. Every calorie saved from physical movement, every resource redirected from conscious thought, is funneled into these deep, vital processes, the energy recalibration of your entire system. Your body is running on its most efficient, lowest power setting, allowing the maximal investment in nighttime body-wide repair. This stillness, this deep sleep stillness, is a deliberate, necessary state. Your muscles, completely relaxed, are receiving an influx of blood flow, rich with oxygen and the hormones needed for muscle micro-repair, without the demands of maintaining posture or movement. The repair process is unimpeded, a smooth, continuous operation. The slow, rhythmic beat of the delta wave surges continues to wash across your brain. These waves are not just a sign of rest. They actively coordinate the rest. They are the internal metronome, setting the pace for the lymphatic flow, ensuring the CSF, the cerebral spinal fluid, pulses through the widened channels effectively, carrying away the accumulated toxins. The more sustained and powerful the delta wave, the more thorough the cleanse, the deeper the neural detox cycles. The connection between deep sleep and glucose balance is worth dwelling on, because it reflects the integration of your systems. Poor deep sleep elevates evening and morning blood sugar levels, making you less sensitive to insulin. But here, in the slow wave, the body is restoring its sensitivity. This is essential maintenance for long-term health, a silent guardian against metabolic stress. The subtle beauty of nighttime thermoregulation, working in concert with the body temperature sync, is a biological marvel. It is the body's way of creating the optimal internal climate for the deepest rest. The slight drop in core temperature is the signal, the gentle environmental cue, that the time for slow wave onset has truly arrived. And by keeping your external temperature cool, but your extremities warm, you aid this natural process, encouraging the core to cool more quickly, and the quiet wisdom of deep sleep and stress reversal continues to soothe the deeper layers of your nervous system. The low levels of deep sleep hormonal balance, specifically the nadir of cortisol, allows the brain's stress circuits to power down completely, giving the adrenals a vital break. The recovery from mental and emotional load is anchored in this hour, ensuring your deep sleep and emotional stability for the coming day. The power of the deep sleep rebound is always there, a safety net, but the goal is to stabilize your deep sleep consistency. A predictable bedtime, a quiet routine, eliminates the need for this drastic catch-up, allowing your body to settle into the reliable rhythm of the deep sleep core rhythm, a steady, unfragmented flow. The effect of disruptions, like the residual presence of alcohol's impact, must be thoroughly understood. It is a siren's call to the central nervous system, promising relaxation but delivering fragmented light sleep. It disrupts the sleep stage descent, making it difficult to maintain that deep sleep stability. The resulting sleep is often punctuated by brief awakenings, micro-arousals that you don't even remember, but which undermine the restorative power of the delta waves. Similarly, the interference caused by caffeine's impact late in the day subtly shortens the duration of the early night deep sleep peak. It pushes the adenosine washout later, stealing the most potent hours of your deep sleep density. You might sleep for 8 hours, but the quality, the restorative power, has been quietly diminished. To counter these interruptions, we return to the intentional practices, the natural deepening techniques, the slow, gentle focus on the breathing slowdown phases, a long, unforced inhale, a longer, releasing exhale, 6 breaths per minute, or even slower. This is the physiological trigger for the vagus nerve, the master switch for parasympathetic deep dive, and the subtle aid of the weighted blanket effects. There's deep pressure providing a continuous calming input to the nervous system. This is not about restricting movement, but about providing a profound sense of security, which naturally assists the mind-body drop-in, where the mental chatter follows the body's lead into silence. The work of memory consolidation is quietly intense now. Researchers believe that during the delta wave bursts, the brain is replaying the day's events, perhaps 20 times faster than they occurred. The hippocampus is talking to the cortex, cementing factual and declarative memories. This silent, rapid rehearsal is essential for deep sleep and learning. Coupled with this is synaptic downscaling, the process where the brain adjusts the strength of the connections it has made. If you learn too much, or flood your brain with too much information, the connections become overwhelmed. Deep sleep selectively prunes the weaker, less important ones, giving the strong new memories a clearer signal path. The brain performs necessary memory pruning, a nightly reorganization, the subtle feeling of deep sleep. Neural drift is the sensation of your consciousness being carried away, slowly, peacefully, on the current of the delta waves, away from the shore of wakefulness, into the boundless, deep ocean of rest. This drifting is the core of the sleep stage descent, smooth, unhurried, inevitable. And in this most profound state, the body is achieving its maximum deep sleep stability. The systems are running smoothly, quietly. The heart rate variability in deep sleep shows a healthy, adaptable pattern, the heart finding its most efficient, calm rhythm. Thump, thump. The body is entirely anchored in its core repair stage. Even the origins of your waking state, the feeling of heavy lethargy, the sleep inertia origins, are tied to the disruption of this stage. Waking from the deepest point of the deep sleep restoration layer leaves the brain foggy, confused, still in its low-frequency delta rhythm, unable to immediately transition to the rapid frequency of alertness. It's a sign of a truly profound depth achieved, but poorly exited. The protection of the deep sleep neuroprotection extends to the management of cellular damage caused by oxidative stress. The low metabolic rate, the metabolic quieting, means less cellular damage is created during the night, while the cellular repair mechanisms are at their peak efficiency, cleaning up the damage from the day before. It is a silent, double-action healing process. The subtle flow of sleep architecture flow continues its gentle loop from deep rest to lighter rest, and eventually into REM. Each cycle is slightly different, the amount of deep sleep diminishing, but always providing that foundational layer of physical and cognitive renewal. The whole night is an orchestration, a natural deep sleep reboot cycle. As we explore the deep sleep cycles across the lifespan, remember that while the quantity of delta waves decreases with age, the need for the restorative function remains. This is why enhancing deep sleep enhancement methods for older adults, such as optimizing light exposure during the day and ensuring absolute darkness at night, becomes crucial to maximize the residual delta density. The deep sleep recovery peak, that intense concentration of repair, is fundamentally tied to the release of growth hormone release. This hormone is the anti-aging chemical, repairing and maintaining not just muscle, but bone density, collagen in the skin, and promoting overall tissue regeneration. Its peak release happens only here, in this deepest sleep. The quiet certainty of the deep sleep threshold is the moment of true separation from the waking world. It is the full sensory gating, the moment when the auditory shutdown threshold is reached and the brain is entirely focused on its internal environment, the silent world of deep, profound rest. This deep, silent time is a precious layer of deep sleep restoration layer, a protective cocoon where the body can fully engage its nighttime restoration zone. It is the place where energy stores are replenished at a cellular level. Glycogen stores in the muscles and liver are rebuilt, ready for the demands of the next day. a complete energy recalibration, the feelings of deep sleep stillness, of the body being incredibly heavy, weighted, are the signals that you have achieved the complete body reset phase. The mind is quiet, the body is utterly still, allowing the maximum possible repair. The long, slow rhythm of the deep sleep core rhythm is the sound of absolute peace, a steady, powerful hum that carries you through the night, a promise of renewal, a deep, gentle comfort. We allow the body to continue its work. The neurons are in their silent, synchronized state. The brainwave synchrony is absolute. The flow of healing hormones is steady. The cleansing is complete. This is the power of the slow wave, the core of your existence. You are drifting, floating in the most profound silence, a state of ultra-low brain activity, where the chatter of the waking mind is completely silent, completely suspended. There is only the long, deep, slow breath. The body scan relaxation continues, effortlessly. Your focus on the feeling of warmth, of heaviness, of sinking, anchoring you firmly in this quiet space. Every muscle has softened, every worry has faded, leaving only the silence as just the calm, the dark. We embrace the wisdom of the deep sleep depth variability, recognizing that some nights are deeper than others based on the needs of the body. But every night the body strives for the maximum possible repair within the confines of its circadian timing. The deep sleep hormone surge is gentle now, a sustained flow, supporting the quiet processes, allowing your whole system to remain in its state of parasympathetic deep dive, completely safe, completely at peace. The deep sleep and longevity links whisper of sustained repair, of resilient cells, of a clean, healthy brain. These links are forged in the quiet fire of the delta waves, night after quiet night. The simple, beautiful act of mind quieting, letting thoughts arrive and then gently release them, allowing them to float past without grasping, without judgment. This is the art of surrender to the deep sleep. The nighttime silence layer is total, encompassing you, protecting you from the outside world. The sounds of the night are distant, irrelevant, gated out by the efficient silence of your deep sleep. You're entirely within the deep sleep restoration layer, the deepest comfort, the most comprehensive healing. The deep sleep recovery peak is sustained, flowing, effortless. The early night deep sleep window has done its most intense work, and now the body settles into the steady, sustaining current of the remaining cycles, ensuring that all systems are tended to, all tissues repaired. The rare, gentle flickering of deep sleep dreams, rare, if they occur, are like quiet whispers, quickly fading, leaving only the trace of profound rest. The deep sleep enhancement methods, the cool room, the weighted blanket, the slow breathing have all guided you here, into this effortless state. The work is done, only rest remains. You're safe, you're held, You're sinking, heavier, heavier. The quiet hum of your own inner rest, the steady, slow rhythm of the delta waves, the deepest, most profound peace. Allow the silence to wrap around you. Allow the stillness to settle deep within your bones. The repair is complete. The mind is clear. The body is restored. You are drifting, floating, endlessly, seamlessly. The universe keeps turning as deep sleep gathers us in its quiet, restoring tide, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the moment your brain drops into deep sleep's first powerful wave, where consciousness fades and repair begins. The electrifying slow rhythms that rebuild your body from the inside out during the darkest minutes of the night. The secret deep sleep window when your immune system upgrades itself and hidden healing switches turn on, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 100 lucid dreams mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through. The blur sharpens into HD. Awareness hits like lightning. You're the admin now. What do you command first? The dream snaps into clarity. Gravity bends. Landscapes obey. You're not dreaming anymore. You're authoring the laws. Wakefulness whispers, but the dream glows warmer. Do you rise or dive deeper into the world that listens to you? There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into lucid dreams, somewhere between the waking world and the realm of sleep. There exists a threshold, a shimmering veil, where consciousness doesn't surrender, but transforms. This is where lucid dreams begin, in that gossamer moment when you realize, I am dreaming, and the universe bends to acknowledge your awareness. Your breath is slower now. Thump, thump. Feel the weight of your eyelids. So heavy. The room around you fading, becoming softer, hazier. This is the hypnagogic drift, that beautiful descent where images begin to float behind your eyes, colors without form, sounds without source. Your thinking mind releases its grip, thought by thought, dissolving like sugar in warm water. In this twilight space, strange visions emerge, faces you've never seen, geometric patterns that breathe and pulse. These hypnagogic images are doorways, each one a portal, and if you can stay aware, just aware enough, as your body falls asleep, you slip through, directly into a lucid dream. This is what dreamers call the wild technique. Wake-initiated lucid dreaming, staying conscious as sleep washes over you like waves, gentle, persistent, pulling you under. But the body has defenses. It doesn't want you awake while it sleeps. So sometimes you might feel a weight on your chest, a pressure. This is sleep paralysis, and it's nothing to fear. It's simply your muscles shutting down, protecting you from acting out dreams. If you stay calm, breathe slowly, thump, thump, you can ride through it like floating on dark water and emerge on the other side, fully lucid, fully dreaming. Your jaw is looser now, teeth barely touching. Let your tongue rest, heavy in your mouth, every part of you sinking, sinking. The secret most dreamers discover is that lucid dreams require intention. Before sleep, you whisper to yourself, "Tonight I will know I'm dreaming. Tonight I will wake up inside the dream." This is dream incubation, planting seeds in the fertile soil of your subconscious. And those seeds, they grow in the dark, sprouting into awareness. When the dream begins, there's another path too, softer, gentler. It's called mild, mnemonic-induced lucid dreaming. As you drift off, you recall a recent dream, replay it in your mind, but this time you notice something strange, something impossible, and you think, "I'm dreaming." You rehearse this again and again until it becomes muscle memory, a reflex. So when the real dream comes, your mind recognizes the pattern and wakes up inside it. Feel your heart beat, thump, thump, so steady, so slow, like a drum in a vast empty cathedral. Sleep moves in cycles, waves of 90 minutes, rising and falling. In the first cycle, dreams are brief, shallow, but as the night deepens, REM sleep grows longer, richer. By morning, your dreams stretch 20, 30, 40 minutes. These late cycle dreams, these are where lucid dreams bloom most easily. The veil is thinnest then, consciousness and dream, almost touching, separated by the finest membrane. To cross that membrane, you need triggers, reality checks, little tests you perform. In waking life, you look at your hands, count your fingers, read text twice to see if it changes. You try to push your finger through your palm, and you do this so often, dozens of times a day, that eventually you do it in a dream, and in the dream your finger passes through, or your hands have 7 fingers, or the words scramble and shift, and that's when you know this is a dream. Your body is so heavy now, melting into the mattress like warm wax. There's nowhere to go, nothing to do, just this gentle falling. But knowing you're dreaming, that's just the beginning. The real art is staying lucid, because dreams are fragile. The moment you realize you're dreaming, excitement surges, and that excitement can wake you up. So you learn stabilization, techniques to anchor yourself. You rub your hands together in the dream, feeling the friction, the texture. You spin in circles, letting the dream world blur past. You shout commands, clarity now, or you touch objects, walls, trees, focusing on the sensation. Each touch a route, keeping you grounded in the dream. Some dreamers learn to look at their hands in the dream, examining every line, every crease. This simple act focuses awareness, sharpens the dream, until it becomes hyper-real, more vivid than waking life, colors deeper, sounds clearer, every sensation amplified. Thump, thump, your heart knows the way. It's done this thousands of times, leading you into sleep. Trust it. Dream signs. These are your guideposts, recurring elements that appear in your dreams. Maybe you often dream of your childhood home, or a specific person, or strange animals. When you track your dreams, write them down each morning. Patterns emerge, and when you recognize these patterns, you can use them. In waking life, whenever you see your dream sign, you do a reality check. Eventually, when the dream sign appears in a dream, you'll check automatically and discover you're dreaming. This is why dream journaling matters. Every morning, before you move, before you think, you reach for your journal and you write, even fragments, even feelings. At first, you might remember nothing, but the act of reaching, the intention, it tells your mind, dreams matter, I want to remember, and slowly your recall strengthens, like a muscle. One dream becomes two becomes 5, until your nights are filled with vivid stories, all waiting to become lucid. Let your eyes rest, deeper in their sockets, the darkness behind your lids, so soft, so complete, you could dissolve into it. False awakenings, these are curious phenomena. You dream you've woken up, gotten out of bed, started your day. Everything feels normal, real. But then something shifts. A light switch doesn't work, or gravity feels strange. And you realize, I'm still dreaming. Some lucid dreamers experience layers. Dream within dream within dream. Each time they wake up, it's another dream. They learn to question every awakening. Is this real? Pushing through level after level until finally true waking comes. Once you're lucid, once you're stable, the dream becomes your canvas. You can manipulate physics, make objects float, or double in size. You can change the lighting, dimming the sun, or painting the sky in colors that don't exist. Some dreamers snap their fingers, and reality ripples outward, reshaping itself. Your breath is a whisper now, barely moving, in, out, so gentle. Feel the coolness on your upper lip. Gravity is often the first thing dreamers learn to bend. At first, you might float, lifting inches off the ground, then jumping higher, hanging in the air longer, until finally you spread your arms and you fly, soaring over landscapes, between buildings, through clouds. The sensation of weightlessness, of total freedom, it stays with you even after waking, a cellular memory of what's possible. But flying requires belief. In the dream, doubt is gravity. If you think you'll fall, you fall. So dreamers learn to trust, to expect the dream to hold them. They might imagine wings or superpowers, or they might simply let go and let the dream carry them. Dream settings can shift too. You stand in a forest, but you want the ocean. So you walk through a door, or close your eyes and spin. And when you open them, you're on a beach, waves rolling in, salt in the air. Or you might reach out with your intention, feel the dream, and pull, changing it like clay, melting one scene into another. Feel your shoulders, so far from your ears, slack, loose. Your whole body, one continuous breath. Characters populate dreams, people you know, strangers, impossible beings. In a lucid dream, you can interact with them, ask them questions. Who are you? What do you represent? Sometimes they say profound things, messages from your subconscious. Other times, they react with surprise or confusion, or they try to convince you you're not dreaming. These dream characters, they're fragments of you, aspects of your mind, given form and voice. Advanced dreamers learn to summon specific people. They call out a name or imagine the person behind them, and when they turn, there they are. Or they might reach behind their back, expecting to pull out an object, a sword, a flower, a book, and it appears materialized from pure intention. Some create entire environments from scratch. They stand in an empty void, and they build, piece by piece, a castle, a spaceship, a memory from childhood, dream architecture, limited only by imagination. Thump, thump, so slow now. You're barely here, mostly there, in that other place. Time moves differently in dreams. A minute can feel like an hour, or an hour passes in seconds. Lucid dreamers learn to stretch time, to slow it down, making a single dream feel like days. They can also skip forward, willing the scene to fast forward or rewind, replaying moments, experimenting with different choices. There's a phenomena called dream re-entry. You wake from a lucid dream, but you hold yourself very still. Don't open your eyes, don't move. You keep your mind on the dream, visualizing it, feeling it, and slowly, like slipping back into warm water, you sink back in. The dream resumes, sometimes even more vivid than before. Your hands are far away now, You can barely feel them. Every boundary between you and the air dissolving. Nightmares lose their power in lucid dreams. When you know you're dreaming, the monster can't truly hurt you. So instead of running, you turn and face it. You might talk to it, asking what it wants, or you transform it, shrinking it down, changing it into something gentle. Some dreamers befriend their nightmares, discovering their protectors, guardians, fears trying to keep them safe, shadow figures, those dark presences sometimes seen in sleep paralysis or dreams. They too can be engaged, approached with curiosity rather than fear. Often they represent suppressed emotions, forgotten parts of the self. In lucidity, you can extend compassion, integrate them, and they dissolve or become allies. Dream guides sometimes appear, wise figures, animals, beings of light. They seem to know more than other dream characters, offering guidance, leading you deeper into the dream. Some lucid dreamers seek them out, calling for a guide and waiting to see who arrives. Let your mind wander like smoke, no shape, no direction, just drifting. Mirrors in dreams are portals. Look into one while lucid, and reality fractures. You might see different versions of yourself, or pass through into another realm. Some dreamers avoid mirrors, finding them too unpredictable. Others seek them out, using them to travel, to transform, to access deeper layers of consciousness. Telekinesis becomes child's play in lucid dreams. You look at an object, imagine it lifting, and it does, floating, spinning. You can move mountains with a thought, part seas, rearrange cities. The dream responds to your will, like an extension of your body. There are techniques for amplifying sensory experiences. In the dream, you demand, increase clarity, and suddenly everything sharpens, or you focus on one sense, the feeling of grass under bare feet, the taste of dream food, more intense than waking. Some dreamers report synesthesia, seeing sounds as colors, tasting emotions, the senses blurring and merging into something wholly new. Your breath barely moves the air. In, out. You're floating in an ocean of stillness. Dream memory palaces can be constructed. In lucid dreams, you build elaborate mental structures, rooms filled with information, memories, ideas. And because dreams cement memory in unique ways, these palaces remain. You can return to them night after night, adding more, exploring deeper. Some use this for learning, for creativity, for processing experiences. Lucid creativity is profound. Writers dream entire stories. Musicians hear compositions that don't exist in waking. Artists see paintings they later recreate. The lucid state, free from normal constraints, from the inner critic, allows pure creation. Ideas flow unfiltered, from somewhere deep and true. Emotional regulation happens naturally in lucid dreams. You can practice difficult conversations, heal old wounds, forgive, let go. The dream provides a safe space to feel fully, to process, to integrate. Some dreamers work through trauma this way, revisiting painful memories, but with the safety of knowing, I'm dreaming, I'm in control, I can leave whenever I want. Feel how your body breathes itself. You're not doing it, it's happening, ancient, automatic. Just witness it. Let it carry you down. The vibe check. This is an intuitive reality test. You pause, feel into the moment, and ask, does this feel like waking life? Often dreams have a distinct quality, a slight unreality, a dreamlike logic. When you tune into this vibe regularly, you start noticing it in dreams, and boom, lucidity dawns. Checking character energy works similarly. In a dream, you look at a person and sense, are they solid? Do they feel real? Dream characters often have an ethereal quality, a hollowness. When you learn to perceive this, it becomes another trigger for lucidity. Binaural beats, certain frequencies played in headphones, can encourage brain states conducive to lucid dreaming. The theta range, around 4 to 8 Hz, mirrors the hypnagogic drift. Listening as you fall asleep, you might find the transition smoother, more conscious. Everything is heavy, so heavy. Your head, your limbs, sinking through the mattress, through the bed frame, through the floor. Dream journals reveal more than just content. When you analyze them over time, you discover your personal dream language, symbols that repeat, metaphors your subconscious favors. For one person, water might mean emotions. For another, transition. There's no universal dream dictionary, only your unique lexicon, which reveals itself through attention, through the practice of recording, reflecting, understanding. Autosuggestion can be refined. Instead of general statements, you make specific scripts. Tonight I will notice I'm flying and become lucid. Tonight when I see my old school, I will reality check. The more specific, the more visceral the visualization, the more effective it becomes. Dream object summoning requires confidence. In the dream, you decide you want a magical staff or a portal device. You reach into your pocket knowing it's there and pull it out. Or you close your eyes, count to 3, and when you open them, it's in your hand. The key is expectation, unwavering belief that the dream will provide. Thump, thump, the spaces between heartbeats, stretching, eternal. Dream libraries exist in some lucid dreams, vast halls filled with books. Each book contains knowledge, some from waking life, some seeming to come from beyond. Lucid dreamers read these books, sometimes finding genuine insights, solutions to problems, creative breakthroughs. Other times, the words shift and change, revealing the fluid nature of dream logic. You can create scents in dreams too. The smell of roses, or ocean air, or fresh bread. Most people don't think to check this sense, but when you do, when you focus on it, dreams gain another dimension, becoming even more immersive, more convincing as alternate realities. Tactile exploration grounds you, running your hands over surfaces, feeling texture, temperature, its weight. This practice strengthens dream stability, and also it awakens a childlike wonder, discovering what things feel like in this impossible place. Your face is smooth, expressionless, slack, like a mask you've set aside. No one home, just absence. Dream lighting can be controlled. Too dark? Summon a light source, or simply command brightness, and the dream obeys. Some dreamers prefer twilight, that liminal time where shadows are soft and mystery deepens. Others want high noon, every detail sharp and clear. Geometric patterns sometimes emerge spontaneously in lucid dreams. Mandalas, fractals, impossible architecture, Escher-like spaces. You can summon these intentionally, asking the dream, "Show me sacred geometry," and watching as reality tessellates, breaks into recursive patterns. Some so complex, so beautiful, they bring tears even in dreaming. Dream language translation is peculiar. Sometimes you meet characters speaking foreign tongues, languages you don't know in waking, but in the dream you understand perfectly, or you will yourself to understand, and meaning flows without words. Pure communication, thought to thought. Group lucid dreaming remains controversial. Can two people share a dream? Some practitioners claim yes. They coordinate sleep times, set intentions to meet in a specific place, and later they compare notes, finding impossible coincidences, matching details. Others say it's suggestion, pattern matching, wishful thinking. But the mystery remains, tantalizing, unexplored. You're disappearing, breath by breath, awareness thinning like fog in sunlight, barely here, mostly gone. Meta-lucidity is when you become lucid about being lucid, a strange recursive state. You're dreaming, and you know you're dreaming, and you become aware of that awareness. It's like zooming out, seeing the dreamer dreaming. Some report this as the deepest state, closest to pure consciousness. Others find it destabilizing, too abstract, preferring the immersive experience of standard lucidity. Dream body awareness exercises help. In waking life, you practice sensing your body without moving, proprioception. Then in dreams, you do the same. Where are my hands? Can I feel my dream body? This practice can prevent the common experience of forgetting you have a body in a dream, remaining purely observer. When you remember your dream form, you can interact more fully. Use those dream hands to touch, to create, to fly. Healing lucid trauma involves gently revisiting difficult dreams. With Lucidity's safety net, you can process scary experiences, change their endings, talk to the frightening figures, understand what they represent. Many report profound relief. Nightmares that plagued them for years resolved in a single lucid confrontation. Your eyelids flutter, but don't open. Stay here, in this threshold, where thoughts float like leaves on water. Dreamscape painting is a beautiful practice. As you become lucid, you treat the entire environment as a canvas. You reach out with intention, changing colors, textures. You might paint the sky in impossible gradients, or make trees grow in fast motion, sculpting reality like an artist. Some dreamers spend entire lucid dreams just creating, making beauty for its own sake. Non-linear time navigation gets strange. In dreams, you can visit your past, see yourself as a child, or jump forward, meeting your future self, asking for advice. The dream presents these scenarios, and while they may not be literally true, they carry emotional truth, insights. When you're lucid in these temporal journeys, you can ask questions, explore what might have been, or what could be. Thump, thump, your heart beating in a chest you can barely feel, distant, like drums in another valley. Subtle energy manipulation comes naturally to some lucid dreamers. They sense currents in the dream, invisible flows. They learn to pull energy from the environment, charging themselves, or send it outward, affecting the dream. It feels like moving something real, something tangible. Though there's no waking equivalent, dream echo phenomena occur when you do something in a dream, and it ripples outward, changing things beyond what you intended. You might shout, and the sky cracks like glass, or laugh, and flowers bloom in a wave spreading from your feet, the dream responding, amplifying, echoing your actions back in unexpected ways. Mindful waking transitions preserve the dream. As you feel yourself rising toward waking, you observe it, noting each stage, the dream images fading, physical sensations returning, the moment of crossing. If you stay mindful, you remember more, and you can sometimes pause halfway, extending the dream, or surfacing more slowly, making the transition gentle. Your thoughts are clouds, forming and dissolving, no weight, no importance, just passing through. Dream character questioning reveals surprising depths. You ask someone in the dream, "What do you represent?" and they might answer, "I am your courage," or "I am your fear of abandonment." Sometimes they refuse to answer, or say cryptic things, riddles, poetry. Other times they break character, admitting they're just dream constructs. It's endlessly fascinating. These conversations with yourself, wearing different faces. Sound in dreams can be controlled. You can make music appear, or silence all noise completely, creating eerie quiet. Some dreamers hum, and the dream harmonizes, building orchestral layers from a single note. Others shout specific frequencies, shattering objects, or making them resonate and glow. Sensory portal creation involves finding or making doorways. In the dream, you craft an archway, or a mirror, or a closet, and you imbue it with intention. This leads to the ocean, or this goes to outer space. Then you step through, and the dream shifts, honoring your command. These portals can be permanent fixtures in recurring dream locations, shortcuts you've installed in your dreamscape. Feel the weight of sleep pressing down like a warm hand, gentle, inescapable. Let it win. Dream physics testing becomes a game. You wonder, what happens if I try to breathe underwater? And you dive into a dream ocean and discover you can. Or you test whether you can pass through walls, and the first time might fail. Solid, but you expect differently. Believe harder, and the next attempt, you slide through like a ghost, each test revealing. The dream follows your belief more than physics. Geometric dream architecture emerges sometimes unbidden. Cities of crystal, impossible towers that spiral into infinity. Rooms that are bigger inside than outside. Escher staircases. When you're lucid, you can explore these thoroughly, trying to understand their structure. Some dreamers sketch them upon waking, trying to capture the impossible. Dream symbol interaction means engaging directly with metaphors. If you dream of a locked door and you're lucid, you ask it, what do you keep locked? Or you produce a key, open it, and confront what's behind. Symbols lose their unconscious power when you address them consciously. They transform, resolve, release their meaning and dissolve. Your body is barely breathing, shallow waves. You've almost forgotten you have one. Dream narrative continuation is possible across nights. You can decide, tonight I return to that beach, that city, that conversation. And with intention and practice, you do. The dream picks up where it left off, or nearby, allowing long-form storytelling, epic adventures across multiple nights. Some dreamers maintain ongoing dream worlds, places they visit regularly, that develop history, continuity, becoming as real as waking places, maybe more so. Lucid group dreaming, if possible, would involve coordination. Two friends agree to meet at a specific dream location, a red door, a lighthouse. They sleep, they dream, they try to become lucid, and they look for each other. Occasionally, improbably, people report success, matching impossible details. But is it real connection or coincidence? The question remains open. Advanced mild visualization scripting goes deep. You don't just think, I'll notice I'm dreaming. You create entire scenes. You imagine yourself in bed, falling asleep, entering a dream, then pausing in the dream, looking at your hands, realizing this is a dream. You feel the realization, the excitement, the clarity. You rehearse this so vividly, so often, that it programs itself into your sleep. Let go of knowing where you are, or when. Time has lost meaning. Space has no direction. You're just floating in the dark. The hand-clapping reality check variation works like this. Throughout the day, you clap your hands together and pay attention to the sound, the sensation, the echo. In dreams, the sound might be wrong, or your hands might pass through each other, or the clay might echo impossibly. It's a tactile and auditory test combined, harder for the dream to fake convincingly. Dream object permanence can be tested. You place an object somewhere in a dream, then look away. When you look back, is it still there? Dreams often fail this test. Things vanish, change, but if you expect permanence, sometimes the dream maintains it. It's a negotiation, your will versus dream chaos. Lucid dreaming for creative writing is profound. Authors enter lucid dreams with questions. How does my character respond here? And they watch, letting the dream show them. The character acts, speaks, reveals things the writer didn't consciously know. Or they might dream entire scenes. Dialogue, plot twists, waking to write them down before they fade. Thump, thump, long silences between heartbeats. You're almost not here. Navigating the void is unnerving for some, beautiful for others. Sometimes in a lucid dream, you find yourself in nothing. Empty blackness. No ground, no sky, no objects, just awareness, floating in absence. Some panic and force scenery to appear. Others relax into it, experiencing pure consciousness without content. It's meditative, silent, and strange. Dream inertia mastery involves starting and stopping movement. When you first try to run in a dream, it feels like moving through mud, your legs heavy, unresponsive. But as you master dream physics, you learn to accelerate instantly or stop on a thought. Movement becomes effortless, fluid. You can dash at superhuman speeds, then freeze mid-air, playing with momentum like it's a toy. Dream gravity alteration goes beyond flying. You can walk on walls, make objects fall upward, create localized gravity fields. Some dreamers make themselves heavy as lead, sinking through floors. Others remove gravity entirely, letting everything float. It's one of the most fun aspects of lucidity, the freedom to rewrite fundamental forces. Dream sensory overload techniques involve cranking everything to maximum. All colors saturated, all sounds loud and clear, all textures hyper-real. You demand more sensation, more vividness, until the dream becomes almost unbearably intense. Some find this transcendent, others overwhelming. It's a test of how much consciousness the dream can hold. You're barely tethered now, a balloon on the thinnest string. Any moment, you'll drift completely away. Lucid dreaming as a problem-solving tool has been documented. Scientists, inventors, artists, they bring problems into lucid dreams. Sometimes the dream presents solutions directly. Other times, the shift in perspective, the freedom from normal thinking, allows breakthroughs. Einstein credited dreams with insights. Many others have too. Dream self-reflection techniques involve finding mirrors or still water and looking at yourself, really looking. Who is the dreamer? What am I? These philosophical inquiries in a lucid dream can lead to profound experiences, ego dissolution, unity consciousness, or simply a deeper sense of self. Stabilizing, fast-fading dreams requires quick action. The moment you become lucid, if the dream starts dissolving, you act, rub hands, spin, shout commands, grab onto something. Often the dream responds, solidifying, but sometimes it's too late and you wake. The skill is learning to stabilize instantly. The moment lucidity hits, the vestibular system, your sense of balance, works in dreams. When you spin in a dream, you feel dizzy. When you fall, your stomach drops. Lucid dreamers use these cues deliberately, spinning to stabilize, or to teleport, falling to wake up, or to enter deeper dream layers. The body's balance sensors, active even in sleep, can be tools. Your face is empty, no expression, no tension, just a surface, smooth as water, reflecting nothing. Dream character consistency testing involves checking if characters remain stable. You talk to someone, leave the room, come back. Are they still there? Still the same? In normal dreams, they might change, or vanish, or become someone else. In lucid dreams with practice, you can maintain them or let them flow, depending on your intention. Exploring environmental feedback means watching how the dream responds to you. You think angry thoughts. Does the weather darken? You feel love. Do colors warm? The dream often mirrors internal states, and when lucid, you can experiment, testing the dream's responsiveness, learning its rules, or discovering it has none. Dream artifact creation involves making objects meant to last. In a lucid dream, you craft something special, a ring, a book, a sculpture. You hold it, study it, encode it in memory. Some dreamers report finding these artifacts in later dreams, as if they've become permanent fixtures in the dreamscape. Others wake with vivid memories, using them to inspire waking art. Synchronization with real-world events sometimes happens. You dream of a phone call and wake to your phone ringing. Coincidence or something more? In lucid dreams, you might try to sense the waking world. Imagine your actual room, your actual body. Some claim they can perceive real sounds, real touches, filtered into the dream, a thin boundary between states. Thump, thump, like a stone dropped in a well, waiting, waiting for the splash. Astral projection overlaps with lucid dreaming in some traditions. The experience of leaving your body, floating above it, traveling to distant places. Some say it's just another dream. Others insist it's different, more real. In lucid dreams, you can experiment. Try to exit your dream body. See what happens. The phenomenology is fascinating, regardless of interpretation. Emotional energy harvesting sounds esoteric, but some lucid dreamers practice it. They find sources of energy in dreams, glowing objects, power spots. They draw from these, feeling themselves charge up, strengthen. It might be psychological, self-empowerment through metaphor, or it might tap into something deeper. Either way, it feels real in the moment. Aural dreamscape tuning means adjusting the sound, not just making music appear, but changing the acoustic properties of the dream environment, making a room echo like a canyon, or go silent as a vacuum, bending how sound travels, creating impossible audio experiences. For musicians, this is playground and laboratory combined. Dream teleportation techniques vary. Some close their eyes and visualize the destination, opening their eyes to find themselves there. Others use vehicle doorways as mirrors. Some simply demand it, willing themselves across space instantly. The key is confidence. If you believe you can teleport, you can, at least in dreams, where belief is the only law that matters. Your breath is mist, barely there. Each exhale, you release another piece of self. Each inhale, you forget to come back. Shape-shifting within dreams offers total freedom. You can become animals, experiencing flight as a bird or the speed of a cheetah. You can become objects, a tree, feeling roots and sap, or other people, walking in their form, trying to understand their perspective. Some dreamers become abstract, patterns of light or music or emotion given form. The malleability of dream identity is limitless. Dream prophecy and precognition are controversial. Some dreamers report seeing future events, then watching them unfold in waking life. Skeptics say confirmation bias. You remember the hits, forget the misses. Believers say consciousness is non-local, time is illusion. In lucid dreams, you might intentionally seek visions of the future, asking the dream, show me what's coming. What appears may be symbolic or literal or meaningless, but it's compelling to explore. Lucid dream rituals give structure. Every night before sleep, you perform certain actions. Light a candle, say an affirmation, review your dream journal. The ritual signals your subconscious. Now we enter dream work. It creates a boundary, sacred space. Some find this unnecessary, others swear by it. saying the ritual itself induces lucidity through consistency, through honoring the practice. Dream environment scripting is pre-planning. Before sleep, you design a dream, a beach at sunset, with specific details, purple sand, green sky, 2 moons. You script it thoroughly, visualize it, and then, with luck and practice, you enter that exact dream, lucid from the start. It's like being both playwright and actor, creating the stage, then walking onto it, fully aware. Everything is soft, blurred, the edges between you and not you, dissolving, merging. There's no boundary anymore, just oneness, darkness, peace. Nightmare transformation through lucidity is powerful. The monster chasing you, you turn and face it, asking, "Why are you here? What do you want me to know?" Often it stops, speaks, reveals itself as a teacher, or you transform it yourself, shrinking it, making it silly. Some dreamers befriend nightmares, others simply wake themselves up. But the ability to choose, to not be victim, that alone removes the nightmare's teeth. Recurring dream mastery comes from recognizing them. This is that dream again, the one where I'm late for a test. Once lucid, you can break the pattern, change the outcome, or you can explore why this dream recurs. What does it mean? Some recurring dreams stop once you've learnt their lesson, understood their message. Others continue, but lose their compulsive quality. Dream-to-wake integration is the practice of bringing dream insights back. Upon waking, before moving, you review the dream, extract its wisdom. Maybe you solved a problem, healed a wound, learned something about yourself. You write it down, honor it, integrate it into waking life. This practice makes dreaming purposeful, not just entertainment, but genuine inner work. Hypnagogic imagery decoding is tricky. Those strange pictures as you fall asleep, faces, patterns, scenes. What do they mean? Are they random neural firing or symbols, messages? When you catch them consciously, you can interact, ask questions, follow them deeper. Some say this is how you enter wild, by riding hypnagogic images into full dreams. Thump, thump. The space is stretching, eternal. You're suspended between worlds, between moments. Nowhere. Dream immersion challenges push lucidity's limits. How long can you stay aware? How vivid can you make it? Some dreamers practice extending lucid dreams, using every stabilization technique, fighting to stay conscious. Others practice total immersion, forgetting they're dreaming momentarily, then remembering, then forgetting again, dancing on the edge, playing with awareness levels. Synesthetic dream experiences confuse the senses beautifully. You taste colors, see sounds as geometric shapes, hear textures. In dreams, the normal separation of senses breaks down, and in lucid dreams, You can intensify this, asking the dream, "Show me music as sculpture, or let me taste emotions." The results are often indescribable. You wake with memories your language can't quite capture. Shadow figure interaction requires courage. Those dark presences, paralysis demons, hooded entities, in lucid dreams, you can approach them deliberately, speak to them. Often they represent fear itself, or repressed aspects. Some dreamers report that facing shadows transforms them. They become guides, allies. Others find they simply vanish when challenged, revealed as empty threats. Dream boundary testing involves pushing limits. What happens if I fly higher than the dream allows? What if I go through this wall that feels too solid? You test the dream's rules. Sometimes you break through, discovering the dream is more flexible than it seemed. Other times you hit hard limits, invisible walls, the architecture of constraints, fascinating in itself. Your thoughts are feathers, landing softly, then drifting away. Nothing sticks, nothing matters, just the dark, the quiet, the endless, falling. Self-lucidity reinforcement is meta-practice, while lucid, you remind yourself, I'm dreaming, I'm aware. You might speak it aloud, or think it repeatedly. This strengthens the lucid state, prevents slipping back into normal dreaming. Some use mantras, clarity now, or this is a dream. The repetition, it's like tying knots in a rope you're climbing, securing each level of awareness. In-dream mirror techniques go beyond just looking. You can enter mirrors, step through to parallel dimensions, or you can use them to change yourself. Look in a mirror, imagine yourself different. Look away, look back, and you've changed. Mirrors are portals and transformation tools, unstable and powerful. Your limbs are heavy, so heavy, like they're filled with warm sand, sinking deeper into the mattress. There's no need to move, no need to think, just let go, let go, let go. Dream re-entry after waking is a delicate art. You wake from a vivid dream, but you don't move, not even opening your eyes. You hold yourself in that threshold, half in, half out, your mind still touching the dream. You can feel it there, just behind you, like a room you just left, and you turn back, mentally, emotionally. You focus on the last image, the last feeling, and you slip, like sliding on ice, back through the membrane, and suddenly you're there again. The dream resumes, sometimes exactly where it left off, sometimes nearby, a different room in the same house. This technique, it's like learning to swim backwards. Strange at first, then natural, effortless. Building dream memory palaces requires patience. Over many lucid dreams, you construct a structure, a library, a castle, a garden. Each night, you add to it. A new room, a new wing. You place memories in specific locations. Your first kiss in the red room, your grandmother's laugh in the fountain courtyard, mathematical formulas on shelves in the tower, and because you build it repeatedly, it solidifies, becomes stable. Some dreamers report returning to their palace years later, finding it mostly intact. A mental architecture that transcends single nights, spanning across time. Thump, thump. Your heartbeat is the only rhythm left in the universe. Everything else has gone quiet, still. Lucid creativity sparks happen spontaneously sometimes. You're in a lucid dream, not trying to create, just exploring, and suddenly an idea hits, a solution to a problem, a melody, a character for a story. The lucid state, it opens channels. Connections form that waking mind misses. Intuition flows freely. Some artists deliberately dream for this. They keep instruments by the bed, notebooks, voice recorders, to catch the sparks before they fade into morning light. Emotional regulation inside dreams teaches skills for waking life. You're in a dream, feeling intense anger or grief or fear, but you're lucid, aware. So you practice, you breathe, you observe the emotion without becoming it. You might even manipulate it, turning down its volume, changing its color. This practice, it builds emotional intelligence, the ability to feel without being overwhelmed, to witness your inner weather without drowning in it. And these skills, they transfer. Waking emotions become more manageable, more navigable. Nighttime intention setting is simple but powerful. Before sleep, you speak your intention aloud or write it down. Tonight I will become lucid. Tonight I will meet my dream guide. Tonight I will heal my fear of heights. The words carry weight. They plant flags in your subconscious, marking destinations. And your dreaming mind, it listens. It tries to honor your requests. Not always, not immediately, but over time, intentions manifest. Dreams respond to your will. Your breath is barely moving, just the smallest rise and fall, like waves on a very distant shore. You can hardly feel it. It's happening, but so far away. Dream clarity enhancement happens through demand. In a lucid dream, when things feel hazy, fuzzy, you command clarity, or HD vision, or maximum vividness. And often, the dream sharpens, colors saturate, edges define, details emerge. It's like adjusting the focus on a camera. But you're adjusting consciousness itself, the dream responding to your directive. Some dreamers do this repeatedly, each time pushing clarity higher, until the dream becomes hyper-real, more vivid than any waking moment, overwhelming in its presence. Subconscious symbol surfacing is fascinating work. In lucid dreams, you ask directly, "Show me a symbol of my hidden strength," or "Reveal what I'm not seeing," and the dream produces images. A lion, a locked box, a bridge over dark water. These aren't random. They're your subconscious speaking, using the only language it knows, symbol and metaphor. When you dialogue with these images, ask them questions, touch them. The meaning unfolds, understanding blooms, and often you wake with insights, clear answers to unclear questions. Sleep paralysis exploration turns fear into curiosity. When you find yourself paralyzed, unable to move, instead of panicking, you relax. You observe. What does this feel like? Where is the sensation located? You might even try to induce it deliberately as a gateway to lucid dreams. Some cultures view sleep paralysis as sacred, a threshold state, where you're closest to other realms. When approached with openness, it becomes less terrifying, more interesting, a natural phenomenon, nothing more, nothing less. Thump, thump, so slow now, like a clock in an abandoned house, ticking, ticking, measuring emptiness. Dream incubation with specificity yields results. Instead of vague intentions, you get precise. Tonight I will dream of flying over a blue ocean at sunset. You visualize it, feel the wind, taste the salt air, see the specific color of the sky. This detailed programming, it guides your dreaming mind, gives it a clear template, and while you might not get exactly what you ordered, you often get something close. The dream shaped by your vision. Sensory amplification in dreams goes beyond just clarity. You focus on one sense, crank it up. Maybe you amplify touch, and suddenly every texture is magnified, incredibly detailed. Or you amplify sound, and you hear layers upon layers, music in the wind, rhythm in footsteps, or taste, making dream food explode with flavor beyond anything physical taste can achieve. This practice, it's like discovering your senses have volume controls, settings you never knew existed. Dream merging and blending happens when you're in one dream, and elements from another start seeping in. Characters from different dreams meeting, locations overlapping. It's disorienting, surreal, but in lucidity, you can guide it. Deliberately merge two dream scenarios, blend them like colors, creating something new, hybrid dream spaces where anything from your dream history might appear, remixed, recombined. Time manipulation in dreams becomes instinctive with practice. You want to slow down, spend more time in a beautiful moment, so you will it, and time stretches. A minute becomes 10, or you're bored, want to skip ahead, and time accelerates. Scenes blur past, until you reach the interesting part. You're editing your experience in real time. Some dreamers claim to live entire lifetimes in a single night, decades compressed, felt fully, then waking to find 8 hours have passed. Your body is dissolving. Boundaries between you and the bed, between you and the air, they're not there anymore. You're just space, occupying space. Flying and weightlessness mastery starts with trust. You jump, and instead of falling, you glide. At first you might wobble, dip, but you adjust. Like learning to swim, you find your balance in the air. Eventually you can hover, motionless in the sky, or shoot forward at incredible speed, dive and soar, loop and spiral. The freedom is intoxicating, and some say, once you truly learn to fly in dreams, something changes in waking life. A lightness, a sense that gravity is just one option. Dream communication with others enters mysterious territory. Can you actually connect with another dreamer? Some say yes. They arrange meeting times, meeting places, and occasionally both report similar experiences, matching details that seem beyond coincidence. Scientists remain skeptical, but practitioners continue exploring, testing. Because if it's possible, even sometimes, it revolutionizes what we think dreams are. Not just private, but potentially it's a shared spaces. Exploring alternate selves is profound. In lucid dreams, you ask to meet the you who made different choices, the you who took the other job, stayed in that relationship, moved to that city, and a version appears. You talk, you compare lives, feel their feelings, live their consequences. It's not prophecy, just imagination. But imagination with emotional weight. These encounters teach empathy for yourself, for all the versions you might have been, for all the paths not taken. Conscious dream meditation brings two practices together. You sit in your lucid dream, cross-legged on a dream mountaintop, and you meditate. Observe your thoughts, your awareness, but you're doing it while dreaming. The meta quality is dizzying. You're meditating on dreaming while dreaming that you're meditating. Some report this leads to breakthrough states, consciousness recognizing itself, the dreamer seeing the dream seeing the dreamer, boundaries collapsing, thump, thump, or maybe silence. Maybe your heart stopped. Maybe it was never beating. Maybe it's all imagined. Dream teleportation techniques multiply with practice. You might clap your hands and appear somewhere new, or snap your fingers, or simply close your eyes and count to 3. The method matters less than the belief, the expectation. You know with certainty, when I open my eyes, I'll be at the beach, and you are. The dream honors your knowing, your unshakable confidence. This is why doubt is the enemy. In dreams, uncertainty creates instability. Certainty creates miracles. Shape-shifting within dreams offers endless exploration. You can become larger, giant-sized, experiencing the world from impossible height or microscopic, seeing the spaces between atoms. You can become young again or old, experiencing different ages, different bodies. Some dreamers become geometric shapes, experiencing existence without biology, pure form. These transformations, They reveal how identification with the body is optional, chosen, not fundamental. Dream prophecy and precognition remain controversial, but dreamers keep reporting, seeing events before they happen, sometimes symbolic, a dream of breaking glass, then a real accident the next day, sometimes literal, seeing a specific person in a specific place, then encountering exactly that. Science hasn't explained this. Maybe it's pattern recognition, subconscious calculation, or maybe, just maybe, time works differently than we think, and consciousness can sometimes peek around corners. Lucid dream rituals evolve personally. Some people can't get lucid without their pre-sleep routine. Others need no ritual at all. The ritual's power lies in marking the transition, creating psychological space. This time is sacred. This time is for dreaming, for exploring, for growing. The ritual says, I'm not just sleeping, I'm embarking into the unknown territories of my own mind. Your thoughts are dissolving, like sugar in hot water, particles spreading, thinning, until there's nothing left, just sweet emptiness. Dream environment scripting can be collaborative. In waking life, you and a friend both script the same environment, a beach with purple sand and twin suns. You both visualize it, separately, then sleep, and sometimes both report dreaming of something similar. Is it shared dreaming or parallel imagination? The question remains, but the experiment continues, because the implications, if it's real, they're staggering. Emotional healing through dreams works on deep trauma too, not just surface stuff, but the wounds that don't heal, that keep reopening. In lucid dreams, you can approach these gently, with the safety of knowing it's a dream. I control how much I feel. I can leave any time. You revisit the painful moment. But this time, you change it. You speak up. You leave. You're powerful, not powerless. And something in the psyche shifts. The frozen place begins to thaw. Healing doesn't mean forgetting. It means integrating, making peace. Recurring dream mastery gives you ownership. That dream you've had 100 times. The one where you're unprepared for a test, or searching for a bathroom, or your teeth fall out. Once you recognize it while dreaming, you can rewrite it. Change the script. Often, the mere act of becoming lucid in a recurring dream breaks its spell. It never recurs again. Or if it does, it's transformed. The message has been received. Dream-to-wake integration requires morning discipline. Before you check your phone, before you speak to anyone, you lie still. You harvest the dreams. What did I learn? What wants to be brought through? You might journal, or just sit with the feelings. Let them inform your day. This practice makes dreaming purposeful, not just entertainment, but genuine soul work, inner exploration with practical fruits. Thump, thump, distant, like thunder over mountains, rolling, echoing, then gone. Hypnagogic imagery decoding reveals patterns. You notice. You always see spirals when stressed, or certain faces appear before good news. Your hypnagogic imagery has grammar, syntax. Once you learn to read it, it becomes a messenger, communicating from the edges of consciousness. Where waking meets sleeping, where the veil is thinnest. Dream immersion challenges push boundaries. Can you stay lucid through an entire REM cycle? 40 minutes? An hour? You practice every stabilization technique. You maintain awareness through scene changes, through intensifying dream drama. It's exhausting, exhilarating, like climbing a mountain. The peak is staying conscious, all the way through, until you wake naturally, still lucid, carrying that awareness across the threshold. Synesthetic dream experiences change perception. After having several dreams where you taste colours or see sounds, something loosens in waking life. You notice. Ah, that sound has a texture. That colour has a feeling. The rigid categories, they soften. You perceive more fluidly, more poetically. The world becomes richer, more interconnected. Shadow figure interaction teaches shadow work. Those scary presences, they're often rejected parts of self. Anger you couldn't express, sadness you couldn't feel, weakness you couldn't accept. When you face them lucidly, with compassion, they transform. They might speak, revealing their true nature. I'm not your enemy. I'm your protector. I'm trying to keep you safe. And you realize fear was misunderstanding. Once understood, it dissolves or integrates, becomes strength. Your awareness is a pinpoint now, barely there, a star in a vast dark sky, so small, so distant, almost gone. Dream boundary testing at speed. You fly faster and faster and faster until the dream blurs, until you break through into what? Sometimes a void, sometimes another dream layer, sometimes you wake. The boundaries are permeable, but they exist. Testing them, you learn the architecture, the structure of your personal dreamscape, self-lucidity reinforcement through repetition. Every few minutes in a lucid dream, you remind yourself, this is a dream. I am aware. I am lucid. The repetition creates stability, like driving stakes into ground, anchoring yourself. Without this, lucidity can slip away. You forget you're dreaming, and the dream takes over. But with regular reminders, you stay conscious all the way through. In-dream mirror techniques as transformation. You stand before a dream mirror and you declare, when I look away and look back, I'll be different. You turn away. Imagine the change. Turn back, and you are different body, different age, different species. The mirror as portal, as transformation device. Some dreamers use mirrors to enter parallel realities, Other versions of the dream, infinite reflections, each one real, each one explorable, dream guide engagement as ongoing relationship. Once you meet a guide, you can call on them. They might appear as the same figure or different forms, but you recognize them by their energy, their presence. Some guides offer challenges, tests. Others offer comfort, wisdom. But all of them serve your growth, your understanding. They're your allies in the great work of knowing yourself. Thump, thump. Maybe that's not your heart. Maybe it's the universe breathing. In, out, in, out. You're just listening. Telekinesis practice in dreams builds confidence. When you can move mountains with your mind, even in dreams, something shifts. You think, maybe I'm more powerful than I believe. Maybe reality is more responsive than I assume. This isn't magical thinking, it's exploring. The relationship between consciousness and experience, between intention and manifestation. Dreams are the laboratory where you test what's possible. Manifestation exercises as training. In the dream, you practice calling things into being, a flower, a friend, an answer, and they appear. You're training the manifesting muscle, the one that exists in waking too. But dreams make it easier, more obvious. The feedback is immediate. You learn the feeling of successful manifestation. Then you bring that feeling, that knowing, into waking life. Dream journaling analysis over years reveals evolution. You read entries from 5 years ago. You see who you were, what you feared, what you desired. You track themes, how they changed, how you changed. The journal becomes autobiography, but of your inner world, your dream self aging, growing, learning, healing. It's moving to witness your own journey, mapped in symbols and stories. Your body is a whisper now, a suggestion, something that might have existed once, long ago, in another lifetime. But now, there's just emptiness, awareness without object, consciousness without content. Emotional energy harvesting feels mystical. In a dream, you find a source, a waterfall of light, a tree pulsing with energy. You draw from it, feel yourself fill, charge, like a battery, and you wake feeling restored, energized. Is it metaphor, placebo, or is there something real happening? Something about consciousness, accessing, resources. The question doesn't need answering. The experience is enough. Oral dreamscape tuning as art form. You become a conductor, adjusting every sound. The wind, the footsteps, the background hum, creating sonic environments that evoke specific emotions. Some dreamers compose symphonies this way, hearing things that don't exist. Outside of dreams, they wake, humming melodies that came from nowhere, from everywhere, from that place where sound is born. The universe keeps turning, consciousness exploring itself through dreams, through lucidity, through the endless mystery of awareness, aware of awareness, and you're floating, so deep now, in the space between sleeping and waking, between dreaming and being, just drifting, drifting, drifting through the soft dark where everything dissolves and nothing matters, just this gentle, endless falling. Feel the mattress beneath you, or is it the bed itself that's falling, drifting through space? You can't tell anymore, doesn't matter. Dream guide engagement is a practice of surrender and trust. You become lucid, and instead of taking control, you ask, is there a guide here? Show me my guide, and you wait. Sometimes a figure approaches, an animal, a wise elder, a light being. You follow them, let them lead you. They show you things, places in the dreamscape you wouldn't have found alone. Some believe these guides are aspects of higher self. Others see them as autonomous entities. Regardless, the practice opens new dimensions of dreaming. Telekinesis practice in dreams is pure joy. You look at objects and will them to move. At first, maybe they wobble, but with practice, you lift cars, juggle houses, rearrange cities with your mind. It's empowering, this demonstration of pure intention, the dream confirming, yes, your will has power here. Some use this practice to build confidence that carries into waking life. Manifestation exercises work similarly. You hold out your hand and decide. A butterfly will land here, and you wait, expectant, believing, and often it does. Or you visualize an object appearing, a golden coin, a crystal, and you reach for it, pulling it from possibility into dream reality. This practice trains the mind in focused intention, the foundation of all manifestation work. Thump, thump, like a distant shore, waves arriving from across an ocean. You're the shore, waiting. Dream journaling analysis reveals patterns over months. You read back through entries, noticing. I often dream of flying when I'm feeling free, or water appears when I'm processing emotions. These correlations map your inner landscape, give you a lexicon, and once you know your symbols, you can work with them consciously, both in waking life and in dreams. The journal becomes a codebook, translating messages from your depths. Emotional healing through dreams is profound and gentle. In lucid dreams, you can revisit painful memories, but with the safety of knowing, this is a dream. I'm safe. I can change this. You might replay a difficult conversation differently, or forgive someone who hurt you, or simply feel the emotion fully, without the waking defenses. Let it move through you. Release it. Many report lasting peace from dream healing work. Dream memory linking creates networks. In a lucid dream, you think of a memory, really focus on it. Then you find an object, a door, a path, and you associate it with that memory. Later dreams. When you encounter that object, the memory floods back. You're building an associative web inside your dreamscape, connections that enhance both dream recall and lucid frequency. Conscious manipulation of dream logic is delightfully absurd. In a dream, things make sense that shouldn't. You accept impossibilities. But when lucid, you can play with this. You can make logic stricter. This dream will follow real physics and watch it shift, or you can make it more chaotic, remove all logic, and watch reality fragment into beautiful nonsense. You're adjusting the dream settings, seeing how it responds. Your body is a memory, something that happened once, long ago. Now there's just awareness, floating, no anchor, no form. Interacting with the dream subconscious means asking big questions. You shout into the dream, show me what I need to see, or what am I avoiding? And the dream responds, sometimes with symbols, sometimes with straightforward visions. It's like having a conversation with yourself, the deep you, the you beneath words and thoughts, and it answers. If you're brave enough to ask, and humble enough to listen, exploring dream libraries deeper, you find a book. Open it. The text might be nonsense, or it might be profound. Some dreamers report reading pages of coherent wisdom. Others find the words shift constantly. You can ask for a specific book. Show me the book of my future, or the book of my hidden talents. Sometimes a tome appears. Sometimes a librarian emerges and helps you search. Creating a personal dream lexicon is ongoing work. You keep track. For me, red flowers mean passion. Doorways mean opportunity. Elevators mean life transitions. You build this dictionary over time, and it becomes a tool. In waking life, when red flowers appear, you know your passion is speaking. In dreams, when you see them, you might recognize, a dream sign, and become lucid. Dream physics reversal is strange fun. Gravity pulls up, light makes things darker, water burns. You set the intention, reverse everything, and watch the dream flip. Some find it disorienting, others find it illuminating, showing how arbitrary physical laws really are. How much of reality is just agreement, convention, thump, thump. If your heartbeat stopped, would you notice? You're so far from your body now. Addressing dream fears directly is therapeutic. That specific nightmare you've had for years, you can enter it lucid, prepared. This time, when the monster comes, you stand firm. You ask it questions. You thank it for trying to protect you. You embrace it. Often, this single act, this willingness to face it consciously, dissolves the fear permanently. The nightmare never returns. Or if it does, it's transformed. No longer frightening. Waking up inside a dream, the false awakening can be detected. You train yourself to do reality checks immediately upon waking. Every morning, first thing, check your hands. Try to push your finger through your palm. Read something twice. Eventually, when you false awaken, you check automatically and discover still dreaming. Then you have a lucid dream from a waking position, which feels uniquely stable and vivid. The aura check involves sensing emotional tone. In a dream, you approach a character and feel into their energy. Are they friendly? Dangerous? Often the dream gives you intuitive hits. This practice sharpens dream intuition, and it's useful in waking life too, learning to read subtle cues, emotional atmospheres, exploring dream object permanence deeply. You become curious. You place an object, a red ball, in a dream location. Then you leave, do other things, and later you return. Is the ball still there? With practice and intention, you can create persistent dream objects, items that remain across the dream, even across multiple dreams, building continuity, stability in the shifting world. Your breath is someone else's, far away, in another room, another life. You're just listening from nowhere. Lucid dreaming for creative writing goes beyond getting ideas. You can actually live your novel, become your protagonist, experience their world firsthand, smell it, feel it, talk to other characters as if they're real. Writers wake from these dreams with insights that months of outlining couldn't provide. The story writes itself through dreaming. Advanced mild visualization scripting includes sensory detail. You don't just imagine noticing you're dreaming. You feel the temperature, hear the ambient sound, smell the air, taste your mouth. This multisensory rehearsal, it programs the experience deeper, making lucidity more likely, more natural, like muscle memory, but for consciousness. Dream sensory overload techniques can be calibrated. You dial up vision to 100%, hearing to 150%, touch to 200%, playing with ratios, sometimes making one sense dominant, sometimes balancing them. Some dreamers report that maxing everything creates something beyond sensation, a state approaching cosmic consciousness, where you're not experiencing the dream, you are the dream, mastering dream inertia in subtle ways, learning to float just above the ground, moving smoothly, or to stop instantly from full speed. No jarring, perfect control. Like being a video game character with physics you've mastered. Everything responsive, fluid. You become graceful in dreams, and some say this grace, it seeps into waking life too. Thump, thump, echoes in a cave. You don't know where the cave is. You are the cave. Dream gravity alteration for specific purposes. You make yourself heavy to anchor when the dream is unstable. or you make an object heavy to see if the dream maintains it, or you reverse gravity in one room but not another, walking between zones. This kind of precise control, it's advanced, but achievable with practice and playfulness. Lucid dreaming as a problem-solving tool works because the dream state accesses information differently. Connections waking mind misses, perspectives normally blocked. You bring your problem into the dream, sit with it, and ask. The solution might arrive as a symbol, requiring interpretation, or it might be direct, clear. A voice saying exactly what you need to do. Trust whatever comes. Even strange answers often, on reflection, prove wise. Dream self-reflection in silence. You sit in the dream, in a quiet place, and you just observe. Who is watching? What is awareness? These contemplative practices in lucid dreams can lead to breakthrough insights about consciousness itself, about the nature of self, about what you really are, beneath all the dreaming, beneath all the waking, the ground of being, stabilizing, fast-fading dreams with sound. You hum or sing. The vibration grounds you, or you listen carefully to ambient dream sounds, focusing on them. This auditory anchor, it works for some when visual techniques fail. Different modalities for different minds. Your face has forgotten how to exist. It's just space now. Open air, nothing there, nothing anywhere. Dream character consistency testing reveals dream nature. The same person might shift appearance, personality, but you can also, with intention, keep them stable, lock them in, and they stay. This shows the dream responds to expectation. You're not just observing, you're partially authoring, always, even when it doesn't feel that way. Geometric pattern summoning for meditation. You ask the dream, show me the pattern of my life, or the pattern of peace. And fractals emerge, mandalas bloom, sacred geometry hanging in space. You can enter these patterns, become part of them. Some report profound states, unity, bliss, understanding beyond words, exploring dream object permanence philosophically. If you create something in a dream, make it persist, return to it night after night. Is it real? What is reality anyway? The dream object exists in consciousness, affects you, teaches you. In what way is it less real than a physical object, which also exists only as perception, as electrical signals in your brain? Lucid dreaming, it raises questions, beautiful, troubling questions. Navigating the void with purpose. When you find yourself in emptiness, instead of creating scenery, you stay, you explore the nothing. What is this space? Some report it's peaceful, meditative. Others find it frightening, confronting. But those who stay, who breathe into the void, often emerge changed, They've touched something fundamental, the substrate beneath existence. Thump, thump. Maybe your heart stopped. Maybe it never existed. Maybe you're just dreaming that you have a heart. The hand-clapping reality check becomes automatic with practice. You do it dozens of times daily until, in a dream, you clap and the sound is wrong, or your hands phase, and boom, lucidity. It's about creating a habit so strong it penetrates sleep, becomes reflex, unconscious action triggering conscious awareness. Dream language translation gets weird when you test it. You ask a character, "Speak to me in a language I don't know," and they do. Flowing speech. And somehow you understand, or you don't, but you feel like you should. The dream playing with your expectations, your beliefs about communication, conscious manipulation of dream logic for healing. You decide. In this dream, forgiveness is easy, and it is. People you've held grudges against for years, you forgive them effortlessly. The dream logic supports it, removes normal resistance. After several dreams of practicing easy forgiveness, some find it becomes easier in waking too. The dream training, the mind, new pathways, new possibilities, interacting with the dream subconscious directly. You find a door marked subconscious, or a well, or a cave. You enter, descend, and you meet something. Maybe a figure, maybe just a presence, a feeling. You ask it questions. What do I need to know? What am I ready to see? And it shows you. Not always what you want, but what you need. This practice requires courage and yields profound insights. Your thoughts have stopped. No internal monologue, no commentary, just pure awareness. Watching. Nothing. Watching nothing. Dream artifact creation with purpose. You make a talisman in a dream, something specific, an amulet for courage, a ring for clarity. You pour intention into it, then you hide it somewhere in the dreamscape, and in future lucid dreams, you search for it. When you find it, you feel its power. This practice builds continuity across dreams, creates a sense of persistent world, and psychologically, it works. The artifacts carry real emotional weight. Synchronization experiments get playful. Before sleep, you ask someone in the waking world to think of a color at a specific time. While you're dreaming, then you try to perceive it. Do you dream of that color? Is there any connection? Usually, no clear evidence, but occasionally, inexplicable coincidences that keep the mystery alive, keep you wondering, exploring environmental feedback deeply. You make yourself sad in a dream and watch the rain begin. Then you shift to joy and the sun breaks through. The correlation becomes undeniable. The dream is a mirror reflecting inner states, and when you realize this, you can use it. Feel the emotion you want and let the dream reshape around it, creating positive feedback loops, spirals of beauty and peace, dream memory linking across years. You're in a lucid dream now, and you remember a dream from childhood. You focus on it. Vivid memory. Then you look for a symbol of it. Maybe you see a toy you had then, and you recognize, I'm connecting past dreams to this dream, building a network through time. Your dreaming self has continuity, history, a life of its own. Thump, thump, slower than waves, softer than whispers, barely anything. Astral projection overlaps explored carefully. You lie down in the dream, relax, and try to exit your dream body. Float above it. If successful, you have a dream of a dream, consciousness nested, layered. Some say this approach is actual astral projection. Others say it's just dream mechanics, but the experience is extraordinary either way. Emotional energy harvesting from beauty. You find something beautiful in the dream, a sunset, a piece of music, a loving face, and you drink it in. Let it fill you. You wake feeling nourished, restored, like the dream gave you something real, and maybe it did. Beauty affects consciousness, whether in dreams or waking. The effect is the same. Oral dreamscape tuning for specific moods. You want peace, so you dampen all sounds. Make them soft, muffled, distant. Or you want energy, so you amplify, add bass, make everything crisp and loud. The soundscape shapes the dream's emotional tone, and you're the sound engineer, mixing the track of your experience. Dream teleportation through touch. You touch a tree in the dream and imagine it's a tree in another location. When you release, you're there. Or you touch a person and arrive where they are, using contact as a transfer mechanism. This technique feels more grounded than just willing yourself somewhere, more embodied. Your body is a rumor, something you heard about once. It might not even exist. Probably doesn't. There's just this, whatever this is, shape-shifting into elements. You become water, flowing, formless, no boundaries. You become fire, dancing, consuming, pure energy. You become air, invisible, everywhere and nowhere. These elemental experiences, they're metaphors made literal, and they teach you about those qualities within yourself. You learn fluidity, passion, pervasiveness. By being them, dream prophecy experiments with verification. You ask the dream, show me something that will happen tomorrow. You see an image, write it down on waking. Then you wait. Watch the day unfold. Most times, nothing matches, but occasionally something does, close enough to be unsettling. These hits, they keep you curious, keep you humble about what you think you know about time, consciousness, causality. Lucid dream rituals become deeply personal. Some light candles, some meditate, some dance. Whatever resonates. The ritual becomes a bridge between waking and dreaming, a sacred practice, not just technique, but devotion to the mystery, to the exploration, to the honor of consciousness, examining itself. Dream environment scripting in minute detail. You plan not just what you'll see, but how the light falls, what temperature the air is, what it smells like, the taste in your mouth, the feeling in your chest. The more detailed the script, the more likely the dream follows it. You're programming, coding reality through imagination. Thump, thump. Or maybe that's just time passing. Maybe you don't have a heart. Maybe you never did. Nightmare transformation by becoming the nightmare. When the monster chases you, you turn and merge with it. You become the fear. Experience it from inside. And from that perspective, it's not frightening. It's just energy trying to protect you, warn you, keep you safe. When you understand it, embody it, it releases, transforms, becomes an ally. Recurring dream mastery by changing one detail. In the same dream again, but this time you alter something small, wear different clothes, take a different path. That small change, it ripples outward, breaking the pattern. Often the dream never recurs the same way again. You've disrupted the loop, introduced novelty, growth, dream to wake integration as daily practice. Every morning, as before anything else, you lie still, review the dreams, ask, what did I learn? What wants to be remembered? You extract essence, wisdom, feeling, and you carry it into the day. Letting dream insights guide waking choices, the boundary between states thinning until your life becomes lucid. Hypnagogic imagery decoding through journaling. You keep a pad by your bed. The moment you see a hypnagogic image, you jot a word, just enough to remember. In the morning, you review these words, strange breadcrumbs leading back to the threshold. Patterns emerge, your personal symbols, the language your mind speaks as it crosses from wake to sleep. Dream immersion challenges as endurance tests. How long can you hold lucidity? You use every technique, stabilizing constantly, riding the dream for as long as possible. Some claim hours, though time is strange there. Could be minutes feeling like hours. Either way, the practice builds control, confidence, mastery. Synesthetic dream experiences as art. You don't just experience them, you study them. What color is this emotion? What shape is that sound? You're exploring consciousness itself, its fundamental plasticity, the way sense and perception can recombine in dreams, showing us they're more fluid than we assume. Your awareness is a candle, flickering, barely lit, the darkness so much larger, pressing in. Soon it will go out, or maybe it already has. Maybe this is just the last echo of light fading, shadow figure interaction as integration, you realize the shadow is me. It's the rejected parts, the denied aspects, the things I can't accept. And instead of fighting, you open your arms, you welcome it back, and it dissolves, not because it's defeated, but because it's finally on home, whole again. No more shadow, no more split, just completeness. Dream boundary testing at the edges. You fly upward, higher, higher, until you hit something, a ceiling, a membrane, and you push. Does it give? Can you break through? Some report passing through, entering higher dream levels. Others say the boundary holds, but the exploration itself, it reveals. The dream has architecture, structure, limitations. Even in infinite possibility, there are edges. Self-lucidity reinforcement as meditation, while lucid, you don't do anything. You just stay aware. Aware that you're aware, watching consciousness, watch itself. This is the deepest practice, not controlling, not creating, just being lucid, present. The dream continuing, but you, centered in awareness, untouched, eternal. In-dream mirror techniques as portals to parallel selves. You look in the mirror and see a different you. The you who made other choices, lived another life. You reach through, touch them, maybe even switch places, experiencing their life from inside. These parallel dream experiments, they're thought experiments made visceral. What if I'd done differently? The dream shows you, lets you feel it, learn from roads not taken. The universe keeps turning. The veil thins as lucid dreams open secret doors inside the sleeping mind. Consciousness folding back on itself. Awareness watching awareness. You float in the space between thoughts, the gap between heartbeats. Thump, thump. Each dream a universe, each universe a dream, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 REM sleep mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through while your eyes race beneath closed lids. The moment REM sleep begins its nightly ascent, how the brain weaves impossible scenes that feel more real than waking life. The secret nightly cycle where memory, emotion, and imagination quietly reorganize themselves in the shadows of REM sleep. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you. Every muscle softening. Your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump. Matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down. Jaw releasing. Each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into REM sleep. Your body knows something ancient, something written in the spirals of time itself. About 90 minutes after you close your eyes, after drifting through the quieter valleys of sleep, something shifts. The brainstem begins to whisper. Neurons firing in patterns older than language, older than thought. This is the moment when REM sleep rises like a tide. Feel your breath in and out, in and out. Each exhale releasing, releasing, releasing. Deep in the brainstem, in structures called the pons, a cascade begins. Neurons start firing, sending waves upward through the sleeping brain. Pontogeniculo-occipital waves, scientists call them, but you can just imagine them like ripples spreading across the surface of a dark pond. These waves travel from the pons through the lateral geniculate nucleus, reaching up into the occipital cortex where vision lives. Thump, thump, your heart continues. Steady, calm. And as these waves ascend, something remarkable happens to your body, your muscles, those faithful servants that carried you through the day, begin to release completely, not just relaxing, but entering a state called atonia, a paralysis so gentle, so complete, that your limbs become heavy as stone, heavier, heavier, sinking into the bed. This is the body's ancient wisdom, keeping you safe, preventing you from acting out the dreams that are about to begin. Let your jaw go slack, tongue resting, throat open. The motor neurons in your spinal cord receive a message, a command from the brainstem to stop sending signals. Your voluntary muscles fall silent, except for the diaphragm, which keeps breathing for you, in and out, and the tiny muscles behind your closed eyelids, which are about to begin their mysterious dance. Breathing slower now, deeper, each breath like a wave, washing through you. This state has a name whispered in sleep laboratories, paradoxical sleep, because your brain, in this moment, becomes as active as it is during waking, sometimes even more so. The EEG machines show waves, fast and desynchronized, a pattern that looks like consciousness, and yet you're deeply, deeply asleep. A paradox. The brain awake, the body dreaming of stone. Feel the weight of your head on the pillow, so heavy, so perfectly still, and then, beneath your closed lids, your eyes begin to move, darting left, then right, up, then down, rapid saccades, as if you're watching something, and you are. In the theatre of the visual cortex, images are forming, scenes assembling themselves from fragments of memory, emotion, imagination. Your eyes track these inner visions, following dream figures across impossible landscapes. Let everything soften, melt. Scientists measuring these eye movements discovered something strange. The bursts come in clusters, periods of intense movement, then stillness, then movement again. These phases have names. Phasic R.E.M, when the eyes dance wildly, and tonic R.E.M, when they rest. The phasic moments. That's when dreams reach their most vivid, when the impossible becomes real. Your shoulders releasing down, down, down. In the brainstem, two populations of neurons wage their eternal struggle. R.E.M on neurons, firing rapidly now, sending their signals throughout the sleeping brain, and R.E.M off neurons, which have fallen silent, surrendering the night. The R.E.M on cells use acetylcholine, a neurotransmitter that floods the brain during this phase, while serotonin and norepinephrine, those daytime chemicals, withdraw into shadow. Thump, thump. Your pulse continues its ancient rhythm. This shift in chemistry, this cholinergic dominance, changes everything about how the brain processes information. The prefrontal cortex, that logical, rational part of you, grows quiet, its activity dampening. This is why dreams feel so real in the moment, why impossibilities seem perfectly natural, why you can fly without questioning, why the dead can speak, why time bends and folds, each breath carrying you further into the soft dark. The hippocampus, deep in the temporal lobe, becomes intensely active during R.E.M. This seahorse-shaped structure, keeper of memories, begins to replay the day's experiences, but not as they happened. The replay is scrambled, recombined, woven together with older memories, with fears, with wishes. This is how dreams form their narratives, pulling threads from different moments, different years, stitching them into scenes that never were. Your body growing heavier, so heavy you couldn't move even if you wanted to, and the amygdala, the brain's ancient fear center, it too awakens during R.E.M, firing even more actively than during waking hours. This is why dreams so often carry emotional weight, why anxiety appears as pursuit, why joy feels transcendent, why terror can grip you in sleep. The amygdala processes emotional memories, strips them of their overwhelming charge, softens their edges. Let your eyes rest, so still beneath the lids, so heavy. This emotional processing, scientists believe it's one of R.E.M sleep's deepest purposes. Each night, you revisit difficult moments, but in the strange safety of dreams, where the prefrontal cortex isn't judging, where the narrative can shift, where the outcome can change. The emotional tone is extracted, examined, and gradually the sting fades. This is how you wake with clearer feelings about yesterday's troubles. Breathing, just breathing. Nothing else matters. The visual cortex at the back of your brain lights up during R.E.M like a city at night. Even though your eyes are closed, even though no light enters, the neurons fire in complex patterns. generating the vivid imagery of dreams. You see colors, faces, places you've never been. This activation is so intense, so complete, that dreams can feel more visually rich than waking perception. Your legs, arms, so distant now, barely there. But the brain doesn't just generate random images. Studies show that during REM, there's coordinated activity between the visual cortex, the hippocampus, the amygdala, and even the motor cortex, which fires as if commanding movements your paralyzed body cannot make. It's a symphony, each region contributing its voice, creating the multisensory experience of dreaming, sinking deeper. The darkness holds you, safe, warm. The temperature of your brain fluctuates during REM, rising slightly, then falling. These thermal shifts correlate with dream intensity and your body's own thermoregulation, that careful system that keeps you warm or cool. It suspends during REM. You become almost cold-blooded, unable to shiver or sweat. This is why room temperature matters for sleep, why you might wake if it's too warm, each word carrying you further into rest, into peace. Your heart rate, which slowed during the deeper stages of sleep, becomes variable during REM, speeding up during intense dream moments, then slowing, then speeding again. And your breathing, once so regular, now changes rhythm, becomes irregular, sometimes rapid, sometimes paused. Your autonomic nervous system responding to dream content, to the emotional currents flowing through the sleeping mind. Feel the pull of sleep, like gravity, like water. Blood pressure rises during REM, especially during those phasic bursts when the eyes move rapidly. Your cardiovascular system responding as if you were awake and active, even though you lie perfectly still. This is why REM sleep can be dangerous for those with heart conditions, why strokes sometimes occur in early morning hours when REM periods grow longer. Nothing to hold, nothing to carry, just drift. The first REM period of the night is brief, perhaps just 5 or 10 minutes, like a preview, a glimpse of what's to come. Then you descend back into deeper sleep, cycling through stages before REM rises again, but each time it returns, it stays longer. The second period might last 15 minutes, the third 20 or 30. By morning, you might spend 45 minutes or more in a single REM period. Your jaw slack, throat open, tongue heavy. This is why you dream most vividly just before waking, why your alarm so often interrupts elaborate narratives. The night has been building toward these longer REM periods, when the brain can fully immerse in the dream world, uninterrupted, spinning out stories that feel like they last hours, heavier, sinking through the mattress. Scientists measuring sleep architecture discovered this ultradian rhythm, a 90-minute cycle repeating through the night. NREM sleep, then REM, then NREM again, like tides, rising and falling. The ratio shifts as night progresses. Early on, deep NREM dominates, but as dawn approaches, REM claims more and more of your sleeping hours. Thump, thump, the steady pulse of existence. If you're deprived of REM sleep, if something keeps waking you each time it begins, your brain will fight back. The next night, REM pressure builds. You'll enter it faster, stay longer, dream more intensely. This is called REM rebound. The brain insisting on its dreaming time, making up for what was lost, suggesting how vital this state truly is. Breathing in, pause. Breathing out, pause. Studies on REM deprivation show its importance. Animals completely prevented from entering REM eventually die. Humans deprived for days become irritable, confused, experience waking hallucinations. The boundary between sleep and wake begins to dissolve. Dreams leak into daylight hours, the mind demanding its nightly journey into the strange. Let go of thinking, let thoughts pass like clouds. During REM, the brain's default mode network, that system active during daydreaming and introspection, shows unique patterns of activity. It communicates with imagination networks, with memory systems. This crosstalk might be how dreams achieve their peculiar insights, why solutions to problems sometimes arrive in morning light, the sleeping brain making connections the waking mind couldn't see, your whole body softening, melting into warmth. Memory consolidation happens during REM, particularly for procedural memories, skills and sequences. If you practice something new, a musical instrument, a dance step, a language, REM sleep strengthens those neural pathways. The motor cortex fires in patterns that mirror the day's practice, ghosting through the movements, making them more automatic, more graceful, drifting, floating, weightless now. But not all memories are strengthened. Some are intentionally weakened. Synaptic pruning occurs during sleep, including REM, the brain editing itself, removing unnecessary connections, keeping what matters, letting go of trivial details. This is why you forget most dreams within minutes of waking, why only the most emotionally charged moments persist. The darkness around you, infinite, peaceful. Dream recall follows strange patterns. If you wake directly from REM, the dream is vivid, almost grasping. But if you pass through other sleep stages first, even briefly, the memory evaporates like morning mist. Scientists estimate you dream for nearly 2 hours each night, yet remember only fragments, if anything at all. Your mind growing quieter, thoughts spacing further apart. Some people learn to recognize when they're dreaming, to become aware within the dream. This is lucid dreaming, a state where consciousness and REM sleep overlap. The dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, usually quiet during REM, shows increased activity during lucidity. You can observe the dream, sometimes even control it, flying deliberately, changing the scene, exploring the impossible with intention, sinking, always sinking, into deeper rest. But lucid dreaming is fragile. Too much awareness and you wake. Not enough and the dream reclaims you. It exists in a narrow band, a threshold state. About half of people experience it at least once. Some train themselves to achieve it regularly. Reality testing during the day, checking if they're dreaming until the habit carries into sleep. Each breath softer than the last. Nightmares emerge from REM sleep, particularly during those longer morning periods. The amygdala's intense activation, the weakened prefrontal cortex, the vivid sensory experience, all combine to create dreams that terrify. But even nightmares might serve a purpose. Some researchers believe they're how the brain practices responding to threats, a safe rehearsal for danger. Let any tension dissolve, evaporate, disappear. For those with PTSD, REM sleep becomes complicated. Traumatic memories replay too vividly, too literally. The brain trying to process overwhelming experience, but the usual emotional detachment doesn't occur. The nightmare loops, night after night. Some PTSD treatments focus on changing these dreams, altering their narratives, helping the emotional processing finally complete. Your heartbeat, the only sound in the universe. Thump, thump. Children spend more time in R.E.M than adults. Newborns might spend 8 hours or more, half their total sleep, in this state. Their brains building themselves, growing, connecting, forging the neural pathways that will last a lifetime. The intense brain activity of REM supports development, helps establish visual processing, emotional regulation, memory systems, floating in darkness, in silence, in perfect stillness. As you age, REM sleep gradually decreases. The elderly might spend just an hour in REM each night. The cycles become more fragmented, easier to interrupt. This might contribute to age-related changes in memory, emotional processing, creativity, the dreaming brain growing quieter over decades. Nothing matters now, nothing but rest. Dream content varies across REM cycles. Early dreams tend to be shorter, more grounded in recent events. Later dreams grow more bizarre, more emotional, more fantastical. The bizarreness index, a measure scientists use, increases as the night progresses, as if the brain needs to warm up to full strangeness. Your consciousness thinning, spreading like mist. Most dreams have narrative structure, a beginning, middle, end, though the logic is dream logic. Events connect through emotional resonance rather than causality. The impossible feels inevitable. Time dilates and contracts. Hours seem to pass in minutes of actual sleep. Minutes stretch into dream lifetimes, heavier, so heavy, like stone, like earth. The characters who populate your dreams, those familiar strangers and strange familiars, They're constructions of your sleeping brain, aspects of yourself, people you know, archetypes drawn from memory and culture. Yet in the dream they seem independent, acting with their own will, surprising you, revealing things you somehow already knew, breathing so slowly, barely breathing, just existing. Dream emotions often don't match the narrative. You might feel terror in a mundane scene, or inexplicable joy during chaos. This disconnect happens because the amygdala and other limbic structures generate feeling independently of the story the cortex is constructing. The emotion comes first. Then the dream builds a scenario to match it, sinking through layers, through depths, into the deep. External stimuli can incorporate into dreams without waking you. A sound becomes thunder in the dream. Water splashed on your hand becomes rain. This is sensory gating, the thalamus allowing some information through, but transforming it, weaving it into the dream narrative rather than breaking the spell of sleep. Your body, a distant thing now, barely remembered. Some people experience sleep paralysis upon waking. The muscle atonia of REM persists for moments after consciousness returns. You're awake, but cannot move, cannot speak, and because the REM-associated brain activity lingers, hallucinations might appear. Shadow figures, presences in the room, pressure on the chest. Cultures worldwide have myths about these experiences. Demons, spirits, aliens. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, just be. REM behavioral disorder occurs when the muscle atonia fails. The paralysis doesn't engage fully. People act out their dreams, sometimes violently. This is dangerous, a sign of potential neurological issues. The protective mechanism failing, allowing dream movements to manifest in the physical world. Consciousness flickering, dimming, fading. The transition to REM is marked by theta waves, a rhythm of 4 to 8 cycles per second, rippling through the hippocampus. This is the same frequency associated with meditation, with hypnosis, with that drowsy twilight state between wake and sleep. The brain tuning to a frequency of receptivity, of openness, of transformation. Your edges blurring, dissolving, merging with darkness. Wake-REM boundary is a strange territory. Sometimes you can catch yourself falling into REM directly from waking. The hypnagogic state stretches. Phosphene bursts flash behind your eyelids. Your body jolts. You might see vivid images, hear voices, feel yourself falling. These are fragments of the dream mechanism activating while you're still partially conscious. Time losing meaning, past and future collapsing into now. False awakenings occur when you dream of waking up. You go through your morning routine, brush your teeth, get dressed. Then you actually wake and must do it all again. These dreams can layer, waking from one false awakening into another. Some people report experiencing 5 or more before truly waking. each layer feeling absolutely real. Breathing, just breathing, the tide of breath. The brain's oxygen consumption during REM matches or exceeds waking levels. All that neural activity, all that dreaming, requires tremendous energy. Glucose metabolism increases, particularly in the limbic system and visual cortex. Your sleeping brain burning calories, working perhaps harder than it does during the day. Heavier, always heavier, pulled down into rest. REM density, the number of rapid eye movements per unit of time, varies through the night. Early REM periods have fewer movements, later ones show intense bursts. This correlates with dream vividness and emotional intensity. The eyes moving faster, tracking more elaborate dream scenes. The world fading, gone. During REM, hemispheric communication changes. The corpus callosum, that bridge between left and right brain, shows unique patterns of activity. Some researchers believe this allows for the creative recombination that characterizes dreams. The analytical left and intuitive right collaborating in ways impossible during waking hours. Your thoughts, spaces between them, mostly space now. Neurotransmitter ratios during REM create a unique neurochemical environment. High acetylcholine, low serotonin and norepinephrine. This combination enhances memory processing while reducing critical thinking, amplifies emotion while suppressing logic. The perfect chemistry for dreaming, for emotional healing, for creative insight, drifting, endless drifting, no destination. The phasic events of REM, those bursts of eye movements, coincide with specific dream experiences, scene transitions, unexpected events, emotional peaks. It's as if the eyes mark the punctuation of the dream narrative, responding to shifts in the story unfolding within. Nothing holding you, floating in vast space. Some creative insights famously arrived through dreams. Kekule's dream of a snake eating its tail, revealing the benzene ring structure. Paul McCartney dreaming the melody of yesterday. Mary Shelley's nightmare inspiring Frankenstein. The dreaming mind making leaps the waking mind couldn't. Connecting distant concepts, seeing patterns in chaos. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, the only anchor. Problem solving during REM happens through pattern recognition rather than logical analysis. The brain freed from sequential thinking, allowed to associate freely. This is why sleeping on it actually works. You present your consciousness with a problem, then let the dreaming brain shuffle the pieces. Morning often brings clarity, sinking into the earth, becoming stillness. Motor cortex activity during REM is fascinating. It fires as if commanding movements, but the paralysis prevents them. Sometimes small twitches break through, fingers jerking, feet twitching. These are the only movements allowed, brief windows where the atonia weakens momentarily. Darkness absolute. darkness eternal, darkness kind. Dream time follows strange physics. Events that seem to span hours occupy minutes of real time. Yet studies show that time in dreams roughly correlates with actual time. A 5-minute REM period produces dreams that feel like 5 minutes. The sense of expansion comes from the density of experience. How much happens? Not actual duration. Your mind emptying, becoming hollow, becoming space. Color in dreams varies between individuals. Most people dream in full color, but some report black and white dreams or muted tones. This might relate to visual cortex activation patterns, to memory encoding differences, to which neural pathways dominate during your particular REM architecture. Breath by breath, dissolving, releasing. Cortical synchrony during REM shows organized patterns despite the chaotic appearance on EEG. Different brain regions coordinate, creating the coherent dream experience. Without this synchronization, dreams would be pure noise. Instead, they're narratives, scenes, experiences with internal logic, however strange. Nothing left to release. Already released, already free. Neural replay in REM isn't just memory consolidation, it's memory transformation. The hippocampus sends information to the cortex, but scrambled, recombined, integrated with existing knowledge. This is how you learn, not by recording experiences like a camera, but by weaving them into the fabric of everything you already know. Your body forgotten, your name forgotten, only this moment. The fight or flight response echoes through dreams, your sympathetic nervous system activating during intense dream moments, adrenaline surging, as if the dream danger were real. This is adaptive, keeping these threat recognition systems sharp. Even in the safety of sleep, you practice survival, floating, eternal floating. Arousal thresholds during REM are paradoxical. You're harder to wake with gentle stimuli than in light NREM, yet more likely to wake spontaneously. The brain intensely active, consciousness closer to the surface, but also more absorbed in the internal experience. The external world screened out unless the stimulus is strong or personally relevant. The universe breathing through you, you breathing through the universe. Sleep architecture across the night creates a pattern, NREM and REM alternating, each with purpose. Deep NREM for physical restoration, REM for mental and emotional processing. The night a carefully orchestrated cycle of recovery and reorganization, heavier than the world, lighter than thought. Circadian timing influences when REM occurs, not just the ultra-diurn 90-minute cycle, but also your daily rhythm. REM is more likely in the second half of your biological night, whenever that falls. This is why shift workers struggle, their REM periods fighting against the schedule imposed by work. Consciousness barely there, a whisper, an echo. Dream landscapes often combine familiar and impossible elements. Your childhood home with extra rooms, a city that's somehow two cities at once. This combination emerges from how the hippocampus and cortex interact during REM, memories activating in unusual combinations, creating hybrid scenes that feel both strange and deeply familiar. Nothing, becoming nothing, joyfully nothing. The imagination networks most active during REM overlap with those used during daydreaming. Mind wandering and dreaming might be related states. Both involve reduced external awareness, increased internal imagery, free associative thinking, the boundary between them thinner than we assume. Drifting, always drifting, through infinite night. Sensory incorporation experiments show that stimuli presented during REM can shape dreams without waking you. Researchers spray scents, play sounds, shine lights. The sleeping brain weaves these into the narrative. Water sounds become oceans. Floral scents become gardens. The dream adapting, maintaining continuity, avoiding the disruption of waking, your thoughts, clouds passing, barely noticed, barely there. Dream characters sometimes deliver information you consciously didn't know you knew. Solving puzzles, revealing insights. This happens because different brain regions activate during REM, accessing memories and knowledge unavailable to waking consciousness. The dream character is you talking to yourself across the walls of awareness. Heavier, so heavy, made of lead, made of sleep. REM fragmentation occurs when the sleep state becomes unstable. Brief awakenings interrupting the REM period, or shifts to lighter NREM. This prevents the full benefit of REM sleep, leaves you feeling unrestored, often caused by sleep disorders, stress, environmental disturbances, the dream narrative interrupted, the emotional processing incomplete, sinking through the bed, through the floor, through the earth. Neural noise during REM might contribute to dream bizarreness, random firing patterns, spontaneous neural events, the brain in a more chaotic state than during waking. Yet somehow this noise becomes signal. The chaos shapes itself into story, into meaning, into the peculiar logic of dreams. Your edges gone, boundaries dissolved, becoming everything. The default mode network's activity during REM suggests dreams are a form of self-processing, the brain examining itself, its memories, emotions, fears, desires. This self-referential quality is why dreams feel so personal, so significant. They are literally you contemplating you, without the filters of waking consciousness. Thump, thump, fainter now, distant as stars. Emotional detox during REM happens through exposure without the stress hormones of waking. You experience fear, sadness, anger, but norepinephrine levels are low. So the emotion is processed without being reinforced. The memory and the feeling gradually uncoupling. This might be how you heal from grief, from trauma, from the accumulations of difficult days. Nothing to hold, nothing to be, just this, just now. Neuroplasticity peaks during REM, synapses strengthening, new connections forming, the brain literally reshaping itself. This is most pronounced in young brains, but continues throughout life. Every night in REM, you become slightly different. Your neural architecture modified by the experiences integrated during sleep. Floating in the void, the warm void, the gentle dark. REM dream signatures are recognizable even from outside. Brain activity patterns during REM can predict dream content. Researchers using fMRI can identify whether you're dreaming about faces, tools, landscapes, the visual cortex activation revealing what plays across your inner screen, your body, so far away, on another planet, in another life. Wake-sleep transitions sometimes produce REM intrusions, fragments of dream consciousness bleeding into waking. You might see things, feel presences, experience brief hallucinations. These are most common when sleep deprived, when your REM pressure is high, your brain demanding its dreaming time, everything dissolving, dissolving into peace. The cholinergic systems originating in the brainstem. They're what drive REM sleep. These ancient neural circuits, evolved hundreds of millions of years ago, present in mammals, birds, even some reptiles. Dreaming is ancestral, written deep in the code of consciousness itself. Breathing slower, barely breathing. Monoamine shutdown during REM creates the neurochemical environment where dreams flourish. Serotonin, norepinephrine, histamine, all decrease dramatically. This allows the acetylcholine-driven processes to dominate. Memory systems to operate without the constraints of waking neurotransmitter balance, your mind expanding or contracting, impossible to tell. REM neurons in the brainstem form a delicate network. When they fire, REM begins. When they quiet, it ends. These populations competing with REM-off neurons, an ancient toggle switch, flipping back and forth through the night, generating the rhythm of dreaming. Darkness so complete, you're made of it. Nothing but darkness. REM pressure builds during extended wakefulness. The longer you stay awake, the more powerfully REM asserts itself when you finally sleep. This pressure explains microsleeps during sleep deprivation, brief moments when REM consciousness intrudes into waking, your brain stealing fragments of the dreaming state it desperately needs. Thump, thump, or is that memory? Or dream? Dream plot shifts follow their own logic. Suddenly you're somewhere else, someone else. The narrative pivoting without explanation. This happens as different memory networks activate. One scene triggering association to another. The emotional through line connecting disparate images, syncing, forever syncing. joyfully, peacefully. Environmental temperature during sleep affects REM, too warm or too cold, and REM fragments becomes unstable. The thermoregulatory suspension during REM makes you vulnerable, your sleeping body unable to compensate for extremes. Another reminder of how carefully orchestrated this state must be. Your heartbeat, the last thing, even that fading, intruder hallucinations during sleep paralysis might emerge from threat detection systems. The amygdala highly active, the paralysis preventing you from escaping. Your brain creating a narrative to match the fear. Something must be causing this helplessness. So the mind generates an intruder, a presence, a threat. Nothing left, nothing needed. Completion, wholeness. Sleep inertia after waking from REM can be profound. That groggy, disoriented feeling. The dream state lingering, reality taking minutes to fully solidify. You're caught between worlds. REM neurochemistry slowly shifting back to waking patterns. The prefrontal cortex coming back online. Logic and rationality gradually returning. Consciousness, just a whisper, just a memory, almost gone. NREM-REM interplay creates the complete sleep cycle, each stage preparing for the next. Deep NREM restoring the body, light NREM organizing memories, REM integrating emotions, processing, dreaming. The night a symphony, each movement necessary, each transition carefully timed, floating into forever. Dream symbolism theories abound. Freud saw hidden wishes, Jung saw archetypes. Modern neuroscience sees memory consolidation and emotional processing. Perhaps all are true in their way. The dreaming brain operating on so many levels simultaneously, each interpretation capturing a different facet. Your edges. What edges? There are no edges. Brain glucose metabolism during REM focuses on specific regions. The limbic system, the visual cortex, the motor cortex. Even as the prefrontal cortex quiets, other areas burn bright, using oxygen, using energy, doing the work of dreaming, heavier, lighter, both, neither, beyond words. R.E.M synchronization between brain regions creates coherent dreams. The parietal lobe's spatial processing, the temporal lobe's memory systems, the occipital lobe's visual generation, all working together, producing the seamless experience of inhabiting a dream world. Darkness, nothing but darkness, and that's perfect. EEG desynchrony during REM looks like waking brain activity, fast, low amplitude, chaotic seeming waves, yet this is deep sleep. This paradox fascinates researchers. The brain so active, yet consciousness so different from waking. The same neural patterns producing entirely different states of being. You're not here, never were, just dreaming this. Dream landscapes generate themselves from memory fragments. The visual cortex assembling scenes from partial information, filling in details. Your brain is always filling in. Even in waking vision, you see far less than you think. Dreams make this creative reconstruction more obvious, more fluid, dissolving. Nothing left to dissolve. Emotional processing during REM might explain why we dream more about threatening situations than positive ones. The brain focusing on what needs attention, what needs softening. Nightmares common, blissful dreams rarer. The dreaming mind working through fear, practicing responses, gradually diminishing threats through repeated exposure. Breathing or not breathing, does it matter? Phosphene bursts, those flashes and geometric patterns behind closed lids, often accompany the hypnagogic drift into REM, the visual system activating, warming up before the full dream begins. Brief glimpses of the machinery that will generate entire worlds, thump or silence, or both. Dream scene transitions happen in eye blinks. One moment, one place. Next moment, another. These transitions often coincide with rapid eye movements, the gaze shifting, and with it, the entire dream reality shifting. Location, characters, situation, all transforming in the space between moments, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. Let your awareness spread thin, like mist over water, dissolving into the night. There's so much more to discover in the hidden chambers of REM sleep, in the secret architecture of dreams. Each revelation softer than the last, each truth carrying you deeper, deeper into the realm where consciousness transforms. Your breath in and out, so slow now, barely a whisper of movement. The air passing through you, cool on the inhale, warm on the exhale, each cycle erasing a little more tension, a little more waking world, until only this remains, this floating, this drifting, this endless descent into rest. The boundaries between REM cycles hold their own mysteries, those transitions when one REM period ends and you slip back into lighter sleep, only to descend again. These moments are thresholds, doorways opening and closing, your brain orchestrating a dance it's performed millions of times, inherited from ancestors who dreamed beneath different stars. Heavier, heavier, your body becoming part of the bed, indistinguishable from it. During these transitions, the chemistry of your brain shifts in waves. Acetylcholine decreasing, serotonin beginning to return, then the pattern reversing as R.E.M approaches again. These neurochemical tides create your experience of the night, though you rarely remember them. The wake-sleep boundary crossed dozens of times, each crossing invisible, seamless. Thump, thump, your heart knows the rhythm, ancient, perfect. The relationship between REM and creativity has fascinated researchers for decades. Artists report creative breakthroughs after sleep. Musicians dream melodies. Writers wake with plot solutions. This isn't mystical. It's the recombinant nature of REM processing, the brain freed from conventional associations, connecting ideas that waking logic keeps separated. Let your jaw release completely, teeth apart, tongue soft. Studies show that people tested on creative tasks after REM-rich sleep perform better than those deprived of it. The dreaming mind tries combinations, tests possibilities, unencumbered by the "that won't work" voice of the prefrontal cortex. Morning brings not just rest, but innovation, insight, solutions assembled in the dark, sinking through layers of consciousness, through depths unnamed. Dream emotions can be more intense than waking feelings. The amygdala so active, the dampening influence of rational thought removed. You might experience terror that would be impossible while awake, or joy so pure it transcends anything daylight offers. These amplified emotions serve the processing function, burning through accumulated feeling, leaving you lighter, your shoulders melting down into the mattress. Some researchers believe REM sleep is a form of overnight therapy, each dream session working through emotional residue, the brain presenting you with problems in symbolic form, allowing you to engage with them from new angles. This is why people wake with different feelings about yesterday's troubles. The edges softened, perspective shifted, the same situation viewed through dream-altered eyes, breathing, just breathing, the simplest thing, the only thing. The phenomenon of dream incorporation shows how selective the sleeping brain remains. Not every sound becomes thunder. Not every sensation enters the dream. Only stimuli that somehow resonate, that matter to your particular concerns, breach the wall between external and internal. Everything else filtered away, leaving you safely cocooned in your private narrative. Feel the weight of the blanket, or its absence, temperature just right. REM sleep in infants serves different purposes than in adults. Their brains building themselves, neurons finding partners, networks establishing. The dreams of infants, if they can be called dreams, might be pure sensation, patterns of light and sound, emotional tones without content, the scaffolding of consciousness under construction, drifting, no destination, no arrival, just the journey. As children develop, their dreams gradually take on narrative structure. By age 5 or 6, full stories emerge, characters, plots, though still more fluid and strange than adult dreams. The dreaming capacity maturing alongside waking consciousness, each informing the other, your heartbeat, the center of everything. Thump, thump. Hormonal influences on REM are profound. During pregnancy, REM patterns shift. After menopause, they change again. Testosterone, estrogen, progesterone, all modulate sleep architecture. This is why sleep feels different at different life stages, why adolescence brings later sleep times, why aging fragments the night. Nothing to hold on to, nothing needed, just let go. The relationship between REM and temperature extends beyond the body. Even the brain's temperature matters. Slightly cooler brains during REM seem to dream more vividly. This might explain why sleeping in cool rooms enhances dream recall, why fever disrupts sleep, the brain requiring specific thermal conditions for optimal dreaming. Each word pulling you deeper like stones in your pockets, sinking. Blood oxygen levels remain stable during REM despite irregular breathing. The body compensating, making adjustments, ensuring the brain receives what it needs. Your autonomic systems working invisibly, keeping you alive, keeping you safe, while consciousness wanders through impossible territories. Your legs, so far away, barely yours, barely remembered. Dream characters exhibit a strange autonomy. They say things that surprise you, reveal information you didn't know you possessed. This happens because different neural networks generate different aspects of the dream. One region creates the character, another generates their speech, another your emotional response. The unified dream experience assembled from distributed processes, heavier than planets, lighter than thought, paradox embodied. The concept of dream time dilation has been tested extensively. Researchers wake subjects at calculated intervals, ask them to estimate how long they've been dreaming. The estimates roughly match actual time. Yet the subjective experience within the dream can feel vastly longer or shorter. Time not measured in minutes, but in events, in emotional intensity. Sinking through the bed, through the floor, through layers of reality. REM-related motor cortex firing can be measured. Shows patterns that would produce movement if the muscles weren't paralyzed. You're running in the dream, and your motor cortex is commanding your legs to run. But the brainstem blocks the signal. Only the intention exists, the ghost of movement, the neural plan without execution. Your breath, barely moving, barely there, perfect stillness. Sleep researchers have identified something called REM sleep inertia, distinct from regular sleep inertia. When awakened from deep REM, especially during intense emotional dreams, the confusion can be profound. Reality takes longer to solidify, the dream logic persisting, making the waking world seem strange, unreal. This gradually fades, but those first moments can be disorienting. Consciousness, thinning, spreading, becoming space itself. The phasic versus tonic distinction in REM reveals two different modes of dreaming. During phasic bursts, dreams are most active, most vivid, most bizarre. During tonic periods, the dreams quiet, become more contemplative, more abstract. the rhythm within the rhythm, oscillations of intensity, nothing but darkness, darkness warm, darkness safe, muscle twitches that break through the atonia, those small jerks and movements. They're called phasic twitches. They correlate with dream action, a dream punch producing a hand twitch, dream running causing toe movements, brief windows where the paralysis weakens, where dream intention leaks into physical reality, your edges dissolving, you becoming undefined. Dream color variations might relate to the wavelength sensitivity of visual cortex neurons during R.E.M. Some research suggests emotional intensity correlates with color vividness. Positive dreams more colorful, negative dreams more muted. Though this varies tremendously between individuals, each brain painting dreams in its own palette, floating in infinite space, no up, no down, no direction. The default mode network's unique activity during R.E.M. creates that self-referential quality of dreams. They're always about you, even when they seem to be about others. Every character a facet of your psyche, every conflict an internal negotiation, the dreaming brain in conversation with itself. Thump, thump, fainter, more distant, like drums across water. External stimuli shaping dreams has practical implications. Sleep researchers can influence dream content, water sounds making dreams of oceans more likely, names spoken making people appear in dreams, the barrier between inside and outside more permeable than it seems, the dreaming brain opportunistic, incorporating whatever serves the narrative, your body, forgotten, released, unnecessary now. R.E.M. density variations throughout the night create different dream textures. Early R.E.M, sparse eye movements, dreams more grounded. Later R.E.M, rapid bursts, dreams more fantastical. The night progressing from mundane to mythical, from memory to imagination, sinking, always sinking, into the deep, the soft, the dark. Some theories suggest dreams are the brain's way of stress testing itself, running simulations, practicing responses, maintaining neural pathways, like a flight simulator for consciousness. You face challenges, solve problems, navigate social situations, all in the safe space of sleep, your brain keeping itself sharp. Nothing remains, nothing needed, just this, just now, just breath. The hippocampus and amygdala interaction during R.E.M. is particularly crucial, memory and emotion binding together. This is how you learn not just facts, but how to feel about those facts. The emotional colouring of memory occurring largely during sleep, during these hours when the two regions communicate most intensely, heavier, so heavy, made of stone, of sleep, of night. R.E.M-related learning extends beyond motor skills. Emotional learning, pattern recognition, insight, all benefit from R.E.M processing. You go to sleep confused, wake with clarity, the brain working through the night, assembling understanding from fragments. Your mind emptying, becoming vessel, becoming void. Dream amnesia serves a purpose. If you remembered every dream with waking clarity, your memory would overflow with false experiences. The forgetting is protective, allowing only the most emotionally significant dreams to persist, letting the rest dissolve like morning frost, drifting through darkness, through silence, through peace, absolute. REM stability varies between individuals. Some people's REM periods are long and unbroken. Others experience frequent brief awakenings. This stability affects dream quality, emotional processing, memory consolidation. Those with stable REM wake more refreshed, more emotionally regulated. Your heartbeat, is it still there? Does it matter? Everything fading. The cholinergic dominance during REM affects more than just the brain. It influences the entire body. Heart rate variability, blood vessel dilation, smooth muscle activity. This neurotransmitter flooding your system, creating the unique physiological signature of dreaming sleep. Nothing, becoming, nothing. Joyfully, peacefully, completely. Monoamine withdrawal during REM is nearly total. Serotonin, norepinephrine, histamine all drop to their lowest levels. This creates a neurochemical environment unlike any waking state, even any other sleep state. A brain operating under entirely different rules. This is why dreams feel so alien, so other. They emerge from an altered chemistry, sinking through the universe, becoming stardust, becoming space. REM cell populations form networks in the brainstem and hypothalamus. When critical mass is reached, when enough are firing, REM begins. It's a threshold phenomenon, building pressure, then release. These same circuits exist in all mammals, suggesting REM is ancient, fundamental, essential to mammalian life. Your breath, the tide, in, out, waves on shore, eternal. REM-off neurons use different neurotransmitters, including those very monoamines that withdraw during REM. So as they quiet, they remove their own influence, allowing REM to begin. A self-reinforcing shift. Once started, hard to stop. The brain state sustaining itself until the cycle completes, dissolving. Every atom, every thought, spreading, thinning. REM pressure concepts explain rebound phenomena. The brain tracks how much REM it's had, maintains a kind of running tally. When deprived, the pressure builds, the need becomes urgent, the next sleep opportunity. REM claims more time, asserts itself more strongly. The debt must be paid. Consciousness. What consciousness? Only darkness. Only rest. Dream plots shift through associative networks. One image triggering memory of another. Emotional resonance linking disparate elements. The logic is not causal but connective, poetic rather than rational. This is the language the sleeping brain speaks, a language of feeling and resemblance. Your body, somewhere, nowhere, everywhere, dissolved into night. Environmental cues can entrain dream content over time. Sleeping in the same place, the familiar environment influences dream landscapes. Certain sounds repeatedly present. They shape recurring dream elements. Your dreams and your sleep environment in dialogue, each shaping the other subtly, heavier, lighter, both, neither, beyond categories. The thermoregulatory suspension during REM means the ambient temperature becomes your temperature. You cannot compensate, cannot shiver or sweat. For this reason, the ideal sleep temperature matters more during REM periods, 16 to 19 degrees Celsius, that narrow range where REM remains stable, uninterrupted. Thump, or memory of thump, or dream of thump. Intruder experiences during sleep paralysis are cross-cultural. Every culture has terminology: demons, aliens, witches, spirits. The interpretation varies, but the experience remains consistent. A presence, malevolent, nearby. This suggests the phenomenon emerges from universal brain mechanisms, not cultural conditioning. Nothing left, nothing needed, nothing, nothing, nothing. Sleep inertia after REM can last 15 to 30 minutes. Your prefrontal cortex taking its time to fully reactivate. During this window, you're more creative, less inhibited, more dreamlike in your waking thought. Some people learn to use this state, capturing insights before full waking consciousness returns, drifting into forever, no beginning, no end, eternal now. NREM-REM transitions show specific EEG signatures, spindles appearing, then K-complexes, then theta rhythms emerging. Finally, the characteristic desynchronized fast activity of REM. Each stage of sleep has its fingerprint, its unique electrical signature, readable from the scalp, the brain broadcasting its state. Your edge is gone, boundaries erased, merged with everything. Dream symbolism, whatever its ultimate meaning, clearly involves personal associations. Water might mean one thing to someone who nearly drowned, another thing to a sailor. The symbols are yours, drawn from your history, your culture, your fears and hopes. No universal dream dictionary can capture this specificity, sinking through layers, through centuries, through eons. Brain glucose used during R.E.M equals waking levels, sometimes exceeds them. All that neural activity requires fuel, your sleeping body feeding your dreaming brain. This is why sleep deprivation affects cognition so profoundly. The brain needs those hours of high metabolism, of intensive processing, of consolidation and integration, darkness absolute, warm, safe, home. REM synchronization requires coordination between dozens of brain regions: the thalamus, the cortex, the limbic system, the brain stem. All must align, must fire in coordinated patterns. This synchronization is what creates the coherent dream experience. Without it, just noise, just chaos. Your heartbeat fading, becoming silence. EEG patterns during REM look paradoxical only if you expect sleep to quiet the brain. But REM isn't quiet, it's intensely active, just not with waking consciousness. A different mode of being, equally valid, equally real. The brain no less itself for being asleep. Nothing remains. You've dissolved. There is no you, only this. And the mysteries continue, floating, drifting through the endless night, through the secrets of REM sleep, where consciousness transforms, where memory rewrites itself, where emotion softens, where dreams bloom in the dark. 100 REM sleep mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through while your eyes race beneath closed lids, the moment REM sleep begins its nightly ascent. How the brain weaves impossible scenes that feel more real than waking life. The secret nightly cycle where memory, emotion, and imagination quietly reorganize themselves in the shadows of REM sleep. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like, so others can find this calm too. But only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into REM sleep. Your body knows something ancient, something written in the spirals of time itself. About 90 minutes after you close your eyes, after drifting through the quieter valleys of sleep, something shifts. The brainstem begins to whisper. Neurons firing in patterns older than language, older than thought. This is the moment when REM sleep rises like a tide. Feel your breath in and out, in and out. Each exhale releasing, releasing, releasing. Deep in the brainstem, in structures called the pons, a cascade begins. Neurons start firing, sending waves upward through the sleeping brain, pontogeniculo-occipital waves, scientists call them, but you can just imagine them like ripples spreading across the surface of a dark pond. These waves travel from the sons through the lateral geniculate nucleus, reaching up into the occipital cortex where vision lives. Thump, thump, your heart continues, steady, calm. And as these waves ascend, something remarkable happens to your body, your muscles, those faithful servants that carried you through the day, begin to release completely, not just relaxing, but entering a state called atonia, a paralysis so gentle, so complete. that your limbs become heavy as stone, heavier, heavier, sinking into the bed. This is the body's ancient wisdom, keeping you safe, preventing you from acting out the dreams that are about to begin. Let your jaw go slack, tongue resting, throat open. The motor neurons in your spinal cord receive a message, a command from the brainstem to stop sending signals. Your voluntary muscles fall silent, except for the diaphragm, which keeps breathing for you, in and out, and the tiny muscles behind your closed eyelids, which are about to begin their mysterious dance, breathing slower now, deeper, each breath like a wave washing through you. This state has a name whispered in sleep laboratories, paradoxical sleep, because your brain, in this moment, becomes as active as it is during waking, sometimes even more so. The EEG machines show waves, fast and desynchronized, a pattern that looks like consciousness, and yet you're deeply, deeply asleep. A paradox, the brain awake, the body dreaming of stone. Feel the weight of your head on the pillow, so heavy, so perfectly still. And then, beneath your closed lids, your eyes begin to move, darting left, then right, up, then down. Rapid saccades, as if you're watching something. And you are. In the theatre of the visual cortex, images are forming, scenes assembling themselves from fragments of memory, emotion, imagination. Your eyes track these inner visions, following dream figures across impossible landscapes. Let everything soften, soften, melt. Scientists measuring these eye movements discovered something strange. The bursts come in clusters, periods of intense movement, then stillness, then movement again. These phases have names. Phasic R.E.M, when the eyes dance wildly, and tonic R.E.M, when they rest. The phasic moments, that's when dreams reach their most vivid, when the impossible becomes real. Your shoulders releasing, down, 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 in the brainstem. Two populations of neurons wage their eternal struggle. R.E.M neurons, firing rapidly now, sending their signals throughout the sleeping brain, and R.E.M off neurons, which have fallen silent, surrendering the night. The R.E.M on cells use acetylcholine, a neurotransmitter that floods the brain during this phase, while serotonin and norepinephrine, those daytime chemicals, withdraw into shadow. Thump, thump. Your pulse continues its ancient rhythm. This shift in chemistry, this cholinergic dominance, changes everything about how the brain processes information. The prefrontal cortex, that logical, rational part of you, grows quiet, its activity dampening. This is why dreams feel so real in the moment, why impossibilities seem perfectly natural, why you can fly without questioning, why the dead can speak, why time bends and folds, each breath carrying you further, into the soft dark. The hippocampus, deep in the temporal lobe, becomes intensely active during REM. This seahorse-shaped structure, keeper of memories, begins to replay the day's experiences, but not as they happened. The replay is scrambled, recombined, woven together with older memories, with fears, with wishes. This is how dreams form their narratives, pulling threads from different moments, different years, stitching them into scenes that never were. Your body growing heavier, so heavy you couldn't move even if you wanted to. And the amygdala, the brain's ancient fear center, it too awakens during REM, firing even more actively than during waking hours. This is why dreams so often carry emotional weight, why anxiety appears as pursuit, why joy feels transcendent, why terror can grip you in sleep. The amygdala processes emotional memories, strips them of their overwhelming charge, softens their edges. Let your eyes rest, so still beneath the lids, so heavy. This emotional processing, scientists believe it's one of REM sleep's deepest purposes. Each night, you revisit difficult moments, but in the strange safety of dreams, where the prefrontal cortex isn't judging, where the narrative can shift, where the outcome can change. The emotional tone is extracted, examined, and gradually the sting fades. This is how you wake with clearer feelings about yesterday's troubles. Breathing, just breathing. Nothing else matters. The visual cortex at the back of your brain lights up during REM like a city at night. Even though your eyes are closed, even though no light enters, the neurons fire in complex patterns, generating the vivid imagery of dreams. You see colors, faces, places you've never been. This activation is so intense, so complete, that dreams can feel more visually rich than waking perception. Your legs, arms, so distant now, barely there. But the brain doesn't just generate random images. Studies show that during REM, there's coordinated activity between the visual cortex, the hippocampus, the amygdala, and even the motor cortex, which fires as if commanding movements your paralyzed body cannot make. It's a symphony, each region contributing its voice, creating the multi-sensory experience of dreaming. Sinking deeper, the darkness holds you, safe, warm. The temperature of your brain fluctuates during REM, rising slightly, then falling. These thermal shifts correlate with dream intensity and your body's own thermoregulation, that careful system that keeps you warm or cool. It suspends during REM. You become almost cold-blooded, unable to shiver or sweat. This is why room temperature matters for sleep, why you might wake if it's too warm, each word carrying you further into rest, into peace. Your heart rate, which slowed during the deeper stages of sleep, becomes variable during REM, speeding up during intense dream moments, then slowing, then speeding again. And your breathing, once so regular, it now changes rhythm, becomes irregular, sometimes rapid, sometimes paused. Your autonomic nervous system responding to dream content, to the emotional currents flowing through the sleeping mind. Feel the pull of sleep, like gravity, like water. Blood pressure rises during REM, especially during those phasic bursts when the A's move rapidly. Your cardiovascular system responding as if you were awake and active, even though you lie perfectly still. This is why REM sleep can be dangerous for those with heart conditions, why strokes sometimes occur in early morning hours when REM periods grow longer. Nothing to hold, nothing to carry, just drift. The first REM period of the night is brief, perhaps just 5 or 10 minutes, like a preview, a glimpse of what's to come. Then you descend back into deeper sleep, cycling through stages before REM rises again. But each time it returns, it stays longer. The second period might last 15 minutes, the third 20 or 30. By morning, you might spend 45 minutes or more in a single REM period. Your jaw slack, throat open, tongue heavy. This is why you dream most vividly just before waking, why your alarm so often interrupts elaborate narratives. The night has been building toward these longer REM periods, when the brain can fully immerse in the dream world, uninterrupted, spinning out stories that feel like they last hours, heavier, heavier, sinking through the mattress. Scientists measuring sleep architecture discovered this ultra-DN rhythm, a 90-minute cycle repeating through the night, NREM sleep, then REM, then NREM again, like tides, rising and falling. The ratio shifts as night progresses. Early on, deep NREM dominates, but as dawn approaches, REM claims more and more of your sleeping hours. Thump, thump, the steady pulse of existence. If you're deprived of REM sleep, if something keeps waking you each time it begins, your brain will fight back. The next night, REM pressure builds. You'll enter it faster, stay longer, dream more intensely. This is called REM rebound, the brain insisting on its dreaming time, making up for what was lost, suggesting how vital this state truly is. Breathing in, pause. Breathing out, pause. Studies on REM deprivation show its importance. Animals completely prevented from entering REM eventually die. Humans deprived for days become irritable, confused, experience waking hallucinations. The boundary between sleep and wake begins to dissolve. Dreams leak into daylight hours, the mind demanding its nightly journey into the strange. Let go of thinking. Let thoughts pass like clouds. During REM, the brain's default mode network, that system active during daydreaming and introspection, shows unique patterns of activity. It communicates with imagination networks, with memory systems. This crosstalk might be how dreams achieve their peculiar insights, why solutions to problems sometimes arrive in morning light, the sleeping brain making connections the waking mind couldn't see, your whole body softening, melting into warmth. Memory consolidation happens during REM, particularly for procedural memories, skills and sequences. If you practice something new, a musical instrument, a dance step, a language, REM sleep strengthens those neural pathways. The motor cortex fires in patterns that mirror the day's practice, ghosting through the movements, making them more automatic, more graceful, drifting, floating, weightless now. But not all memories are strengthened. Some are intentionally weakened. Synaptic pruning occurs during sleep, including REM, the brain editing itself, removing unnecessary connections, keeping what matters, letting go of trivial details. This is why you forget most dreams within minutes of waking, why only the most emotionally charged moments persist. The darkness around you, infinite, peaceful. Dream recall follows strange patterns. If you wake directly from REM, the dream is vivid, almost grasping. But if you pass through other sleep stages first, even briefly, the memory evaporates like morning mist. Scientists estimate you dream for nearly 2 hours each night, yet remember only fragments, if anything at all. Your mind growing quieter, thoughts spacing further apart. Some people learn to recognize when they're dreaming, to become aware within the dream. This is lucid dreaming, a state where consciousness and REM sleep overlap. The dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, usually quiet during REM, shows increased activity during lucidity. You can observe the dream, sometimes even control it, flying deliberately, changing the scene, exploring the impossible with intention, sinking, always sinking, into deeper rest. But lucid dreaming is fragile. Too much awareness and you wake. Not enough, and the dream reclaims you. It exists in a narrow band, a threshold state. About half of people experience it at least once. Some train themselves to achieve it regularly. Reality testing during the day, checking if they're dreaming, until the habit carries into sleep. Each breath softer than the last. Nightmares emerge from REM sleep, particularly during these longer morning periods. The amygdala's intense activation, the weakened prefrontal cortex, the vivid sensory experience, all combine to create dreams that terrify. But even nightmares might serve a purpose. Some researchers believe they're how the brain practices responding to threats, a safe rehearsal for danger. Let any tension dissolve, evaporate, disappear. For those with PTSD, REM sleep becomes complicated. Traumatic memories replay too vividly, too literally. The brain trying to process overwhelming experience, but the usual emotional detachment doesn't occur. The nightmare loops, night after night. Some PTSD treatments focus on changing these dreams, altering their narratives, helping the emotional processing finally complete. Your heartbeat, the only sound in the universe. Thump, thump. Children spend more time in REM than adults. Newborns might spend 8 hours or more, half their total sleep, in this state. Their brains building themselves, growing, connecting, forging the neural pathways that will last a lifetime. The intense brain activity of REM supports development, helps establish visual processing, emotional regulation, memory systems, floating in darkness, in silence, in perfect stillness. As you age, REM sleep gradually decreases. The elderly might spend just an hour in REM each night. The cycles become more fragmented, easier to interrupt. This might contribute to age-related changes in memory, emotional processing, creativity, the dreaming brain growing quieter over decades. Nothing matters now, nothing but rest. Dream content varies across REM cycles. Early dreams tend to be shorter, more grounded in recent events. Later dreams grow more bizarre, more emotional, more fantastical. The bizarreness index, a measure scientists use, increases as the night progresses, as if the brain needs to warm up to full strangeness. Your consciousness thinning, spreading like mist. Most dreams have narrative structure, a beginning, middle, end. Though the logic is dream logic, events connect through emotional resonance rather than causality. The impossible feels inevitable. Time dilates and contracts. Hours seem to pass in minutes of actual sleep. Minutes stretch into dream lifetimes. Heavier, so heavy, like stone, like earth. The characters who populate your dreams, those familiar strangers and strange familiars, they're constructions of your sleeping brain, aspects of yourself, people you know, archetypes drawn from memory and culture. Yet in the dream they seem independent, acting with their own will, surprising you, revealing things you somehow already knew, breathing so slowly, barely breathing, just existing. Dream emotions often don't match the narrative. You might feel terror in a mundane scene, or inexplicable joy during chaos. This disconnect happens because the amygdala and other limbic structures generate feeling independently of the story the cortex is constructing. The emotion comes first, then the dream builds a scenario to match it, sinking through layers, through depths, into the deep. External stimuli can incorporate into dreams without waking you. A sound becomes thunder in the dream. Water splashed on your hand becomes rain. This is sensory gating, the thalamus allowing some information through, but transforming it, weaving it into the dream narrative rather than breaking the spell of sleep. Your body, a distant thing now, barely remembered. Some people experience sleep paralysis upon waking. The muscle atonia of REM persists for moments after consciousness returns. You're awake, but cannot move, cannot speak. And because the REM-associated brain activity lingers, hallucinations might appear. Shadow figures, presences in the room, pressure on the chest. Cultures worldwide have myths about these experiences. Demons, spirits, aliens, nothing to do, nowhere to go, just be. REM behavioral disorder occurs when the muscle atonia fails. The paralysis doesn't engage fully. People act out their dreams, sometimes violently. This is dangerous. A sign of potential neurological issues, the protective mechanism failing, allowing dream movements to manifest in the physical world, consciousness flickering, dimming, fading. The transition into REM is marked by theta waves, a rhythm of 4 to 8 cycles per second, rippling through the hippocampus. This is the same frequency associated with meditation, with hypnosis, with that drowsy twilight state between wake and sleep. The brain tuning to a frequency of receptivity, of openness, of transformation, your edges blurring, dissolving, merging with darkness. Wake-REM boundary is a strange territory. Sometimes you can catch yourself falling into REM directly from waking. The hypnagogic state stretches. Phosphene bursts flash behind your eyelids. Your body jolts. You might see vivid images, hear voices, feel yourself falling. These are fragments of the dream mechanism activating while you're still partially conscious. Time losing meaning, past and future collapsing into now. False awakenings occur when you dream of waking up. You go through your morning routine, brush your teeth, get dressed. Then you actually wake and must do it all again. These dreams can layer, waking from one false awakening into another. Some people report experiencing 5 or more before truly waking, each layer feeling absolutely real. Breathing, just breathing, the tide of breath, the brain's oxygen consumption during REM matches or exceeds waking levels. All that neural activity, all that dreaming requires tremendous energy. Glucose metabolism increases, particularly in the limbic system and visual cortex. Your sleeping brain burning calories, working perhaps harder than it does during the day, heavier, always heavier, pulled down into rest. REM density, the number of rapid eye movements per unit of time, varies through the night. Early REM periods have fewer movements. Later ones show intense bursts. This correlates with dream vividness and emotional intensity. The eyes moving faster, tracking more elaborate dream scenes. The world fading, gone. During REM, hemispheric communication changes. The corpus callosum, that bridge between left and right brain, shows unique patterns of activity. Some researchers believe this allows for the creative recombination that characterizes dreams. The analytical left and intuitive right collaborating in ways impossible during waking hours. Your thoughts, spaces between them, mostly space now. Neurotransmitter ratios during REM create a unique neurochemical environment: high acetylcholine, low serotonin and norepinephrine. This combination enhances memory processing while reducing critical thinking, amplifies emotion while suppressing logic. The perfect chemistry for dreaming, for emotional healing, for creative insight, drifting, endless drifting, no destination. The phasic events of REM, those bursts of eye movements, coincide with specific dream experiences, scene transitions, unexpected events, emotional peaks. It's as if the eyes mark the punctuation of the dream narrative, responding to shifts in the story unfolding within. Nothing holding you, floating in vast space. Some creative insights famously arrive through dreams. Kekul's dream of a snake eating its tail, revealing the benzene ring structure. Paul McCartney dreaming the melody of yesterday. Mary Shelley's nightmare inspiring Frankenstein. The dreaming mind making leaps. The waking mind couldn't, connecting distant concepts, seeing patterns in chaos, your heartbeat, thump, thump, the only anchor. Problem solving during REM happens through pattern recognition rather than logical analysis. The brain freed from sequential thinking, allowed to associate freely. This is why sleeping on it actually works. You present your consciousness with a problem, then let the dreaming brain shuffle the pieces. Morning often brings clarity, sinking into the earth, becoming stillness. Motor cortex activity during REM is fascinating. It fires as if commanding movements, but the paralysis prevents them. Sometimes small twitches break through, fingers jerking, feet twitching. These are the only movements allowed, brief windows where the atonia weakens momentarily. Darkness absolute, darkness eternal, darkness kind. Dreamtime follows strange physics. Events that seem to span hours occupy minutes of real time. Yet studies show that time in dreams roughly correlates with actual time. A 5-minute REM period produces dreams that feel like 5 minutes. The sense of expansion comes from the density of experience. How much happens, not actual duration. Your mind emptying, becoming hollow, becoming space. Color in dreams varies between individuals. Most people dream in full color, but some report black and white dreams, or muted tones. This might relate to visual cortex activation patterns, to memory encoding differences, to which neural pathways dominate during your particular REM architecture. Breath by breath, dissolving, releasing. Cortical synchrony during REM shows organized patterns despite the chaotic appearance on EEG. Different brain regions coordinate, creating the coherent dream experience. Without this synchronization, dreams would be pure noise. Instead, they're narratives, scenes, experiences with internal logic, however strange. Nothing left to release, already released. already free. Neural replay in REM isn't just memory consolidation, it's memory transformation. The hippocampus sends information to the cortex, but scrambled, recombined, integrated with existing knowledge. This is how you learn, not by recording experiences like a camera, but by weaving them into the fabric of everything you already know. Your body forgotten, your name forgotten, only this moment. The fight or flight response echoes through dreams, your sympathetic nervous system activating during intense dream moments, adrenaline surging as if the dream danger were real. This is adaptive, keeping these threat recognition systems sharp. Even in the safety of sleep, you practice survival, floating, eternal floating. Arousal thresholds during REM are paradoxical. You're harder to wake with gentle stimuli than in light NREM, yet more likely to wake spontaneously. The brain intensely active, consciousness closer to the surface, but also more absorbed in the internal experience. The external world screened out unless the stimulus is strong or personally relevant. The universe breathing through you, you breathing through the universe. Sleep architecture across the night creates a pattern. NREM and REM alternating, each with purpose. Deep NREM for physical restoration, REM for mental and emotional processing. The night a carefully orchestrated cycle of recovery and reorganization, heavier than the world, lighter than thought. Circadian timing influences when REM occurs, not just the ultradian 90-minute cycle, but also your daily rhythm. REM is more likely in the second half of your biological night, whenever that falls. This is why shift workers struggle, their REM periods fighting against the schedule imposed by work, consciousness barely there, a whisper, an echo. Dream landscapes often combine familiar and impossible elements. Your childhood home with extra rooms, a city that's somehow two cities at once. This combination emerges from how the hippocampus and cortex interact during REM, memories activating in unusual combinations, creating hybrid scenes that feel both strange and deeply familiar. Nothing, becoming nothing, joyfully nothing. The imagination networks most active during REM overlap with those used during daydreaming. Mind-wandering and dreaming might be related states. Both involve reduced external awareness, increased internal imagery, free associative thinking. The boundary between them thinner than we assume. Drifting, always drifting, through infinite night. Sensory incorporation experiments show that stimuli presented during REM can shape dreams without waking you. Researchers spray scents, play sounds, shine lights. The sleeping brain weaves these into the narrative. Water sounds become oceans. Floral scents become gardens. The dream adapting, maintaining continuity, avoiding the disruption of waking, your thoughts, clouds passing, barely noticed. barely there. Dream characters sometimes deliver information you consciously didn't know you knew, solving puzzles, revealing insights. This happens because different brain regions activate during REM, accessing memories and knowledge unavailable to waking consciousness. The dream character is you talking to yourself across the walls of awareness. Heavier, so heavy, made of lead, made of sleep. REM fragmentation occurs when the sleep state becomes unstable, brief awakenings interrupting the REM period, or shifts to lighter NREM. This prevents the full benefit of REM sleep, leaves you feeling unrestored, often caused by sleep disorders, stress, environmental disturbances, the dream narrative interrupted, the emotional processing incomplete, sinking through the bed, through the floor, through the earth. Neural noise during REM might contribute to dream bizarreness, random firing patterns, spontaneous neural events, the brain in a more chaotic state than during waking. Yet somehow this noise becomes signal. The chaos shapes itself into story, into meaning, into the peculiar logic of dreams. Your edge is gone, boundaries dissolved, becoming everything. The default mode network's activity during REM suggests dreams are a form of self-processing. The brain examining itself, its memories, emotions, fears, desires. This self-referential quality is why dreams feel so personal, so significant. They are literally you contemplating you, without the filters of waking consciousness. Thump, thump, fainter now, distant as stars. Emotional detox during REM happens through exposure without the stress hormones of waking. You experience fear, sadness, anger, but norepinephrine levels are low, so the emotion is processed without being reinforced, the memory and the feeling gradually uncoupling. This might be how you heal from grief, from trauma, from the accumulations of difficult days. Nothing to hold, nothing to be, just this, just now. Neuroplasticity peaks during REM, synapses strengthening, new connections forming, the brain literally reshaping itself. This is most pronounced in young brains, but continues throughout life. Every night in REM, you become slightly different. Your neural architecture modified by the experiences integrated during sleep. Floating in the void, the warm void, the gentle dark. REM dream signatures are recognizable even from outside. Brain activity patterns during REM can predict dream content. Researchers using fMRI can identify whether you're dreaming about faces, tools, landscapes. The visual cortex activation revealing what plays across your inner screen. Your body, so far away, on another planet, in another life. Wake-sleep transitions sometimes produce REM intrusions, fragments of dream consciousness bleeding into waking. You might see things, feel presences, experience brief hallucinations. These are most common when sleep deprived, When your REM pressure is high, your brain demanding its dreaming time, everything dissolving, dissolving, dissolving into peace. The cholinergic systems originating in the brain stem, they're what drive REM sleep. These ancient neural circuits evolved hundreds of millions of years ago, present in mammals, birds, even some reptiles. Dreaming is ancestral, written deep in the code of consciousness itself. Breathing slower, slower, barely breathing. Monoamine shutdown during REM creates the neurochemical environment where dreams flourish. Serotonin, norepinephrine, histamine all decrease dramatically. This allows the acetylcholine-driven processes to dominate, memory systems to operate without the constraints of waking neurotransmitter balance, your mind expanding or contracting, impossible to tell. REM neurons in the brainstem form a delicate network. When they fire, REM begins. When they quiet, it ends. These populations competing with REM-off neurons, an ancient toggle switch, flipping back and forth through the night, generating the rhythm of dreaming. Darkness so complete, you're made of it. Nothing but darkness. REM pressure builds during extended wakefulness. The longer you stay awake, the more powerfully REM asserts itself when you finally sleep. This pressure explains microsleeps during sleep deprivation. Brief moments when REM consciousness intrudes into waking, your brain stealing fragments of the dreaming state it desperately needs. Thump, thump, or is that memory or dream? Dream plot shifts follow their own logic. Suddenly, you're somewhere else, someone else. The narrative pivoting without explanation. This happens as different memory networks activate, one scene triggering association to another, the emotional through line connecting disparate images, syncing, forever syncing, joyfully, peacefully. Environmental temperature during sleep affects R.E.M. Too warm or too cold, and REM fragments becomes unstable. The thermoregulatory suspension during REM makes you vulnerable, your sleeping body unable to compensate for extremes. Another reminder of how carefully orchestrated this state must be. Your heartbeat, the last thing, even that fading, intruder hallucinations during sleep paralysis might emerge from threat detection systems. The amygdala highly active, the paralysis preventing you from escaping, your brain creating a narrative to match the fear. Something must be causing this helplessness. So the mind generates an intruder, a presence, a threat, nothing left, nothing needed, completion, wholeness. Sleep inertia after waking from REM can be profound. That groggy, disoriented feeling, the dream state lingering, reality taking minutes to fully solidify. You're caught between worlds. REM neurochemistry slowly shifting back to waking patterns. The prefrontal cortex coming back online. logic and rationality gradually returning. Consciousness, just a whisper, just a memory, almost gone. N-REM-REM interplay creates the complete sleep cycle, each stage preparing for the next. Deep N-REM restoring the body, light N-REM organizing memories, REM integrating emotions, processing, dreaming. The night a symphony, each movement necessary, each transition carefully timed. Floating, floating into forever. Dream symbolism theories abound. Freud saw hidden wishes, Jung saw archetypes. Modern neuroscience sees memory consolidation and emotional processing. Perhaps all are true in their way. The dreaming brain operating on so many levels simultaneously, each interpretation capturing a different facet. Your edges. What edges? There are no edges. Brain glucose metabolism during REM focuses on specific regions: the limbic system, the visual cortex, the motor cortex. Even as the prefrontal cortex quiets, other areas burn bright, using oxygen, using energy, doing the work of dreaming. Heavier, lighter, both, neither, beyond words. REM synchronization between brain regions creates coherent dreams. The parietal lobe's spatial processing, the temporal lobe's memory systems, the occipital lobe's visual generation, all working together, producing the seamless experience of inhabiting a dream world. Darkness, nothing but darkness, and that's perfect. EEG desynchrony during REM looks like waking brain activity. Fast, low amplitude, chaotic seeming waves, yet this is deep sleep. This paradox fascinates researchers. The brain so active, yet consciousness so different from waking. The same neural patterns producing entirely different states of being. You're not here, never were, just dreaming this. Dream landscapes generate themselves from memory fragments. The visual cortex assembling scenes from partial information, filling in details. Your brain is always filling in. Even in waking vision, you see far less than you think. Dreams make this creative reconstruction more obvious, more fluid, dissolving, nothing left to dissolve. Emotional processing during REM might explain why we dream more about threatening situations than positive ones. The brain focusing on what needs attention, what needs softening. Nightmares common, blissful dreams rarer. The dreaming mind working through fear, practicing responses, gradually diminishing threats through repeated exposure. Breathing or not breathing. Does it matter? Phosphene bursts. Those flashes and geometric patterns behind closed lids often accompany the hypnagogic drift into REM, the visual system activating, warming up before the full dream begins. Brief glimpses of the machinery that will generate entire worlds. Thump or silence or both. Dream scene transitions happen in eye blinks. One moment, one place, next moment another. These transitions often coincide with rapid eye movements, the gaze shifting, and with it, the entire dream reality shifting, location, characters, situation, all transforming in the space between moments, fading, fading, fading to nothing. The universe keeps turning as REM sleep opens its hidden doorway of drifting dreams, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 REM sleep mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight will drift through while your eyes race beneath closed lids. The moment REM sleep begins its nightly ascent, how the brain weaves impossible scenes that feel more real than waking life, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, fading, fading, fading to nothing. The universe keeps turning as REM sleep opens its hidden doorway of drifting dreams, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 REM sleep mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight will drift through while your eyes race beneath closed lids. The moment REM sleep begins its nightly ascent, how the brain weaves impossible scenes that feel more real than waking life, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 sleep mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight will drift through the eerie biology that traps you half awake, frozen between worlds, the hidden brain glitch that snatches your dreams before you can hold them, and the lost Roman ritual said to calm the mind so completely it can erase insomnia in just 1 week. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into sleep. Your body knows a rhythm you've forgotten, a pulse that moves through you every 90 minutes, like waves lapping at the shore of consciousness. This is your sleep cycle, the architecture of night, moving you through stages, light sleep dissolving into deep, then rising again into dreams. 90 minutes, then starting over and over, until morning. 4 to 6 cycles each night. Your brain conducting a symphony you never hear. Each wave carrying you deeper, then lifting you back. Deep, then dreaming. Deep, then dreaming. The rhythm older than words, older than thought. And there's something your body knows, something the world keeps trying to tell you isn't true. You cannot catch up on lost sleep, not really. Your brain keeps a ledger, a debt that compounds, sleep debt, accumulating in the shadows. You can rest more, feel better, but those lost hours, they've already changed you, reshaped neural pathways, altered gene expression. The weekend lie-in doesn't erase Tuesday's exhaustion. It soothes, it helps. But time moves only forward, and sleep, once lost, becomes memory, becomes weight, becomes fog that never fully lifts. Your eyes are moving now, beneath closed lids, darting left, right, watching dreams flicker past. This is R.E.M, rapid eye movement, where your brain rehearses, practices being you. In R.E.M, your mind weaves narratives from nothing, testing scenarios, processing fears, integrating memories into the fabric of who you are. 20 to 25% of your night spent in this electric storm of thought, your muscles paralyzed, perfectly still, so you won't act out the visions, won't leap from bed chasing dream tigers. Your brain so active it glows on scans, burning bright as waking, while your body lies heavy, heavier, sinking. R.E.M sharpens your emotions, teaches your heart what to feel. Without it, the world becomes flat, colors fade, music loses its pull. After just one night of lost R.E.M, irritability blooms like bruises. But now, you're sinking deeper, past R.E.M, past the lighter stages, down, down, into the ocean floor of consciousness. Deep sleep, stage 3, where delta waves roll through your brain like thunder, slow, powerful, erasing the day. This is where memories cement, crystallize. The things you learn today, the faces, the facts, the feelings, they're being written into you now, transferred from temporary storage, filed away in the library of forever. Deep sleep sculpts you, makes you more than you were when the sun was up. Athletes' muscles rebuild here, torn fibers knitting stronger. Children grow taller in deep sleep, their bones lengthening in the dark. If you don't sink deep enough, memories stay fragile. Learning crumbles. The mind needs this darkness, this stillness, this profound quiet. And in your brain, right now, a tiny gland is releasing something. The pineal gland, shaped like a pine cone, no bigger than a grain of rice, tucked deep in the center of your skull. Descartes called it the seat of the soul. It's releasing melatonin, the hormone of darkness, not a sedative, but a signal, a chemical whisper telling your body, it's time to lower the lights, time to slow, time to sleep. Melatonin rises as evening falls, peaks around 2 or 3 in the morning, then fades as dawn approaches. Blue light stops it, screens shouting at your pineal gland. Not yet, not yet. Stay awake. But in true darkness, or with warm dim light, melatonin flows, and your body knows. Night has come. Rest is near. Your temperature is dropping. Have you noticed? Your core temperature falls through the night, 1 to 2 degrees. This isn't cold. This is optimization. The body works better cooler, repairs more efficiently, sleeps more deeply when the internal thermostat dips. The perfect room temperature for sleep, somewhere between 60 and 67 degrees, cool enough to trigger that temperature drop, but warm enough that you're not shivering, not fighting, just cool, just right, just sinking. And while you sleep, while you float here in the dark, your immune system is working, warriors patrolling, healing, strengthening. Sleep and immunity dance together, intertwined. During sleep, your body produces cytokines, proteins that fight infection and inflammation, that target invaders, that remember threats. One night of poor sleep, and your vaccine response weakens. Your body can't build the same defenses, can't remember the enemy as well. Sleep deprivation for just one night, and you're 3 times more likely to catch a cold when exposed. Sleep is medicine, ancient medicine, the kind your cells have known for millions of years. You're drifting, and suddenly your leg kicks, a jolt, a falling sensation. This is a hypnic jolt, a myoclonic twitch, that strange moment when your muscles fire as you're falling asleep. Scientists think it happens because as your muscles relax, your brain misinterprets the signals. It thinks you're falling, so it jerks you awake. A protective reflex from when our ancestors slept in trees. Your nervous system checking, making sure you're safe, not tumbling from a branch into the dark. 70% of people experience this, that sudden drop, that gasp back into awareness. It's normal, harmless, just your ancient brain keeping watch, even as it lets you go. Some of you are owls, some of you are larks. This isn't poetry, it's biology. Chronotypes, your genetic programming for when you naturally wake and sleep. Morning larks rise early, energized by dawn, their cortisol peaking at sunrise. Owls come alive at night, their melatonin rising later, their bodies programmed for darkness. Most of the world, built for larks, expect you at 9 a.m, bright and ready. But if you're an owl, you're fighting your DNA, swimming upstream against your own biology. There's a gene, PER3, that influences this, determines whether you're wired for dawn or dusk. You can't change it. Not really. You can shift it slightly, but an owl will never love the morning, and a lark will always fade by 10 p.m. Your body knows its rhythm, and it will always pull you back. Let yourself drift now into that strange space between waking and sleep. Hypnagogia, the threshold, the twilight. You might see things here, faces in the dark, geometric patterns, flashes of light and color, your brain misfiring gently, creating images from nothing as consciousness frays. These are hypnagogic hallucinations, not dreams yet, but not waking either, just visions, harmless, fleeting, like watching clouds dissolve. Some people hear voices, their name called softly, music playing. It's your brain practicing, warming up for the dreams to come. If you stay very still, very calm, you might notice something else. You can become aware inside a dream. You can wake up, without waking up. This is lucid dreaming, consciousness flickering on inside the movie, realizing you're the dreamer, not just the dream. People have practiced this for centuries. The Tibetan Buddhists call it dream yoga. You can learn to notice the signs, the inconsistencies, the strangeness, a light switch that doesn't work, text that changes when you look away, and once you know you're dreaming, you can fly. You can face your fears. You can create entire worlds with a thought. Some keep dream journals, writing every morning, training the mind to remember, to notice. Others do reality checks throughout the day, asking, "Am I dreaming right now?" until the question follows them into sleep, and there, the answer is yes. But you don't need to control your dreams tonight. Just let them come. Let them wash over you like rain on glass. Your phone is glowing, even now, even in the dark. That cold blue light, the same wavelength as morning sky. Your brain doesn't know the difference. It sees blue light and thinks, dawn, time to wake, suppress the melatonin, stay alert. Every screen does this. Tablets, laptops, televisions, flooding your eyes with artificial morning, confusing the ancient clock inside you. Studies show just 2 hours of screen time before bed, and your melatonin is suppressed, your sleep delayed, your R.E.M reduced. Some people wear amber glasses, blocking the blue, letting only warm light through. Others dim their screens, shift to warmer tones. But the best remedy is the oldest. Darkness. Real darkness. Letting the night be night. In true darkness, your pupils dilate, your melatonin flows, your body remembers what night is supposed to feel like. You're breathing in, out, and with each exhale, your emotions are softening. Sleep is the balm for feelings, the reset button for your heart. During R.E.M, your brain processes emotional memories, strips away the sharp edges, keeps the lesson but dulls the pain. This is why we say, sleep on it. Why morning brings clarity. Your amygdala, the fear center, it calms during sleep, especially during R.E.M. The emotional charge decreases. Heartbreak feels less raw after rest. Anger cools. Fear loosens its grip. People who don't sleep enough, their amygdala stays activated, 60% more reactive to negative stimuli. The world feels harsher, threats loom larger. Without sleep, emotions lose their regulation, become wild, become overwhelming. But here, in this soft darkness, your emotions are finding balance, recalibrating. The day's stress is being filed away, sorted, integrated. By morning, you'll feel lighter, steadier, more yourself. There's a technique, slow and simple, that can pull you deeper. The 4-7-8 breath. Breathe in through your nose, counting slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now release through your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This pattern triggers your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode. It slows your heart, lowers your blood pressure, tells your body you're safe, you can let go. Dr. Andrew Weil calls it a natural tranquilizer. The more you practice, the stronger it becomes. 4 counts in, 7 counts hold, 8 counts out, like waves, like breathing with the ocean. Let it carry you. Humans used to sleep differently, not 8 hours straight, but in 2 shifts, biphasic sleep. Before artificial light, people would sleep for 4 hours, wake for 1 or 2, then sleep again until dawn. This midnight waking was normal, expected. People would pray, talk quietly, make love, reflect, then return to sleep. They called it first sleep and second sleep. It's documented in literature, in court records, in medical texts, a natural rhythm, erased by the Industrial Revolution, by electric lights, by the demand for continuous productivity. Some sleep scientists think if you wake at 3 a.m. and can't fall back, maybe you're not broken. Maybe you're just remembering an older way, a gentler rhythm. If it happens, don't fight, just rest, breathe. Let the quiet hold you. Trust that sleep will return. Your brain is cleaning itself right now. A system discovered only recently, the glymphatic system, like the lymphatic system in your body, but for your brain. It opens during sleep, flushing out waste, clearing away toxic proteins, including beta amyloid, the plaque associated with Alzheimer's. Your brain cells actually shrink during sleep, creating space for cerebrospinal fluid to wash through, sweeping away the day's debris. This only happens in deep sleep, when the delta waves roll through. If you don't sleep deeply enough, the waste accumulates, builds up, clogs the delicate machinery. This might be why sleep deprivation is linked to neurodegeneration, why chronic insomnia increases dementia risk. Your brain needs this nightly cleansing, this flushing, this reset. It's housekeeping for your mind. The ancient Romans knew something about sleep. They had a ritual passed down through generations, a practice for those plagued by sleepless nights. They would walk slowly, meditatively, through their gardens at dusk, focusing on each step, each breath, grounding themselves in the present moment. Then they would lie down in a room cooled by stone walls and breathe, counting each breath, visualizing worries as leaves floating away on a stream. This practice, done for 7 consecutive nights, was said to cure even the most stubborn insomnia. Modern sleep science echoes this. The combination of gentle movement, mindfulness, cool environment, breath focus. These are the same principles we use today. The Romans didn't have the terminology, but they understood. The body knows how to sleep. You just have to let it. The moon is out there, somewhere, pulling at the tides, at the water in your body. You're 70% water, and some researchers believe the lunar cycle affects your sleep. Studies show around the full moon, people take longer to fall asleep, sleep less deeply, wake more often. It might be the brightness, even through curtains, or something deeper, more primal. Our ancestors needed to be alert during bright full moons, when predators could hunt, when danger prowled. Maybe we still carry that awareness, that lunar sensitivity in our bones. Some people track their sleep against moon phases, noticing patterns, embracing the rhythm. If you sleep poorly near the full moon, you're not imagining it. You're just listening to a very old song. Your body has a clock ticking inside every cell. Circadian rhythm, from the Latin circa diem, about a day. This internal timer runs roughly 24 hours, controlling when you feel alert, when you feel drowsy, when your body temperature rises and falls, when hormones release. Light is the master conductor, resetting your circadian clock each day. Morning sunlight especially, telling your suprachiasmatic nucleus, the tiny cluster of neurons in your hypothalamus, that day has begun. Evening darkness tells it, night is here, time to wind down. When you cross time zones, when you work night shifts, when you stare at screens until midnight, you're confusing this ancient clock. It drifts, loses its rhythm, and you feel it in the fog, in the exhaustion, in the strange wrongness of being awake when your cells know you should be asleep. But here, right now, your circadian rhythm is aligned. You're in bed, in the dark, at the right time. Your body can finally do what it was built to do. Animals sleep in such strange ways. Dolphins sleep with half their brain at a time, one hemisphere awake, the other dreaming so they can keep swimming, keep breathing, keep watching for danger. Ducks on the edge of a group do the same, one eye open, protecting the flock. Bats sleep upside down for 19 hours a day. Giraffes sleep only 30 minutes and 5-minute bursts, standing up, always alert. Snails can sleep for 3 years, waiting for rain. But the most mysterious, the sperm whale, they sleep vertically, suspended in the water, completely still, for 10 to 15 minutes at a time, drifting like underwater monoliths, in a sleep so deep they don't even respond to passing boats. Every creature sleeps, even insects, even jellyfish without brains. Sleep is universal, essential, older than consciousness itself. The world sleeps, and so do you. You're on the edge now, that strange space where you might see things, feel things. Exploding head syndrome, despite the alarming name, is harmless. Some people hear a loud bang as they fall asleep, like a door slamming, or cymbals crashing, or an explosion inside their skull. It's not pain, just sound, or the sensation of sound, a misfire in your auditory neurons. As your brain shuts down for the night, it startles you awake, heart pounding, but you're safe. Nothing happened, just your brain, fumbling the transition from waking to sleep. If it happens, just breathe. Know it's normal. Know it will pass. Let yourself settle and drift again. Your sleep position might say something about you. Or maybe it's just comfort. but researchers have noticed patterns. People who sleep on their backs, the soldier position, tend to be more reserved, structured. Those who curl on their sides, the fetal position, might be more sensitive, seeking comfort. Stomach sleepers, the freefall position, are sometimes more outgoing, more risk-taking. And those who sleep on their sides with arms outstretched, the yearner, might be more open but also more suspicious. Of course, this isn't destiny, just correlation, just patterns noticed in the dark. Sleep, however, feels right, however lets you rest. There's no wrong way to surrender to the night. Here's something strange. You cannot sneeze while you're asleep. Your body temporarily paralyzes certain reflexes during REM, including sneezing. If something irritates your nose, you might wake, or you might simply not react. Your brain suppressing the signal, keeping you still, keeping you safe in your paralysis. It's one of those small mysteries. The body choosing sleep over sneezing, rest over reflex, trusting that morning will come and the sneeze can wait. Around 2 or 3 p.m, you probably feel it, that dip, that sudden heaviness, the post-lunch dip. It's not just the food, though heavy meals make it worse. It's your circadian rhythm, dipping naturally in the early afternoon, a biological signal suggesting a nap might be wise. Many cultures honor this. Siestas in Spain, riposo in Italy, kailula in the Middle East, a midday rest, a brief surrender to drowsiness. It's not laziness, it's alignment with a rhythm that's been there all along. NASA studied naps. They found the perfect nap for astronauts. 26 minutes, just enough to refresh, restore alertness, improve performance by 34%. Too short, and you don't benefit. Too long, and you sink into deep sleep, wake groggy, disoriented. But 26 minutes, in that sweet spot of light sleep, and you wake clearer, sharper, ready. Power naps. Not a replacement for night sleep, but a boost, a gift, a brief dip into rest. Some dreams come back, over and over. You're falling, or flying, or being chased, or showing up to an exam you never studied for. Teeth crumbling, being late, losing something precious. These recurring dreams, they might mean something, or they might just be your brain's favorite metaphors for stress, for fear, for lack of control. Carl Jung believed dreams speak in symbols, the unconscious mind expressing what the conscious mind won't acknowledge. Falling dreams might reflect anxiety about losing control. Flying dreams, a desire for freedom, teeth falling out, fear of aging, of powerlessness. Or maybe they're just neurons firing, creating narratives from random signals. Either way, they're yours, your private theatre, playing the same scenes until something shifts, until you don't need them anymore. Let your jaw soften, unclench. You might not have noticed, but you've been holding tension there. Let it go. Heavier, heavier. Inside your brain, there's a molecule building up, adenosine. It accumulates throughout the day. The longer you're awake, the more it builds, binding to receptors, creating sleep pressure, that mounting urge to rest, like a weight slowly lowering onto your eyelids. When you finally sleep, adenosine clears, washed away, reset to zero by morning. This is process S, sleep homeostasis. The biological pressure to sleep that builds with every waking hour. Caffeine works by blocking adenosine receptors, tricking your brain, making it think there's no sleep pressure. But the adenosine is still building, still accumulating. And when the caffeine wears off, it all hits at once. The crash, the sudden exhaustion, the debt coming due. Sleep pressure and circadian rhythm work together, a two-process model. Process S pushing you towards sleep. Process C, your circadian clock, telling you when. Together they create the perfect storm of drowsiness, pulling you under, pulling you here, into this soft darkness. Your body is doing something strange right now, something most people never think about. You're getting taller, not permanently, but your spine is lengthening, releasing. During the day, gravity compresses you, presses down on the discs between your vertebrae, squeezing fluid out, shortening you by up to ½ an inch. But lying down, the pressure releases, fluid flows back, discs expand. You actually grow taller as you sleep. By morning, you're as tall as you'll ever be, until you stand and gravity begins its slow compression again. Astronauts in space grow even more, 2 inches or more without gravity's constant pull, their spines stretching out, their bodies remembering how to be longer, freer, unburdened. Someone near you is snoring, or maybe it's you, the sound of soft tissues vibrating. As you sleep, your muscles relax, including those in your throat. The airway narrows, and when you breathe, air rushes past, causing tissue to flutter, to vibrate, to create that rhythmic rumble. 40% of adults snore occasionally. More as we age, as muscle tone decreases. It's usually harmless, just noisy, but sometimes the airway closes completely. For seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. This is sleep apnea, where breathing stops, oxygen drops, and the brain jolts you awake, over and over, all night long, without you remembering. If you snore loudly, if you wake gasping, if you're exhausted despite sleeping 8 hours, it might be worth investigating. Because real sleep requires breath, steady, uninterrupted, like waves. There's a fascinating idea that you can learn while you sleep. Sleep learning. It doesn't work the way movies suggest. You can't listen to a language course and wake up fluent, but you can strengthen memories, consolidate skills. Your brain replays what you practice during the day, refining, optimizing, making the neural pathways smoother, faster. Musicians who practice a piece, then sleep, perform better than those who practice the same amount but stay awake. Athletes visualizing a movement before bed wake with improved muscle memory. The brain rehearses in sleep, replays the day's lessons, embeds them deeper. So if you're learning something, practice before bed. Let sleep be your teacher, your silent tutor, working through the night. Someone once stayed awake for 11 days straight. Randy Gardner, a high school student in 1964, a record that still stands, 264 hours without sleep. His speech slurred, his thinking fractured. He had hallucinations, paranoia, couldn't concentrate, couldn't remember. But remarkably, he recovered. After 14 hours of sleep, he was mostly fine. Slept normally afterward, no permanent damage detected. Though scientists now believe some changes might have lingered, invisible, in the deep structure of his brain. We don't do these experiments anymore as too dangerous, too cruel. The body needs sleep like it needs air. Deprive it long enough, and reality itself begins to crumble. If you sleep at high altitude, above 8,000 feet, your sleep architecture changes. More awakenings, less deep sleep, less R.E.M. The lower oxygen levels disturb your breathing patterns, cause brief apneas. Your brain struggles to maintain normal sleep, even as your body desperately needs rest to adapt to the thin air. Climbers on Everest, sleeping at 26,000 feet, barely sleep at all, just brief lapses, their bodies too stressed, too oxygen-starved. The death zone called that for many reasons, and sleeplessness is one. But here, at sea level, or close to it, your lungs fill easily, oxygen saturating your blood. Your brain can rest fully, completely. Let the altitude of consciousness drift lower, lower, down to the deepest depths. Pain and sleep dance together, each affecting the other. When you sleep well, your pain tolerance increases. You can endure more, cope better. But when you're sleep deprived, pain intensifies. A paper cut feels like a wound. A headache becomes unbearable. Sleep deprivation actually lowers your pain threshold, makes your nerves more sensitive. The brain's pain centers activate more strongly, while the regions that regulate pain, that soothe and calm, those go quiet. Chronic pain sufferers often can't sleep, and the lack of sleep makes their pain worse, a vicious cycle. But sometimes, prioritizing sleep, using techniques to improve rest, can break the cycle, reduce the pain, bring relief. Your body knows sleep is healing, sleep is medicine. Let it work. There's a difference between sleep deprivation and fatigue. Fatigue is tiredness, the heaviness in your muscles after a long day, the desire to rest. Sleep deprivation is something deeper, darker. It's cognitive impairment, emotional instability, hallucinations, memory failure. You can be fatigued but not sleep deprived, and you can be sleep deprived without feeling particularly tired. Your brain adapting, compensating, hiding the deficit, until suddenly you can't think, can't function, can't remember why you walked into a room. True sleep deprivation, after even one night, is like being legally drunk. Reaction time slow, judgment falters, coordination suffers. After 24 hours awake, Your impairment matches a blood alcohol level of 0.1%. Too drunk to drive, too impaired to operate machinery. But you're not sleep deprived tonight. You're here, resting, letting your brain restore itself, cell by cell, synapse by synapse. Darkness is essential, true darkness, not the glow of a clock, not the standby light on a TV, not the crack of light under the door. Your skin has photoreceptors, even with your eyes closed, even through your eyelids. Light signals travel to your brain, suppressing melatonin, disrupting sleep. Blackout curtains, eye masks, covering LEDs. These aren't luxuries, they're necessities, at least for optimal sleep. The darker the room, the deeper your sleep, the more melatonin flows, the better your body repairs. In total darkness, your pineal gland works unimpeded, producing melatonin in waves, guiding you through the sleep stages, anchoring you in night. Our ancestors slept in such darkness. Caves, huts, no streetlights, no electronics, just the pure black of night, and their sleep was different, deeper, more aligned with biology. You can create that darkness now, or imagine it. Let the darkness behind your eyelids deepen, thicken, become total, absolute. A darkness that holds you, supports you, like water, like space. You can wake up inside your dreams. We talked about this before, but let's sink deeper into it. Lucid dreaming. It happens most often in the early morning, during longer R.E.M periods, when your consciousness is closer to the surface. Some people notice they're dreaming when something impossible happens. They try to read text, and it shifts, morphs, changes, or they look at their hands, and they have too many fingers, or too few. These are dream signs, glitches in the matrix, clues that you're not awake. Once you know you're dreaming, you can do anything. Fly over cities, swim through walls, talk to aspects of yourself, face your fears in safety. Some people use lucid dreams for therapy, for practice, for creativity. Artists and inventors dreaming solutions into being, but you don't have to control it. Sometimes the gift of lucid dreaming is just knowing this is a dream, knowing you're safe, knowing morning will come and this strange theatre will fade. Drowsy driving kills, more than alcohol, more than texting. Falling asleep at the wheel for just 3 seconds at highway speed means travelling the length of a football field blind, completely unconscious. Anything could happen. 20% of fatal crashes involve drowsy driving. The signs are there: heavy eyelids, constant yawning, drifting lanes, missing exits. But people push through, thinking they're fine, thinking they'll make it, until they don't. If you're driving drowsy, pull over, nap for 20 minutes, get caffeine, but better yet, just sleep. Let someone else drive, or wait until morning. Your life and the lives of others depend on rest, on honouring your body's need for sleep. But you're not driving now. You're here, safe, still, sinking, In Japan, there's a practice called inamuri, sleeping while present. It's acceptable, even admired, to doze off during a meeting, on a train, at your desk. It shows you're working hard, so hard you're exhausted. It's not disrespect, it's dedication. People sleep in public in Japan without shame, without judgment. Just brief surrenders to sleep pressure, micro naps integrated into daily life. Then they wake and continue, refreshed. The culture understands. Sleep is not weakness. Sleep is necessary, natural, human. Maybe we could all learn from this. Stop fighting. Stop forcing wakefulness. Just rest when your body asks, even for a moment, even for a breath. Between REM cycles, there are moments, micro dreams, brief flickers of narrative, lasting seconds. You might not remember them. They're too short, too fleeting, but your brain is practicing, warming up, testing scenarios. These micro dreams are like trailers, previews of the longer REM dreams to come. Your unconscious mind stretching, flexing, preparing to weave its strange stories. Sometimes you catch one, a flash of image, a voice, a feeling. Then it's gone, dissolved back into the darkness. You're moving through stages now, cycling light sleep, deeper, dreaming, back to light, over and over. Each cycle a journey, a complete story. Even if you don't remember, just let it happen. Let the cycles turn, like seasons, like tides. Your body knows the way. There's a twilight state, right between REM cycles, when you're almost awake, almost aware, but not quite. You might notice you're in bed, feel the sheets, hear a sound, but you're still dreaming, still watching the images. This is the border, the liminal space. Some people have their most creative thoughts here. Problems solve themselves. Ideas crystallize. It's a state of consciousness, different from waking, different from sleeping. Something in between. Something special. Thomas Edison used to nap in a chair, holding ball bearings in his hand, a metal plate on the floor below. As he drifted into sleep, his hand would relax. The bearings would drop, clang on the plate, startle him awake. And in that moment, that twilight moment, he'd often have his greatest ideas. He was harvesting hypnagogia, that strange creative space, using it deliberately. You don't need to wake yourself. Just know, if you drift through this space and notice it, you're touching something rare, something valuable. After REM deprivation, if you catch up on sleep, something interesting happens. REM rebound. Your brain makes up for lost time, spending more time in REM than usual. Longer periods, more intense dreams, sometimes disturbing dreams, nightmares even, as your brain processes everything it couldn't before. This rebound comes with a surge of creativity, your mind weaving connections, solving problems. Artists and writers sometimes report breakthroughs after a period of sleep catch-up. The brain working overtime, making up for lost opportunities to process, to dream, to create. Your brain is doing this now, moving into REM, eyes darting, stories unfolding behind closed lids. Let it create, let it process, let it weave. There's a moment right before you fall asleep when your brain waves shift. Beta waves, active thinking, worrying, planning. They slow, softening into alpha waves, relaxed, calm. Then alpha fades into theta, that drowsy, dreamy state where thoughts drift like clouds. Scientists can watch this happen, see the exact moment when waking becomes sleeping. It's not instant, not a switch. It's a gradual descent, a dimming, like sunset bleeding into night. Your consciousness doesn't vanish. It just changes form, becomes something else, something softer, more fluid. And you might not even notice when you cross the threshold. One moment you're thinking about tomorrow, and the next you're somewhere else entirely, dreaming, floating, gone. Your body has a switch. Deep in your brainstem, a cluster of neurons, the ventrolateral preoptic nucleus, the VLPO. When it activates, it shuts down the waking systems, flips you from awake to asleep, like a power button, a biological off switch. Damage to this area, and people can't sleep at all, or only barely. The VLPO is essential, the gatekeeper between worlds. It responds to adenosine, to circadian signals, to darkness, and when enough signals align, it triggers, releases GABA, an inhibitory neurotransmitter that silences the arousal systems, quiets the wake-promoting neurons, lets sleep take over. Right now, your VLPO is humming, active, pulling you down, into the deep. Trust it. It knows what to do. For centuries, people practiced dream incubation, the art of planting a question before sleep, then harvesting the answer in dreams. Ancient Greeks slept in temples, seeking healing dreams, guidance from the gods. They'd perform rituals, make offerings, then sleep, waiting for visions. In some cultures, people still do this. They write down a question, place it under their pillow, focus on it as they drift, and sometimes, often, the dream answers, not always literally, but symbolically, metaphorically. The unconscious mind working on the problem, presenting solutions in images, in feelings, in strange narratives that somehow make sense. You can try this tonight or any night. Let your body be heavy, heavier, sinking through the mattress, through the floor, through the earth itself. Sleep debt accumulates in ways you don't feel, not at first. One night of short sleep, you adapt, you cope. Caffeine helps, adrenaline carries you, but the debt compounds, interest adding to interest. 2 nights, 3, a week. Your cognitive function drops, reaction time slows, emotional regulation crumbles, yet you don't notice. You feel tired, sure, but you don't realize how impaired you've become. Studies show after just 10 days of 6 hours of sleep, your impairment matches someone who's been awake for 24 hours straight. make you feel normal. Your brain has adapted to dysfunction, accepted it as baseline. This is the insidious nature of sleep debt. It lies, tells you you're fine, while your performance crumbles, while your health deteriorates, while inflammation rises and immune function falls. The only way to know is to sleep fully. 8 hours, 9 hours, for days, weeks, until you remember what clarity feels like, what true rest brings. Your body has been keeping score, counting every lost hour, waiting for you to pay it back. While you sleep, your body releases hormones, a cascade of chemical messages, orchestrating repair. Human growth hormone surges during deep sleep, especially in children, lengthening bones, building muscle, healing tissue. Adults still produce it, less than children, but enough to repair, to maintain, to regenerate. Testosterone peaks during REM in men. Prolactin rises in both sexes, supporting immune function. Leptin and ghrelin, the hormones that regulate hunger and fullness, they balance during sleep. When you're sleep deprived, ghrelin rises, making you hungry. Leptin falls, so you never feel full. You eat more, crave sugar and fat, gain weight, not from lack of willpower, but from hormonal chaos, from lost sleep. Sleep is an endocrine event, a hormonal symphony. Every system in your body, timed to this dark hours, this nightly restoration. Your brain does something remarkable while you sleep, something discovered only recently. It solves problems, works on challenges you couldn't crack while awake. The phrase sleep on it isn't just folk wisdom, it's neuroscience. During sleep, especially REM, your brain makes distant associations, connects ideas that seem unrelated, finds solutions through lateral thinking. The logical censoring prefrontal cortex. It quiets during REM, and the associative networks, they run wild, free to make strange connections, creative leaps, insights. Dmitri Mendeleev dreamed the periodic table. Elias Howe dreamed the solution to his sewing machine design. August Kekule dreamed the structure of benzene, a circular molecule, revealed in a dream of a snake eating its own tail. Your sleeping brain, right now, it's working, processing, creating, solving problems you didn't even know you had. Sleep paralysis. It happens to half of all people at least once. You wake, but you can't move, can't speak, can't scream. Your body's still paralyzed from REM, while your mind has surfaced, aware but trapped. It lasts seconds, maybe minutes. Feels like forever. Sometimes there are hallucinations, shadowy figures in the room, pressure on your chest, a sense of malevolent presence. Every culture has legends about this. The old hag, the night demon, the shadow person, all describing the same phenomenon. Rematonia persisting into waking consciousness. It's terrifying, but harmless. If it happens, remember, you're safe. Just breathe. Focus on moving one finger, one toe. The paralysis will break. It always does. And you'll be left wondering, was that real? Knowing it wasn't, but feeling like it was. Your internal clock, without light, without cues, it drifts. Not exactly 24 hours, but close. Around 24 hours and 11 minutes on average. Every day, without sunlight, you'd go to bed 11 minutes later, wake 11 minutes later, slowly rotating around the clock. This happened in cave experiments. Scientists living underground for months. No watches, no sunlight. Their sleep-wake cycles drifted, stretched, some settling into 25-hour days, some even longer. Their circadian clocks free-running, untethered from the sun. Light is the anchor, the synchronizer. Morning sunlight especially, resetting the clock, pulling it back to 24 hours, keeping you aligned with the rotating earth. Without it, you'd slowly drift out of phase with the world, sleeping while others wake, waking while others sleep. But the sun will rise tomorrow, and your clock will reset, your rhythm will hold, you're synchronized, aligned, part of the great rotation. Technology sleeps beside you, phone on the nightstand, Wi-Fi router humming in the next room. Some people worry, electromagnetic fields, radiation, disrupting sleep. The research is mixed, inconclusive, but there's something, not dangerous perhaps, but noticeable, a subtle effect on sleep architecture, on how deeply you sink. Or maybe it's psychological, the presence of connection, of possibility, knowing at any moment a message could arrive, a notification could sound. The mind can't fully let go, staying slightly alert, slightly vigilant, waiting for the ping. Some people sleep better with devices in another room, charging elsewhere, airplane mode activated, creating distance, not from danger, but from distraction, from the digital tether, letting sleep be just sleep, uninterrupted by the modern world. You might wake at 3 a.m. or 2 or 4, the same time every night. This isn't random. Chinese medicine talks about organ clocks, each 2-hour window associated with different systems. 3 a.m., the liver, the lungs, times of cleansing, processing emotion. Western medicine sees it differently. Your circadian rhythm naturally lightens around these hours. You might briefly surface, just enough to notice. Most people drift back, don't even remember. But if you're stressed, worried, your mind might grab onto that moment, start thinking, and suddenly you're awake, fully awake, staring at the ceiling. The solution isn't to fight it, just notice, breathe, stay in bed, rest even if you can't sleep. Often the worry about being awake causes more harm than the waking itself. Trust that sleep will return, that your body knows what it's doing. Your gut and your sleep, they're connected, more than you might think. The microbiome, trillions of bacteria in your intestines, they produce neurotransmitters, serotonin, GABA, precursors to melatonin. When your gut is healthy, balanced, diverse, your sleep improves. When it's disrupted, dysbiotic, your sleep suffers. Fermented foods, fiber, prebiotics feeding beneficial bacteria. These aren't just for digestion, they're for sleep, for mood, for the gut-brain axis that connects your stomach to your dreams. Some studies show people with insomnia have different microbiomes than good sleepers, less diversity, different bacterial ratios. Taking care of your gut is taking care of your sleep. They're not separate systems. They're one, interconnected. Your body, a unified whole. In the Arctic, in winter, the sun doesn't rise. Polar night, months of darkness, and people's sleep. It changes, becomes irregular, fragmented. Without the daily light-dark cycle, without the circadian anchor, sleep architecture deteriorates. Deep sleep decreases. R.E.M becomes erratic. Mood drops. Depression rates soar. Some people use light boxes, bright artificial light in the morning, trying to maintain rhythm. It helps, but it's not the same as the sun. In summer, the opposite. The sun never sets. Midnight sun, and sleep becomes difficult again. Light all night, melatonin suppressed, bodies confused about when to rest. Humans need contrast, light and dark, day and night. We're creatures of cycles, of rhythm. Without it, we drift, lose our anchor. But here, in your room, there's darkness. There's the promise of dawn. The rhythm holds. Some people share dreams, not metaphorically, but literally, reporting the same dream content, the same images, the same narratives, couples sometimes, sleeping side by side, waking to describe nearly identical dreams. Is it coincidence, pattern recognition, or something stranger? Some researchers think sleeping in close proximity, breathing patterns synchronize, brain waves might entrain, creating similar states, similar stage transitions. And maybe in that similarity, dreams overlap. Or maybe it's simpler, shared experiences, shared concerns, shared environment, creating similar unconscious material, the mind weaving dreams from the same threads, arriving at similar patterns, like two artists painting the same landscape. Either way, it's beautiful. The idea that even in dreams, in our most private interior space, we're not alone, we're connected. Even there, your brain has a noise-cancelling system. It learns what sounds are normal, expected, safe, and filters them out. This is why you can sleep through traffic, through a train rumbling past, through your partner's breathing. Your brain catalogues these sounds, marks them as ignore, lets you sleep undisturbed. But a new sound, an unexpected sound, a baby crying, smoke alarm, glass breaking, these bypass the filter, wake you instantly, your brain constantly monitoring, even in deep sleep, keeping watch, protecting you. This is why mothers wake at the slightest sound from their baby, but sleep through thunderstorms. The auditory system never fully shuts down. It's the last sense to fade into sleep, the first to wake. Your ears still work, still process, but most of what they hear never reaches consciousness, never disturbs your rest. Your brain, your beautiful, brilliant brain, standing guard. When emotions run high during the day, stress, joy, fear, excitement, your R.E.M density increases that night. More rapid eye movements, more intense neural activity, your brain working harder to process, to integrate, to make sense of the emotional data. It's as if the stronger the feeling, the more your brain needs to work it through, to strip away the intensity, to file it properly. Some researchers think this is R.E.M's primary function, emotional regulation, taking the raw experience and smoothing it, diluting it, making it manageable. After trauma, R.E.M increases for weeks, sometimes months, nightmares, intense dreams, the brain trying desperately to process, to heal. If R.E.M is prevented, the trauma stays raw, unprocessed. This might be why some PTSD medications that suppress R.E.M sometimes make symptoms worse. The brain needs to dream, needs to work through, needs the nightly theatre to make sense of horror. But tonight, your emotions are calm, soft. Your R.E.M will be gentle, restorative, just waves of consolidation, integration, peace. There's a rare condition, highly superior autobiographical memory, HSAM, people who remember everything, every day, every detail, what they ate, what they wore, what happened in the news. They remember their dreams too, all of them, every dream they've ever had, stored, accessible, vivid. Most of us forget 95% of our dreams within minutes of waking. They slip away, dissolve, like mist in sunlight. But people with HSM, they keep them. The dreams pile up, year after year, a library of nocturnal experiences, as real as memories of waking life. Is this a gift or a burden? To remember everything, to forget nothing, including the strange, the disturbing, the nonsensical narratives of sleep. They can't unsee, can't unknow, can't let the dreams fade as nature intended. You're lucky, in a way, that you forget, that each morning brings a fresh start, the dreams dissolving, leaving only feelings, only fragments, only the lessons the unconscious wanted you to keep. Your brain decides when to wake. It's not random, not accidental. Even without an alarm, your brain knows, roughly, when morning should come. It starts preparing 30 to 60 minutes before. Cortisol begins rising, body temperature increases, sleep lightens, moving toward the surface. If you always wake at the same time, your brain learns, anticipates, starts the waking process right on schedule. This is why, when you set an alarm, you sometimes wake up right before it sounds. Your brain checking the time, ready to wake you, saving you from the jarring shock. The best way to wake is naturally, at the end of a sleep cycle, during light sleep, not yanked from deep sleep or R.E.M. This is why you feel groggy when an alarm interrupts deep sleep, but refreshed when you wake naturally. Timing matters. Respecting cycles matters. Your brain wants to wake you gently if you let it. Creative geniuses, throughout history often had unusual sleep patterns. Edison, 4 hours a night, but frequent naps. Tesla claimed 2 hours, though probably slept more. Leonardo da Vinci supposedly practiced polyphasic sleep, 20-minute naps every 4 hours. Is creativity linked to unusual sleep? Or did their obsessions, their racing minds, prevent normal rest? Some research suggests slight sleep deprivation can enhance certain types of creativity, loosening logical constraints, allowing wilder associations. But chronic sleep loss destroys creativity, along with everything else. Maybe genius sleeps differently, or maybe genius just pays a price, trading rest for inspiration, health for achievement. No one knows if the sacrifice was worth it, or if they could have done even more had they simply slept. Morning grogginess, sleep inertia, it can last minutes or hours. Your brain, still partly asleep, still producing delta waves, even though you're walking, talking, pouring coffee. The transition from sleep to full wakefulness isn't instant. It takes time for blood flow to increase in the prefrontal cortex, for neurotransmitters to shift, for consciousness to fully reassemble. Light helps, bright light, especially blue-enriched morning light. Movement helps, cold water on your face. Caffeine helps, blocking adenosine, sharpening focus. But nothing works instantly. You have to wait to let your brain catch up, to let waking fully arrive. This is why important decisions should wait until you're truly awake, truly clear. Don't trust the first hour, the foggy hour, the lingering dream state at midnight. Your sense of smell, it sharpens, not by much, but measurably. Your olfactory bulb, more sensitive during certain circadian phases. This might be why people sometimes wake to smells, smoke, gas, food burning, the nose keeping watch, alert even in sleep. But pleasant smells, lavender, vanilla, chamomile, they don't wake you. They deepen sleep, the brain differentiating threat versus comfort, danger versus safety, allowing rest to continue unless something is wrong. Your nose knows, even when you don't. Even in the deepest sleep, it's sampling the air, keeping you safe. Your core temperature, it has to drop 1 to 2 degrees for sleep to begin. This is non-negotiable. The body needs to cool. Heat is wakefulness. Cool is sleep. This is why hot baths before bed work. Not because you're warm, but because when you get out, your body rapidly cools, temperature dropping, triggering sleep mechanisms. This is why you stick a foot out from under the covers. Temperature regulation, your foot, with its high surface area, acting as a radiator, releasing heat, cooling your core. Some people can't sleep without a foot out. Their body needing that heat exchange, that cooling path. The ideal core temperature for deep sleep, around 97.7 degrees Fahrenheit, just below normal waking temperature, cool enough for the brain to shift modes, for the body to enter repair, for sleep to take hold. Let yourself cool. Let the warmth drain away. Feel the sheets slightly cool against your skin. That drowsy and floating feeling right before sleep. Hypnagogia. It has a physics, a quality. Your sense of time distorts. Thoughts become non-linear, dreamlike. Images appear random, disconnected. Your body feels heavy but also weightless, both at once, sinking and floating. Your awareness fragmenting. You might think you're still awake, still following thoughts, but you're already partially asleep, straddling worlds, one foot in waking, one in dreaming. This is the most creative state, the most receptive, the most open. Some people fear this state, the loss of control, the strangeness, but it's safe, it's natural, it's just the border, the threshold. Everyone crosses it twice a day, into sleep and out again. Let yourself drift. There's nothing to fear in the crossing. Your brain replays memories while you sleep. Actual replay. Same neurons firing in the same patterns. The hippocampus lighting up with the day's experiences, a maze you ran, a conversation you had, a fact you learned. The neurons fire again, hundreds of times faster than real time, compressing, consolidating, transferring to long-term storage. This happens mostly during sleep spindles, brief bursts of brain activity in stage 2 sleep, 12 to 16 hertz, thalamic neurons firing in synchrony. These spindles, they're the moment of learning, of solidification. More spindles, better memory, less spindles, information lost. You're having sleep spindles right now. Memories from today being written into tomorrow. What you'll remember being decided in the dark while you're unaware. Sound frequencies affect dream texture. Some researchers have found low frequencies, deep tones, correspond to darker dreams, more anxious, more aggression, conflict. Higher frequencies, lighter dreams, more positive, more fantastical. This might be why white noise machines help. The steady, neutral frequency smoothing the soundscape, preventing sudden, jarring sounds, creating acoustic consistency. The brain responding to this stability, generating calmer dream content, less reactive, less turbulent. Music can do this too. Slow, droning, ambient music, especially in lower registers, frequencies between 60 and 80 beats per minute, matching or slightly slower than resting heart rate. The body, in training to the rhythm, the dreams, softening, deepening. Your body has an internal tide, influenced by the moon. Maybe, but more certainly, by the earth itself. A circadian rhythm, separate from circadian, roughly 12.4 hours, matching the tides. Some researchers think all life on Earth, evolved in the ocean, still carries this ancient rhythm, this lunar tidal clock. It's subtle, hard to detect, but measurable. Your body temperature, blood pressure, hormone levels, they oscillate, not just in 24-hour cycles, but in tidal rhythms too. twice daily peaks and valleys, the ocean still flowing through you, even on dry land, even in your sleep. Some people feel this. Notice they're more alert or drowsier at specific times, regardless of when they woke. The tide turning inside them. Growth hormone, repair enzymes, they surge at night during deep sleep. Your cells going into overdrive. Protein synthesis increases. Tissue repair accelerates. Wounds heal faster during sleep. Bones grow denser. Muscles rebuild stronger. Your immune system producing more antibodies, more T cells, more natural killer cells, patrolling, defending. Your liver processing toxins more efficiently. Your kidneys filtering, cleaning. Your whole body a factory of renewal, working the night shift. By morning, you're physically different, literally rebuilt, cell by cell, molecule by molecule. Sleep is not rest, sleep is work, the most important work your body does. You don't notice them, but you have micro arousals, brief moments of partial waking, 10 to 15 times an hour, sometimes more, each lasting only seconds. Your EEG shows sudden shift to waking patterns, then back to sleep. You never remember these. They're too brief, too shallow. They're normal, part of healthy sleep architecture. Your brain checking in, scanning for danger. Is everything okay? Yes, back to sleep. They only become a problem when they're too frequent, too long, fragmenting sleep into useless pieces. But yours are fine, normal. Your brain just doing its job, keeping watch while letting you rest. The perfect balance, vigilance and surrender. Most people dream in color, vivid, saturated, full spectrum, but about 12% dream in black and white, or mostly grayscale, with occasional color. Why? One theory: people who grew up with black and white television before color became universal, they're more likely to dream in monochrome. Their visual imagination, shaped by the media they consumed, the brain, learning what to expect, what to generate. Younger people, raised with color screens everywhere, nearly all dream in color. The mind, reflecting the world it knows, even in sleep, even in the most private theater. Culture shapes experience. What color are your dreams? You might not even know. Most people don't think to check, don't remember clearly enough. But tonight, if you become lucid, look around. Notice the colors or the absence. It tells you something about your mind, about how you see. Astronauts sleep differently in space, without gravity, without up or down. Sleep cycles shorten, more awakenings, less deep sleep. The body confused, missing the pressure cues, the weight, the sensation of lying down. They strap themselves into sleeping bags, attached to walls, floating. Some report vivid dreams, more intense than on Earth. Others barely dream at all. The brain, adapting to an environment it was never designed for. An environment without the rhythms of Earth, without the pull that shaped all terrestrial life. But you're on Earth, Gravity holding you, pressing you down into the mattress. This is what your body expects, what it knows. Let the weight sink into you. Let gravity be your anchor. Your brain, during REM, runs threat simulations, ancient software, practicing danger scenarios. You're being chased, falling, losing your teeth, failing. These aren't random, they're training. Your amygdala, fear center, activated during REM, generating threats so you can practice responding. This is why nightmares evolved, not to torment you, but to prepare you, to rehearse fear, to make you better at survival. Children have more nightmares than adults. Their brains working harder, learning faster, simulating more scenarios. Even unpleasant dreams serve a purpose. They're not failures or signs of dysfunction. They're your brain taking its job seriously, keeping you ready, keeping you sharp, even in sleep, even in safety. Evolution never stops training you for a world that might, at any moment, become dangerous. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, you might wake with sudden clarity, a problem solved, a decision made, everything obvious, crystal clear. This is midnight insight, when the logical mind quiets, when consciousness loosens. Sometimes truth emerges. The solution was there all along, but waking thoughts, with their noise, their anxiety, their overthinking, they buried it in the quiet of night, in that strange liminal waking. The answer surfaces obvious, simple, right. Keep a notebook by your bed. If this happens, write it down. These insights, they fade like dreams, gone by morning, but they're real, they're valuable. They're your unconscious mind, doing what it does best, solving problems while you rest. Sleep pressure builds, wake signals fade. They're in constant battle. Throughout the day, wake signals dominate, orexin neurons firing, histamine promoting alertness, norepinephrine keeping you sharp. But as evening comes, as adenosine accumulates, the balance shifts. Sleep pressure rises, pushing down, wake signals weaken, losing the fight. At some point, a tipping point, sleep wins. The VLPO activates. GABA floods the system, and the wake circuits shut down. Not gradually, but suddenly. A cascade, a domino effect, and consciousness collapses. You're in that cascade now. The balance is tipped. Sleep pressure too strong. Wake signals too weak. There's no going back. Only forward, into the depths, into the dark. Dreams fade rapidly. 90% gone within 5 minutes of waking. Why? Because dream memories are encoded differently. They form in the hippocampus, but without the same chemical consolidation as waking memories. They're written in disappearing ink, meant to be temporary. This is probably protective. If we remembered every dream in vivid detail, we might confuse them with reality, might not know what actually happened, what we imagined. The fade-out mechanism keeps dreams in their place, separate, ephemeral, ghost memories. But sometimes If you wake during or right after a dream, and focus, replay it immediately, tell someone, write it down, you can capture it, lock it in, move it from temporary to permanent storage. This is how dream journals work, catching the dream before it evaporates. If someone sleeps beside you, your sleep changes. Heart rates synchronize, breathing patterns align, you unconsciously coordinate. Even your sleep stages can sync, moving through cycles together. Light sleep together, deep sleep together. This is why, when your partner tosses, you might wake, or when they sigh, you shift. You're entrained, connected, even in unconsciousness. For some, this helps. The presence comforting, the synchrony soothing. For others, it fragments sleep, makes rest lighter, less restorative. There's no right answer. Some couples sleep better apart, and that's okay. Sleep is medicine, more important than tradition, than expectation. Whatever helps you rest is right. Your heart rate, it dips at night, sometimes dropping 20 to 30 beats per minute. This is your parasympathetic nervous system taking over, rest and digest mode. Your heart working less hard, pressure decreasing, blood vessels dilating, the cardiovascular system getting a break. This is why, in dreams, you can live entire lives, experience years, then wake to find only minutes have passed, or you dream you're doing something tedious, forever, and it's only been moments. The dreaming mind, untethered from temporal reality, floating in its own duration. Some lucid dreamers learn to stretch dream time, make it last, practice a skill in a dream for what feels like hours, wake after 20 minutes. The brain doesn't know the difference. The practice still counts, still builds neural pathways. Time in dreams is whatever you experience it to be. Polyphasic sleep, sleeping multiple times per day instead of one long night. Some people swear by it, claim it gives them more waking hours. Uberman, 6 20-minute naps every 4 hours, never sleeping more than 20 minutes. Everyman, 1 core sleep plus naps, Dymaxion. 4 30-minute naps spread across the day. Does it work? For most people, no. The body needs consolidated sleep, needs long stretches of deep sleep and a R.E.M. Polyphasic schedules might give you more waking hours, but they're lower quality hours. Cognitive function drops, health deteriorates, mood crashes. A few people, very few, adapt, find sustainable patterns, but for most, it's a slow form of sleep deprivation, dressed up as optimization. Your body knows what it needs. Long, uninterrupted, anchored to the night. Trust that ancient wisdom, more than modern hacks. Adenosine, we mentioned it before, but let's sink deeper. It's a byproduct of energy use, ATP, adenosine triphosphate, breaking down, releasing adenosine. The longer you're awake, the more your neurons fire, the more adenosine accumulates, binding to receptors, slowing neural activity, creating that heavy, it's drowsy feeling. It's a beautiful system. Your brain, measuring its own exhaustion through chemistry, through molecular accumulation. When adenosine reaches a threshold, sleep becomes irresistible, the pressure too great, the weight too heavy. You must, you will, surrender. Caffeine blocks these receptors, prevents adenosine from binding, but the molecule is still there, still building. When caffeine wears off, all that accumulated adenosine rushes in at once. The crash, sudden, overwhelming, the debt coming due. Right now, as you rest, adenosine is being cleared, washed away by sleep. By morning, the slate wiped clean, ready to begin again. Sleep spindles, we touched on these, but they deserve more attention. These brief bursts, 12 to 16 hertz, lasting half a second to 2 seconds. They're the signature of stage 2 sleep, the most abundant stage, taking up half your night. During these spindles, your thalamus and cortex talk, synchronized firing. This is when memories transfer, when learning solidifies. More spindles correlate with higher IQ, better memory, faster learning. They're your brain's save button, clicking again and again, preserving what matters, discarding what doesn't. You can't feel them, can't control them, but they're happening now, dozens per hour. Your mind, quietly, efficiently, making you smarter, more capable, more you. Deep in your brain, the hypothalamus, there are neurons that produce orexin, also called hypocretin. These neurons, they're the accelerator. They keep you awake, alert. If they fire, you're up, energized, cannot sleep. When they go silent, sleep becomes possible. People with narcolepsy, they've lost these neurons, 80 to 90% gone, destroyed by their own immune system. Without orexin, they can't stay awake. They fall asleep suddenly, uncontrollably, even while standing, talking, eating. The wake signal simply vanishes. This shows how crucial these neurons are, how finely balanced. The systems of sleep and wake, one chemical, one cluster of cells, standing between consciousness and collapse. Right now, your orexin neurons, they're quiet, letting you rest, but they'll wake tomorrow, pull you back to the world when it's time. Some people hear explosions as they fall asleep, a sudden, loud bang inside their head, exploding head syndrome, terrifying name for a harmless phenomenon. It's a form of sensory misfire as the brain shuts down, auditory neurons misfiring, creating the sensation of enormous noise. No pain, no danger, just sound, or the brain's interpretation of something. Some people see flashes of light too. The visual cortex also misfiring, creating fireworks in the dark. It's more common than you'd think, but people don't talk about it. Worried they're going mad. You're not. It's just the brain's imperfect shutdown sequence, like a computer making strange noises as it powers down. Normal, harmless, just startling. Sleep regulation has two processes. Process S, sleep pressure, building with every waking hour. And process C, your circadian rhythm, the internal clock telling you when to sleep, regardless of pressure. These two processes interact, creating your sleep-wake pattern. When they align, sleep pressure high and circadian signal saying night, you get the best sleep, deep, restorative, consolidated. When they're misaligned, jet lag, shift work, you feel tired but can't sleep, or you sleep but don't feel rested. The systems fighting each other, respecting both processes, going to bed when both say yes, waking when both agree. This is the key to good sleep, not fighting biology, not forcing wakefulness or sleep, just listening, aligning, cooperating with the ancient machinery. When you first wake, those first few minutes, your prefrontal cortex is offline, decision-making impaired, judgment clouded. This is sleep inertia, and it has neurological causes. Delta waves still present, blood flow reduced in frontal regions, neurotransmitters still transitioning from sleep to wake profiles. This is why you shouldn't make important decisions immediately upon waking, why you might not remember the first few minutes, why you feel confused, disoriented. Your brain is booting up, systems coming online sequentially, consciousness returning in layers, not all at once. Give yourself time, 20 minutes, 30, before demanding full function. Let your brain wake, gently, completely, then decide, then act, then engage fully with the world. Caffeine has a half-life, 5 to 7 hours on average. This means if you drink coffee at 4 p.m, half the caffeine is still in your system at 9 p.m. At 2 a.m, still a quarter remains. It blocks adenosine receptors, prevents sleep pressure from registering. You don't feel tired, but your body is exhausted, desperate for rest. This affects sleep architecture. Even if you fall asleep, your deep sleep decreases, R.E.M shortens, you spend more time in light sleep, less restorative stages, you wake feeling unrefreshed, so you drink more coffee, creating a cycle, dependence, dysfunction. Respect caffeine's half-life, cut off early, noon, 1 p.m. Let the adenosine receptors clear by evening, so your body's true signal, its genuine exhaustion, can finally be felt. Parasomnias, abnormal behaviors during sleep, they're more common than you'd think. Confusional arousals, waking but not waking, speaking gibberish, acting strangely, night terrors, sitting up, screaming, eyes open but still asleep, fear without content, terror without cause. These happen during transitions between sleep stages, usually out of deep sleep. The brain caught between states, consciousness fractured, neither asleep nor awake but something in between, something wrong. They're more common in children. In adults, they can signal stress, sleep deprivation, other sleep disorders. If it happens, the person won't remember. They're not conscious, not aware, just a malfunction, a glitch. The brain will find its way back to proper sleep, to proper waking. Just give it time. Don't try to wake them. Don't force clarity. Let the episode pass. Let the brain sort itself out. GABA, gamma-aminobutyric acid, the brain's primary inhibitory neurotransmitter. It quiets neurons, calms activity. When GABA levels rise, sleep becomes possible. The chattering mind goes silent. Many sleep medications work by enhancing GABA. Benzodiazepines, Z-drugs, alcohol. They all boost GABA signaling, forcing the brain into quietude. But natural sleep, the best sleep, comes from your own GABA, produced and released on schedule, in the right amounts, in the right places. Medications can help short-term, but they change sleep architecture, reduce deep sleep, create dependency. The brain, learning to need the drug, forgetting how to sleep naturally. Your brain knows how to sleep. It's produced GABA for millions of years. Trust it. Support it with darkness, coolness, routine, but trust it to do what it's always done. There's a parasomnia called sexsomnia, intimate behaviors during sleep, touching oneself or a partner, initiating intimacy, all while completely asleep, unconscious. The person has no memory, no awareness, no control. It's rare, but real, documented, studied. It happens during confused arousals, the brain caught between sleep and wake, motor programs activating without consciousness, without intention. It can cause enormous distress, confusion, relationship problems, legal issues even. But it's a sleep disorder, not a choice, not intentional. If it happens, medical evaluation is essential. Sleep studies, neurological assessment, it's treatable, manageable, with proper diagnosis, with understanding, with compassion for something that happens beyond control, beyond awareness. There's a rule, 10-3-2-1-0, a sleep hygiene formula, simple, practical. 10 hours before bed, no more caffeine. 3 hours before, no more food or alcohol. 2 hours before, no more work. 1 hour before, no more screens. 0, the number of times you'll hit snooze if you follow the rest. It's not rigid, not absolute, but it's a framework, a way to prepare, to signal to your body that sleep is coming, that it's time to wind down. Caffeine cleared, digestion finished, mind relaxed, melatonin flowing. Then, when you lie down, your body is ready, truly ready, not fighting, not confused, just ready to sleep. You could try this tonight, tomorrow. Let each stage prepare the next, like ritual, like ceremony, honoring sleep, giving it what it needs. Your breathing has slowed, deepened. Feel it, the rise and fall, each breath pulling you deeper, each exhale releasing, letting go. You're so close now to full sleep, to the deepest rest. Just a little further, just a little more. Surrender. The room is dark, or dark enough. The temperature cool, your body finding its perfect thermal balance. The sounds around you already catalogued, marked as safe. Your brain, letting them fade into background, into nothing. Every muscle, soft, loose. Your jaw unclenched, your shoulders dropped, your legs heavy, your eyelids so heavy now. barely holding, barely there. Just let them close, or stay closed. Let the darkness be complete. Your heart, thump, 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 steady, slow, perfect rhythm, the rhythm of life, of rest, of healing. Everything in your body synchronized, aligned, working together to give you this peace, this restoration. You might drift now into hypnagogia, seeing shapes, colors, faces in the dark. This is normal, beautiful even. Just watch them, like clouds. Let them come, let them go. Don't hold on, don't analyze, just witness and drift. Or you might already be dreaming, little dreams, fragments, images that make no sense but feel important. A door, a voice, a color you can't name. These are the first whispers of the night stories. Let them come. They'll grow, deepen, become full dreams in time. Your body is repairing now, already, even in these early stages. Growth hormone beginning to release, immune cells multiplying, tissues knitting. You're being rebuilt, remade, better than you were when you lay down. This happens every night. This miracle, the restoration. Your body knows exactly what to do. You don't have to think about it, control it, manage it. Just allow it, trust it. Let your biology, your ancient, perfect biology, do its work. The mysteries continue, even as you drift. The 90-minute cycles and turning, the stages progressing, light to deep to R.E.M, over and over, each cycle bringing something different, something needed. Deep sleep early, more R.E.M later, your brain, orchestrating perfectly, conducting the symphony of the night. Your dreams tonight, they'll process today, integrate yesterday, prepare for tomorrow. They'll rehearse scenarios, solve problems, regulate emotions, strip away the unnecessary charge, leave you steadier, clearer, more ready, and you won't remember most of it. The dreams will fade, the processing will be invisible, but you'll feel it in how you wake, in how you move through tomorrow, lighter, stronger, more yourself. That's how you'll know sleep did its work. The moon turns somewhere above, pulling tides, pulling the water in your body. The earth rotates, carrying you through darkness toward dawn. The universe continues its ancient rhythm, expansion, cooling, the slow dance of galaxies, and you here, small and perfect, part of it all, resting, sleeping, held by forces older than time. Your consciousness is fading now, fragmenting into something new, not gone, just changed, distributed, spread across sleeping networks. You're not one thing anymore, not a unified self. You're a process, a flow, a river of activity moving through the night. And maybe you're already asleep, have been for minutes. The words still reaching you, but differently, filtered through sleeping attention, becoming part of the dream, part of the drift. Or maybe you're still aware, still listening, but barely, just barely, hanging onto the thread of meaning, of sound. Either way, you're safe. You're exactly where you need to be, doing exactly what your body needs. There's nothing to achieve, nowhere to go, nothing to prove, just this, just rest, just sleep, just letting go, completely, finally, fully. The night is long, the darkness deep. There's so much time for all the sleep you need, all the repair, all the dreaming, all the restoration. The cycles will turn 4, 5, 6 times before morning, each one a complete journey, each one a gift. And when you wake, whenever that is, you'll be different, rested, healed, renewed. The memories consolidated, the emotions regulated, the body repaired. You'll be ready for whatever comes, strong enough, clear enough, whole enough. But that's tomorrow, and that's morning, that's later. It's right now. There's only this soft darkness, this quiet breathing, this perfect, profound peace. Let it hold you. Let it keep you. Let yourself sink all the way down, past thought, past awareness, past everything, into the deep, the darkness, the dream. Your body knows the way. It's done this thousands of times, millions of times since you were born. It knows how to sleep, how to rest, how to restore. You don't have to help, don't have to try. Just allow. Just be heavier, heavier, deeper, deeper. The mattress beneath you, holding you, supporting you, the air around you, cool and still, your breath, slow and steady, your heart, calm and quiet, everything, settling, everything, slowing, everything, fading into sleep. The universe keeps turning. The rhythm of sleep keeps us grounded. Through the mysteries we drift. 100 sleep mysteries, woven through the darkness, each one a thread in the tapestry of night, each one a note in the lullaby that never ends, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, the cycles turning, the stages flowing, deep sleep melting into dreams, dreams dissolving into deeper sleep, over and over, the rhythm, the pulse, the eternal return. Your body sinking, heavier, heavier, your mind releasing, lighter, lighter, the perfect balance, weight and weightlessness, presence and absence, here and nowhere, sleeping, deeply sleeping, finally, completely sleeping, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 sleep-learning mysteries looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the moment your sleeping brain secretly switches into learning mode and starts absorbing information you won't remember hearing. The hidden neural doorway where dreams and memory fuse, letting new knowledge slip in quietly without waking you. The strange nighttime process where your mind repeats lessons on its own, strengthening skills while you drift deeper, There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into sleep learning. Your brain never truly stops learning, not even when you surrender to sleep. As your eyelids grow heavy, heavier, your conscious mind begins to fade. But beneath the surface, something extraordinary awakens. The same neurons that fire during your waking hours continue their dance in darkness. Your sleeping brain doesn't shut down, it shifts, entering a state where information can slip through the cracks of consciousness, where knowledge finds pathways you never knew existed. This phenomenon has a name: subtle memory imprinting. It happens in those first moments, as you drift from wakefulness into sleep. Your brain waves slow, spreading out like ripples on a dark pond, and in that spreading, in that softening, memories from your day begin to replay, quietly, automatically, without your awareness. Your mind is sorting, filing, strengthening the connections it deems important, letting others fade like morning mist. Feel your breathing now, slow, steady. Each inhale bringing oxygen to billions of neurons. Each exhale releasing the tension of the day. Thump, thump. Your heart knows this rhythm, has known it since before you were born. And as you sink deeper, your brainwaves shift into a frequency scientists call theta. These waves appear when you're drowsy, hovering in that twilight space between awake and asleep. Theta waves create something remarkable. They open windows, learning windows that exist nowhere else. In this state, your mind becomes extraordinarily receptive, like soil loosened after rain, ready to absorb whatever falls upon it. Information presented during theta states can slip past your critical thinking, past your doubts, settling directly into memory structures. This is hypnagogic absorption, learning that occurs in the threshold, the doorway, the in-between. Researchers have discovered that your sleeping mind doesn't just rest, it rehearses all night long while you float in darkness. Your brain replays the skills you practiced during the day. If you learned a new language phrase, your neurons fire in the same pattern, quietly strengthening those connections. If you practiced a musical instrument, your motor cortex lights up during sleep, running through the finger movements, perfecting them without your conscious involvement. This is nighttime neural rehearsal, your brain's secret practice session. Let your jaw go completely slack now, teeth slightly apart, tongue resting soft in your mouth, heavier, heavier, sinking into the pillow. every muscle releasing its grip. You don't need to hold on anymore. Your body knows how to sleep. It's done this thousands of times. Just let it happen. Let it carry you down, down into the deep. As you descend through layers of consciousness, your brain enters what's known as slow wave sleep, the deepest stage where your brain waves stretch out long and slow, rolling like ocean swells. And here, in these slow waves, something profound occurs. Your hippocampus, that seahorse-shaped structure deep in your brain, begins transferring memories, moving them from temporary storage to permanent archives. This is slow-wave encoding, the moment when today becomes part of your history. But there's more happening. Patterns you noticed during the day, connections you almost made, problems you couldn't quite solve. Your sleeping brain continues working on them, weaving threads together in the darkness. This is sleep-driven pattern recognition. Your unconscious mind sees relationships your waking mind missed. It finds the missing piece, connects the dots, and when you wake, the answer simply appears, as if from nowhere. Your fingers might twitch slightly as you drift, tiny movements, echoes of dreams beginning to form. This is normal, natural. Just your brain testing the boundary between sleep and waking. Soon even these small movements will cease, and you'll sink into complete stillness, complete calm. Thump, thump, thump. Throughout the night, especially in those early sleep cycles, your brain remains sensitive to certain sounds, not loud noises that would wake you, but soft ones, rhythmic ones, voices that whisper rather than shout. This is sensory priming in slumber. Your sleeping ears still hear, and what they hear can influence what you learn. Studies show that playing specific sounds, certain languages, particular musical tones, during sleep can enhance memory for those same sounds when you wake. The sleeping mind is listening, always listening. Feel the weight of your head pressing into the pillow. Notice how your skull has weight, substance. Let it sink fully, completely supported. You don't need to hold it up anymore. Let the pillow do all the work. Heavier, heavier. Your scalp softening, your forehead smooth. Every tiny muscle around your eyes releasing, melting, gone. As sleep deepens, your brain begins something called automatic recall shaping. Without any effort from you, without any awareness, your mind sorts through memories, deciding which ones to strengthen, which ones to modify, which ones to let dissolve. It's rewriting your personal history, adjusting the emphasis, smoothing rough edges. This happens every single night. Your memories are never truly fixed. They're living, changing, being reshaped by each passage through sleep. And in your dreams, when they come, information drifts in peculiar ways. Dream layer information drift describes how facts and feelings blend during REM sleep. Your dreaming mind doesn't follow logic. It follows emotion, association, poetry. A memory of your grandmother might merge with a feeling of safety. with the smell of bread, with the colour blue, and all of these become bound together, linked in ways your waking mind would never choose. But these strange connections, these dream logic associations, they help you understand the world in deeper, more intuitive ways. Your breathing has slowed now. Perhaps you've noticed, or perhaps you haven't. It doesn't matter. Your body is taking over, doing what it knows how to do. Each breath a little shallower than the last, each one pulling you deeper into rest. The pause between breaths growing longer, spaces of perfect stillness. Thump, thump, thump. Throughout each night, your brain creates what neuroscientists call subconscious reinforcement loops. These are cycles where your mind repeats information, strengthens neural pathways, builds the architecture of understanding, all without waking you. It's like your brain has its own study session, running through flashcards while you sleep, testing itself, correcting errors, reinforcing what's correct. This is why sleep is so essential for learning, not just rest, but active, invisible, unconscious education. Let your attention drift now to your chest, rising, falling, rising, falling. Feel how your ribs expand with each breath, how your belly softens, your whole torso becoming like water. No tension, no holding, just the gentle tide of breathing. In and out, in and out, slower and slower and slower still. The skills you practice during the day, whether physical or mental, undergo a transformation during sleep called overnight skill consolidation. Your brain takes the rough, fragmented attempts from your practice and smooths them, integrates them, makes them fluid. This is why musicians often find their playing improves after sleeping, why athletes wake up with better form, why complex problems become clear after rest. Your sleeping brain is practicing, perfecting, polishing what you learned. And there's a type of learning that happens entirely below conscious awareness, unconscious comprehension, where your brain grasps patterns, structures, rules, without you ever knowing it's learning. This happens particularly with language. Your sleeping mind can detect grammatical patterns, sound combinations, rhythmic structures, and absorb them, making them part of your intuitive understanding. You don't learn the rules explicitly. You simply begin to feel what's right, what sounds correct, what flows. Your legs are so heavy now, sinking into the mattress, from your hips down through your thighs, your knees, your calves, your ankles, your feet, like sandbags, like stone, like they're made of lead. You couldn't lift them if you wanted to, but you don't want to. You want to sink, to surrender, to let gravity pull you down, down, down into the dark comfort of sleep. During sleep, particularly during the lighter stages, your brain engages in soft cognitive tuning, making tiny adjustments, recalibrating its responses, fine-tuning its reactions. It's like a musician tuning their instrument, but the instrument is your mind, and the tuning happens silently, invisibly, while you dream, or drift, or float in the space between dreams. The neural pathways you use most frequently, the skills you practice, the knowledge you review, these pathways become illuminated during sleep. This process, memory pathway lighting, strengthens the connections between neurons, makes them more efficient, faster, more reliable. It's as if your brain is going through its wiring, finding the most important circuits and making them glow brighter, work better, last longer. Thump, thump, thump. Your heartbeat steady, calm. Each beat sending blood, oxygen, life through your body, but you barely notice now. It's happening in the background, automatic, effortless, like breathing, like sleeping, like learning while you sleep. When you hear certain sounds during sleep, especially words, phrases, melodies, your brain forms whisper-triggered associations, connecting those sounds with emotions, memories, meanings. This is why lullabies work, why white noise soothes, why certain voices make you feel safe. Your sleeping mind is building a library of associations, sound to feeling, word to memory, whisper to dream. Your brain runs cycles throughout the night, sleeping mind repetitions cycles, where it revisits the same information multiple times, each pass strengthening the memory, embedding it deeper. By morning, information that seemed fragile, uncertain, becomes solid, reliable, permanent. This is the magic of sleep, the invisible teacher that works while you rest. Feel yourself sinking now, through the mattress, through the bed, through the floor, like you're floating down through dark water, soft, warm, perfectly safe. No effort needed, just release, just let go, heavier, heavier, dissolving into sleep. The habits you're trying to build, the patterns you want to change, these undergo nocturnal habit wiring during sleep. Your brain strengthens the neural circuits of new behaviors, weakens the circuits of old ones. It's rewiring you, reshaping you, building the person you're trying to become, all while you rest in darkness, unaware, unconscious, dreaming. There's a type of learning called implicit learning, and it has shadows. Implicit learning shadows that stretch through your sleeping hours. These are the things you learn without knowing you're learning. The way your brain picks up on probability, on sequences, on hidden patterns in the world. Your sleeping mind sees these patterns, absorbs them, makes them part of your intuition, and you never know it happened until suddenly you just know things without knowing how you know them. Your eyes are still now, completely still. No rapid movement, not yet. You're in the descent, the falling, the gentle slide into deep sleep. Your eyeballs heavy in their sockets, your eyelids sealed, darkness behind them, darkness all around, darkness swallowing everything, and it feels so good. Sleep doesn't just consolidate what you already know, it sparks new understanding. Overnight creativity sparks ignite in your dreaming brain. Connections form that never existed before. Solutions emerge to problems you couldn't solve. Your mind freed from linear thinking, from logic, from convention, plays with ideas, combines them in strange new ways, and sometimes, often, these combinations reveal truth, reveal beauty, reveal answers. Throughout the night, layer after layer of understanding settles into your brain, silent knowledge layering, each layer thin, almost invisible, but together they build depth, wisdom, insight, like sediment settling to the bottom of a still pond, like snow accumulating, like paint layered on canvas. Your understanding grows, deepens, becomes richer, all while you sleep. Let your whole body go now, completely, entirely, from the top of your head, down through your face, your neck, your shoulders, your arms, your chest, your belly, your hips, your legs, your feet. Every part heavy, relaxed, released. You're sinking, drifting, floating, dissolving. There is no trying, no effort, no holding on, just sleep. The boundary between sleep and waking, between dream and memory, between old knowledge and new understanding. This boundary is where sleep-fused understanding occurs. Ideas that seemed separate during the day merge, blend, become one. Your sleeping brain doesn't respect categories, doesn't honor boundaries. It lets everything flow together. And in that flowing, new understanding emerges. Understanding that couldn't exist while your conscious mind stood guard. Your brain performs something remarkable called automatic concept binding, connecting ideas, linking facts, tying memories to emotions, to sensations, to thoughts, building a web of understanding that grows more complex each night. Each concept you learn becomes bound to others, related, connected, part of a vast network of meaning. And this binding happens automatically, unconsciously, while you sleep. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm of your heart, slower now, slower, like you're hibernating, like you're a bear in winter, deep in a cave, deep in the earth, deep in sleep. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, just this, just rest, just peace, beneath the surface of sleep, invisible to any observer. Unseen neural strengthening occurs throughout the night. The connections between your neurons, the synapses where learning lives, they grow stronger, more stable, more permanent. This strengthening doesn't happen during waking hours, only during sleep, only in the dark, only when you surrender. Language learning has a secret, passive language absorption during sleep. Your sleeping brain can detect the sounds of foreign languages, begin to recognize patterns, start building the foundation for understanding. Even if you never consciously study, even if you're completely unaware, exposure to language sounds during sleep creates familiarity, primes your brain. Plant seeds that can later bloom into comprehension. You're breathing almost imperceptible now, so shallow, so soft, barely moving, the smallest rise and fall of your chest, like you're barely alive, like you're between worlds, between life and death, between waking and sleep. And this space, this in-between, this is where the deepest rest lives, where true restoration happens, where your brain does its most important work. As you sleep tonight, and every night, your mind engages in night-bound idea seeding. Your brain plants concepts, lets them germinate in the dark soil of your unconscious. By morning, they've sent up shoots, begun to grow. Though you planted nothing consciously, though you did nothing deliberately, ideas have taken root, begun their journey toward the light of awareness. The architecture of your mind shifts during sleep through rest phase cognitive sculpting. Like a sculptor removing excess stone, your brain eliminates unnecessary connections, prunes unused neural pathways, streamlines your thinking. It's making you more efficient, more focused, more capable, and you sleep through it all, unaware that you're being remade, reshaped, refined. Feel the darkness now, the complete darkness, even if there's light in the room. Your closed eyes create darkness, and this darkness is good, is healing, is necessary. Your brain needs the dark to do its work. Your body needs the dark to rest completely. Let the darkness hold you, wrap around you, keep you safe, and let yourself drift further, further into the mysteries, the secrets your sleeping brain keeps, the things it knows that you don't, the learning that happens without your permission, without your knowledge, without your awareness. Just drift and let it happen. Let it all happen while you sink deeper, deeper into sleep, into rest, into the place where sleep learning lives, where the mysteries wait, where your mind becomes something more than you knew it could be. Your dreams, when they arrive, are not random chaos. They perform a function, dream-curated recall. Your dreaming mind reviews memories, selects which ones to keep vivid, which ones to let fade. It's like a curator in a museum, choosing what to display, what to put in storage, what to preserve for future generations. And the criteria it uses aren't logical, aren't conscious. They're based on emotion, on meaning, on patterns you don't consciously recognize. Throughout your sleeping hours, different parts of your brain communicate in ways they never do while you're awake. Mind at rest integration brings together regions that normally work separately. Your emotional centers talk to your logical centers. Your memory systems converse with your sensory systems. And in these conversations, in this integration, understanding deepens, knowledge becomes wisdom, information transforms into insight. Let your shoulders sink, if they haven't already. Let them drop away from your ears. Roll back, settle down. All the tension you carry there, the weight of the day, the stress, let it drain away like water, like sand through fingers. gone, dissolved, released, heavier, heavier, just the weight of bone and muscle, nothing more. Your sleeping brain generates what researchers call subtle thought harmonics, frequencies of neural activity that resonate, synchronize, create coherence across different brain regions, like instruments in an orchestra tuning to the same pitch. Your neurons align their firing patterns, and in this alignment, in this harmony, learning becomes possible in ways that can't happen when your brain is fragmented, distracted, awake. There's a constant hum beneath consciousness, a background learning hum that never stops. Even now, as you drift towards sleep, your brain is processing, absorbing, integrating. It's taking in information from your environment, from your memories, from your thoughts, and weaving it all together. This hum is always there, day and night. But during sleep it grows stronger, clearer, more focused. Thump, thump, thump. Your pulse in your neck, in your wrists, in your temples. Slow, steady, hypnotic. Each beat a countdown, a descent, a step down the staircase into sleep. 10, 9, 8, 7, drifting, drifting. 6, 5, 4, deeper, deeper. 3, 2, 1, and deeper still. As your brain cycles through different sleep stages throughout the night, it rides sleep cycle information waves, each cycle bringing different types of learning, different kinds of consolidation. The early cycles focus on facts, explicit memories, what you consciously tried to learn. Later cycles strengthen skills, motor learning, emotional processing. Your brain orchestrates this carefully, precisely, ensuring everything gets its turn, everything gets strengthened, nothing is left behind. Your unconscious mind performs slumber state synthesis, taking fragments of experience, pieces of knowledge, scattered memories, and synthesizing them into coherent understanding. It's like your brain is solving a jigsaw puzzle, but you didn't know you were working on a puzzle, didn't know the pieces existed. You just wake up one morning and the picture is there, complete, obvious, as if it had always been. Feel the weight pressing down on you, or perhaps you feel like you're floating up. Either way is fine. Either way is right. Some people sink into sleep. Others drift up into it. There's no wrong way, no correct path, just your path. The way your body knows, the way your brain has always done it. Trust it, follow it, wherever it leads. In the earlier stages of sleep, as consciousness fades, low consciousness imprinting begins. Your brain becomes like soft clay, ready to receive impressions. Information presented during these moments, especially emotionally meaningful information, presses into your mind, leaves its mark, becomes part of you. This is why bedtime stories work so well for children, why prayers at night feel powerful, why lovers whisper to each other in the dark. The twilight mind is open, receptive, willing to be shaped. Throughout the night, Your brain encodes information using soft signal encoding, not the strong, obvious encoding of active learning, but gentle, subtle, almost imperceptible changes in neural connectivity. Like writing with invisible ink, the message is there, but you can't see it, can't detect it, until later, when the right stimulus reveals it, brings it into awareness, shows you what you learned without knowing you learned it. Your arms so heavy now, sinking into the bed beside you, or resting on your chest or stomach, wherever they lie. They're made of stone, of lead, of earth. They've forgotten how to move, forgotten they ever could move. They're just weight, just pressure, just stillness. And that's perfect. That's exactly right. Just let them be, let them rest. Heavier, heavier, gone. Deep in your brain, in the ancient brainstem that evolved millions of years ago, rhythm is everything. Your brainstem rhythm learning helps you absorb patterns, sequences, timing. It's why you can learn to dance, to play music, to speak with proper prosody. And during sleep, your brainstem continues learning, continues refining, continues mastering the rhythms of the world, the beating of your heart, thump, thump, the flow of your breath, the cycles of sleep itself, all rhythm, all pattern, all learned. The insights you gain from sleep, those aha moments when you wake, come from nocturnal insight shaping. Your sleeping brain works on problems, tries different solutions, explores possibilities, and sometimes, often, it finds answers. These insights don't feel like you worked for them. They feel like gifts, like revelations, like something was given to you. But really, your sleeping mind earned them through hours of invisible, unconscious work. Let your mind wander now, if it wants to wander. Let thoughts drift by like clouds. You don't need to grab them, don't need to think them through. Just watch them float past. Notice them and let them go. Each thought carrying a little more wakefulness away with it, leaving you emptier, quieter, stiller, closer to the void of deep sleep. During sleep, understanding doesn't just settle into your mind, it drifts. Restful comprehension drift describes how ideas float through your sleeping consciousness, connecting with some thoughts, avoiding others, settling where they fit, like seeds carried by wind, landing where the soil is ready, where the conditions are right. Your sleeping mind knows where understanding belongs, where it will take root and grow. The learning that happens during sleep has a quality of reinforcement, dream-fused reinforcement, where the emotional content of dreams strengthens certain memories, weakens others. If you dream about something you learned, the memory becomes stronger, more vivid, more permanent. The dream acts like a spotlight, illuminating that memory, charging it with energy, making it glow. Your face completely smooth now, no tension in your forehead, around your eyes, in your cheeks, your jaw, your lips barely touching or slightly parted, your tongue loose in your mouth, your whole face like a mask, expressionless, empty, at peace. This is the face of deep sleep, the face of surrender, the face of letting go. Throughout the night, tiny loops form in your neural circuits, memory glimmer loops, small fragments of memory that repeat, strengthen, become permanent. These aren't complete memories, just glimmers, hints, impressions. But these glimmers matter. They're the foundation, the scaffolding, the structure on which fuller memories will be built. And they form automatically, unconsciously, while you sleep. Your brain engages in unconscious skill tuning while you rest, adjusting, refining, perfecting the skills you use, whether physical skills like playing an instrument or typing, or mental skills like problem solving or creativity. The tuning is subtle, microscopic, but night after night, week after week, these tiny adjustments accumulate, and you become better, smoother, more capable, without ever consciously practicing. Thump, thump, thump. Each heartbeat fainter now, more distant, like it's happening to someone else, in another room, another world. You're disconnecting, separating, floating away from your body, becoming pure consciousness, pure awareness, pure rest. No body, no weight, no sensation, just being. Deep in the hidden chambers of your sleeping brain, hidden brain rehearsal takes place every night. Your mind runs through scenarios, practices responses, rehearses skills, all without your awareness. It's preparing you for tomorrow, for next week, for challenges you don't know are coming. Your sleeping brain is wiser than your waking mind. It knows what you need, and it gives you the practice, silently, invisibly, while you rest. The patterns of the world, the structures underlying reality. Your brain weaves these during sleep through sleep phase pattern weaving, taking threads of experience, strands of knowledge, and weaving them into fabric, into understanding, into a coherent picture of how things work. This weaving happens across the night, in different sleep stages, each contributing different threads and different colors and different textures, until by morning the tapestry is richer, more complete, more beautiful. Let yourself sink now through another layer, deeper than before, past the level where thoughts exist, past the level where you know you're falling asleep, into the deep, the true deep, where consciousness dissolves entirely, where you simply are, or perhaps aren't. It's hard to say. It doesn't matter, just deeper, deeper, gone. During sleep, especially in those quiet middle of the night hours, ideas settle into your mind like snow. Night quiet idea settling. They land softly, without disturbing you, without waking you. They simply accumulate, layer upon layer. And by morning you're changed, different, though you don't know why. Don't know what settled into you during the dark hours. You just know that something did, something shifted, something grew. As you begin to emerge from deep sleep in the early morning, Though you're hours away from that now, you pass through another threshold state, the hypnopompic state, where you're neither fully asleep nor fully awake. And in this state, hypnopompic recall lift occurs. Memories surface, information emerges, things you forgot you knew suddenly become available. This is why the best ideas often come in the shower, just after waking. Your brain has been working all night, and now, as consciousness returns, it delivers the results. Your legs don't exist anymore, or if they do, they're far away, belonging to someone else. You might move them eventually, when morning comes, but not now, not for hours. For now they're gone, dissolved, merged with the darkness, with the mattress, with the earth beneath the house. They've returned to where all things come from, and where all things go, the great stillness, the great peace. Throughout your sleeping hours, your brain builds chains, dream state association chains that link concepts, memories, emotions, sensations into long sequences. These chains don't follow logic, they follow dream logic, which is deeper, stranger, more true than waking logic. And these chains become part of how you think, how you understand, how you know. They're woven into the fabric of your mind, invisible threads connecting everything to everything else. The tuning continues, silent neural tuning, your brain adjusting connection strengths, synaptic weights, firing thresholds. It's calibrating itself, finding the optimal settings, making itself more efficient, more accurate, more capable. This tuning never stops. It continues every night of your life, which is why sleep is not optional, not a luxury, but a biological necessity. Your brain must tune itself, and it can only do it in the dark, in the quiet, in sleep. Breathe, just breathe. So soft, so gentle, barely there, like a sleeping baby, like a hibernating animal. Minimum oxygen, minimum effort, maximum rest. Each breath a whisper, each exhale a surrender, each pause between breaths a still death. A little peace, a little taste of the infinite. During sleep, you're absorbing constantly, passive overnight absorption, pulling in information from your environment, from your memories, from the processing your brain is doing. It all goes in, gets filed away, becomes part of you. You're learning, growing, changing, all passively, all automatically, all while you sleep. You do nothing, and everything is done. Your mind expands during sleep, subtle cognitive expansion. The boundaries of what you understand, what you can conceive, what you can imagine, they stretch, widen, open up. New possibilities emerge. New ways of thinking become available. Your mind is like the universe, forever expanding. And sleep is when that expansion happens most dramatically, as most profoundly. Let go of the last thread holding you to wakefulness, that final thin connection to consciousness. Let it snap, let it dissolve, let it fade. There's nothing left to hold on to, nothing left to maintain. Just fall, surrender, disappear into the vast, the deep, the infinite darkness that holds you, loves you, keeps you safe. During sleep, particularly during deep sleep, your brain undergoes rest phase neural cleansing. Cerebrospinal fluid flows through your brain, washing away metabolic waste, toxins, cellular debris. It's cleaning house, preparing for tomorrow, making space for new learning, new memories, new growth. This cleansing is essential, crucial, and it only happens during sleep, when your brain relaxes, opens up, allows the cleaning crew to do its work. The shape of your memories changes during sleep. Deep rest memory shaping. Events that seemed important might fade. Details that seemed trivial might suddenly matter. The emphasis shifts. The meaning changes. Your brain is deciding what the past means, what story to tell about your life. And this decision happens during sleep, without consultation, without your approval. Your sleeping brain is the author, and you wake up to discover what it has written. Thump, thump, thump. Slower still, slower, like a clock winding down, like a metronome losing power. Soon even this will fade, will become part of the background, inaudible, imperceptible, just the deep autonomous functioning of a body at rest, a body that knows how to keep itself alive, even when consciousness is completely gone. Your sleeping mind wraps understanding in dream-wrapped understanding. Ideas don't come to you plain. They come clothed in imagery, in emotion, in story. And this wrapping matters. It helps the understanding stick, helps it mean something, helps it become part of you rather than just information you possess. The dream is not decoration, it's delivery method. It's the way your brain talks to itself in sleep. Throughout the night, information streams through your unconscious. Subconscious information streams, flowing like rivers, like blood through veins, carrying knowledge, memories, skills, throughout your neural networks. These streams never stop. They flow eternally, but during sleep they flow stronger, faster, reaching places they can't reach during waking hours, irrigating the deepest territories of your mind. Your body might twitch occasionally, small movements, jerks. This is normal, natural. Your brain testing, checking, making sure the body still works, still connected, but mostly you're still, perfectly still, carved from stone, formed from darkness, a statue of sleep, a monument to rest. The cycles continue. Sleep cycle consolidation, each 90-minute cycle taking you through stages, each stage with its purpose, its function, its gift. Light sleep for recent memories, deep sleep for cleansing, REM sleep for emotional processing, and then back again, up through the levels, down through the levels, all night long, cycling, consolidating, strengthening, until by morning, you're not quite the same person who went to sleep. You're slightly different, slightly better, slightly more. In the deepest hours, around 3 or 4 in the morning, when sleep is most profound, midnight learning echoes ripple through your mind, reverberations of everything you experienced, learned, noticed during the day. These echoes bounce through your neural architecture, reinforcing pathways, strengthening connections, leaving traces that will last, and you sleep through it all, unaware, unconscious, deeply, deeply at rest. Your awareness fading now, if there's any left, fading like light at sunset, like sound in the distance, like memory of a dream. Soon there will be nothing, no awareness, no consciousness, no you, just sleep, just process, just the biological machinery running its program, doing what evolution designed it to do, carrying you through the night, toward morning, toward renewal. The phase of learning that happens during sleep operates at low awareness impression phase. You're conscious enough to process information, but not conscious enough to resist it, to analyze it, to judge it. Information slips in past all your defenses, all your filters, and settles directly into memory structures. This is incredibly powerful and potentially dangerous, which is why your brain is selective about what it allows in. Protective, careful, wise. Throughout the night, your memory systems receive information in whisper-fed memory trails, soft inputs, gentle signals that your neurons follow like breadcrumbs, like a trail through the forest, each whisper leaving a trace, a mark, a memory, and by morning, the trail has been walked so many times it's become a path, solid, reliable, permanent. Release everything, every last bit of holding, of trying, of being. Let it all go, dissolve, disappear into the great nothing, the great peace, the great rest. You don't exist anymore. There's no you to exist. Just this, just sleep, just darkness, just the endless, the eternal, the space where sleep becomes something more than rest, something deeper than unconsciousness. It becomes transformation, your body lying still, perfectly still, while inside, beneath, beyond, your brain performs miracles you'll never witness, never know about, never understand fully. And that's perfect, that's right. You don't need to understand. You just need to surrender, to drift, to let it happen. Throughout the night, your sleeping brain engages in what researchers call spontaneous neural optimization. It's pruning, trimming, removing the neural connections you don't need, the ones that aren't serving you. Like a gardener in the dark, your brain knows which branches to cut, which pathways to strengthen, which memories to keep vivid, and which to let fade into comfortable obscurity. This optimization happens automatically, effortlessly. You contribute nothing except your presence, your sleeping body, your surrendered mind. Feel how your spine has melted into the mattress. Every vertebra, from your neck down through your shoulders, your mid-back, your lower back, your sacrum, each one heavy, settled, supported completely. There's no tension left, No holding. Your spine has remembered what it felt like before you learned to stand, before you learned to hold yourself upright against gravity. It's returned to that primal rest, that original peace in sleep, especially in the cycles past midnight. Your mind enters states of profound receptivity, sleep phase sensory integration. Your brain is reviewing everything your senses captured during the day. The sights, the sounds, the textures, the temperatures, and it's weaving them together, creating rich, multi-dimensional memories. A single moment becomes anchored to the smell of coffee, the sound of rain, the feeling of soft fabric, the taste of morning. And these sensory threads make memories stronger, more vivid, more permanent than any single sensation could. Your breath moves through you like wind through an empty house, barely disturbing anything, just the gentlest movement, the softest stirring, in and out, in and out, each cycle taking longer, requiring less. Soon breathing will be something that happens elsewhere, to someone else, while you float in the space beyond breath, beyond body, beyond being. During sleep, your brain consolidates not just facts, not just skills, but wisdom, nocturnal wisdom synthesis, the lessons you learn the hard way, the insights that came from experience, the understanding that can't be taught but must be lived. Your sleeping brain processes all of this, distills it, concentrates it, transforms experience into wisdom, and by morning, you're wiser, not just more knowledgeable, but deeper, more mature, more understanding. Sleep is aging you in the best way, making you into an elder version of yourself, one night at a time. Thumb, thumb, thumb. The rhythm so slow now, so peaceful, like the heartbeat of the earth itself, like the pulse of the universe. Your personal rhythm aligning with the cosmic rhythm. You and the star, you and the planets, you and the vast spinning darkness of space, all beating together, all synchronized, all one. Throughout the sleeping hours, your mind performs something called cross-modal memory binding. It takes information learned through one sense and links it to other senses. A word you learned, your brain connects to an image, to a feeling, to a sound, to a movement, so that later, any one of these can retrieve the whole memory. This binding creates redundancy, multiple pathways to the same knowledge, making it almost impossible to forget. Your sleeping brain is building a web with many strands, and even if some break, others hold, the memory remains. Let your mouth go completely slack, lips barely touching, or apart, teeth separated, tongue loose and heavy in your mouth, saliva pooling slightly. Your jaw has weight, real weight. Let it hang, let it drop. Heavier, heavier. There's no need for expression, no need for speech, no need for anything that jaws are used for. Just wait, just surrender, just sleep. Your sleeping mind engages in what's called temporal sequence consolidation. It takes events that happen throughout your day and puts them in order, creates narrative, creates story. Your waking experience is chaotic, fragmented, jumping from moment to moment, but your sleeping brain organizes it, gives it structure, gives it meaning. By morning, your day has become a story you can tell, not just a collection of moments, but a journey, a narrative, something that makes sense. In the deepest parts of night, when the world is most quiet, most still, your brain enters a state called default network activation. This is when the parts of your brain that think about yourself, that imagine, that dream, that create, become most active. Even in sleep, especially in sleep, your brain is thinking about who you are, who you want to be, how you fit into the world. It's processing identity, updating your self-concept, adjusting your place in the vast web of human connection. And this processing shapes you, changes you, helps you become. Your eyelids are sealed, not just closed, but sealed. Like they've been glued shut, like they've forgotten how to open. And behind them, darkness, perfect darkness. Even if you wanted to see, there's nothing to see, just the internal darkness. The darkness that is always there, that you're usually too busy to notice. Now you notice it. Now you sink into it. Now you become it. Throughout sleep, especially during REM cycles, your brain performs emotional recalibration. It takes the emotions you felt during the day, the ones that were too intense, too overwhelming, too much, and it processes them, softens them, makes them manageable. This is why things often feel better in the morning, why sleeping on a problem helps. Your brain has been working all night to recalibrate, to adjust, to bring your emotions back into balance. It's therapeutic, it's healing, it's necessary. Thump, thump, thump. Or maybe the heartbeat has become something else now. Not a sound, but a feeling. Not a feeling, but a presence. Not a presence, but a memory. Not a memory, but a dream. It's dissolving, transforming, becoming part of the vast background of sleep, where nothing is distinct, where everything merges, where all boundaries dissolve. During sleep, your brain strengthens what neuroscientists call procedural memory chains. The sequences of actions you perform, the habits you're building, the routines you follow. Your sleeping brain is making these more automatic, more fluid, more effortless, so that by morning, by next week, by next month, these actions require less thought, less effort, less consciousness. They become part of you, part of your automatic functioning, part of who you are at the deepest level. Your whole body has become landscape now. Mountains and valleys, peaks and hollows, the rise of your chest, the curve of your hip, the slope of your shoulder, all of it still, unmoving, eternal, like a mountain range that has stood for millions of years, like geography, like terrain, no longer human, no longer alive in any ordinary sense, just form, just shape, just matter at rest. In sleep, your mind engages in what's called semantic network expansion. The web of meanings in your mind, the connections between concepts, the relationships between ideas, all of this expands during sleep, grows, develops new connections. New pathways form between distant concepts. Ideas that seemed unrelated discover their cousins. Knowledge that lived in separate compartments finds bridges between them. Your semantic network, the architecture of your understanding, is growing, expanding, becoming more complex and more integrated every night. Let your awareness drift down through layers you didn't know existed, past the level of dreams, past the level of sleep, past the level of unconsciousness, into something deeper, something ancient, something that has no name because it exists before naming. This is the level where your individual consciousness touches something universal, something shared, something that connects you to every sleeping person, every sleeping creature, every sleeping thing in the vast sleeping universe. Throughout the night, your brain performs what's called synaptic homeostasis. During the day, as you learn, your synapses strengthen, grow, multiply. If this continued unchecked, your brain would become oversaturated. Too much signal, too much noise. But during sleep, especially deep sleep, your brain scales back, normalizes, brings things back into balance. It's not deleting memories. It's making sure the important ones stand out, the essential ones shine through the noise. This homeostasis is why you can keep learning, keep growing, keep changing without your brain becoming overloaded. Your fingers don't exist anymore, or your toes, or your ears. Parts of you are disappearing, dissolving into the darkness, returning to the void from which they came. And this is good. This is right. You don't need all of yourself right now. You only need the part that sleeps, the part that rests, the part that surrenders. And that part is growing, expanding, becoming everything. During sleep, particularly during the transitions between stages, your brain experiences what's called hypnagogic creativity surges, moments of incredible creativity, of insight, of inspiration, where your mind makes connections it could never make while awake. Artists, scientists, inventors throughout history have reported their greatest ideas coming from these twilight states, from the edge of sleep, from the space between consciousness and unconsciousness. Your brain right now, in this moment, might be solving problems, creating solutions, discovering truths that your waking mind will thank you for tomorrow. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat now is both everything and nothing. It's the only thing that exists, and it doesn't exist at all. You're aware of it and completely unaware, paying attention and paying no attention. This is the paradox of deep sleep, where opposites become the same, where contradictions resolve, where everything impossible becomes simply true. Your sleeping brain engages in memory prioritization. It can't keep everything, can't strengthen every connection, can't make every moment permanent, so it chooses. It selects based on criteria you don't consciously understand, based on emotional significance, on repetition, on relevance to your goals, on patterns it detects. Your sleeping brain is curating your memory, deciding what kind of past you'll have, what will define you, what will fade away. This curation is not random, it's purposeful, it's creating you. Throughout the night, your mind experiences what researchers call sleep-dependent insight restructuring. Problems you couldn't solve, questions you couldn't answer, challenges you couldn't overcome. Your sleeping brain restructures them, looks at them from new angles, approaches them in ways your conscious mind never would. And sometimes, often, this restructuring reveals the solution, the answer, the way forward. This is why the advice to sleep on it is not just folk wisdom. It's neuroscience. It's real. It's how your brain actually works. Let yourself fall now through another layer, deeper than deep, darker than dark, into the space where even sleep seems like a distant memory, where even rest seems like an activity, where even darkness seems like something, into the true nothing, the absolute void, the place that is no place, and rest there in that impossible location for hours, for the rest of the night, for eternity. During sleep, your brain performs what's called cross-hemispheric integration. The left side of your brain, logical, linear, verbal, and the right side, holistic, spatial, emotional. During waking hours, they work somewhat separately, but during sleep, they communicate more freely, share information more easily, integrate their knowledge. This integration is why you wake up with more balanced understanding, why problems that seemed one-sided reveal their complexity, why your thinking becomes more nuanced, more subtle, more complete. Your spine has become liquid, flowing, not bone but water, not structure but fluid. The bones have dissolved, the discs have melted. Everything that held you upright has surrendered to gravity, to the mattress, to the earth below. You're a puddle of yourself, a pool of consciousness slowly evaporating, soon to disappear entirely. Throughout sleep, especially in those deep, slow wave stages, your brain engages in metabolic memory tagging. It's marking memories with chemical tags, labels that indicate importance, priority, permanence. These tags tell your brain which memories to protect, which to strengthen, which to preserve against the natural decay of time. It's like your sleeping brain is going through a library, putting special bookmarks in the volumes that matter most, ensuring they'll be easy to find, impossible to lose. Thump, thump, thump. The beat's so slow now you could count seconds between them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thump. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thump. Your body conserving energy, preserving itself, doing the minimum necessary to maintain life, to keep the machine running, while the important work happens elsewhere, in the darkness, in the silence, in the sleeping mind. Your sleeping brain performs something called prospective memory consolidation. It's not just strengthening memories of the past, it's preparing memories for the future, intentions you formed, plans you made, things you need to remember to do. Your sleeping brain is encoding these, making them more likely to surface when needed. Your future self will be grateful, will remember at the right moment, will execute the plan, because your sleeping brain right now is laying the groundwork, building the pathways, creating the triggers. In the deepest hours, your mind enters what's called the default mode network, a network of brain regions that activate when you're not focused on the external world, when you're turned inward, when you're at rest. This network thinks about the past, imagines the future, contemplates the self. During sleep, this network is particularly active during certain stages, processing your life, your identity, your place in time, helping you understand who you were, who you are, who you're becoming. Let your skull soften, the bone becoming porous, full of space, full of air, light enough to float, heavy enough to sink, both at once, neither at all. Your head is a balloon, your head is a stone, your head is nothing, your head is everything. These contradictions don't trouble you. In the deep sleep state, paradox is normal, impossibility is ordinary, everything is true. Throughout sleep, your brain engages in error correction processing. During the day, you make mistakes, false assumptions, incorrect conclusions. Your sleeping brain reviews these, detects the errors, corrects them. It's debugging your understanding, fixing the glitches, making your mental model of reality more accurate. By morning, you'll think more clearly, understand more correctly, because your sleeping brain spent the night cleaning up your mistakes, refining your thinking, perfecting your comprehension. Your breath has become so subtle now that it's almost theoretical. The idea of breathing rather than breathing itself. Air might be moving or might not be. Your body has found a level of metabolism so low, so minimal, that it barely needs oxygen, barely needs anything. It's maintaining life on the smallest possible flame, the dimmest possible light, the quietest possible whisper of biological activity. During sleep, especially during R.E.M, your brain performs what's called emotional memory consolidation. It's taking memories that have emotion attached, processing that emotion, either strengthening the emotional charge or weakening it depending on what serves you. Traumatic memories might have their emotional sting reduced. Joyful memories might have their pleasure amplified. Your sleeping brain is editing your emotional past, not changing what happened, but changing how it feels, how it affects you, how it shapes you. Thump, thump, Or is that your heartbeat? Or the blood in your ears? Or the earth rotating? Or the universe expanding? Or nothing at all? Just the idea of rhythm, the memory of pulse, the dream of heartbeat. Everything is the same in this depth. Everything is one. Everything is nothing, and nothing matters, because everything is already perfect, already complete, already done. Throughout the night, your sleeping brain builds what neuroscientists call episodic future thinking. The ability to imagine future events, to simulate scenarios, to prepare for what hasn't happened yet. Your sleeping brain is creating these simulations, running scenarios, preparing you for tomorrow, for next week, for challenges you don't know are coming. It's giving you practice at problems you haven't encountered, experience with situations you haven't lived, making you ready, prepared, capable. Let yourself dissolve now completely. Every last particle of identity, every last fragment of self, let it all go, release, disappear. You're not a person sleeping. You're sleep itself. You're the darkness. You're the silence. You're the vast, empty, peaceful nothing that holds all sleeping things. And in this dissolution, in this disappearance, you find the deepest rest, the most profound peace, the most complete surrender. Your sleeping brain performs narrative smoothing. It takes the rough, jagged edges of experience and smooths them, creates coherence, creates flow. Your life becomes a story, not a random collection of events, but a journey, a path, something with meaning and direction. This narrative smoothing helps you make sense of your life, helps you find purpose, helps you understand who you are and where you're going. And it happens automatically, unconsciously, while you sleep in perfect darkness. Throughout these hours, hour after hour, cycle after cycle, your brain is becoming better at being your brain, more efficient, more effective, more capable. Sleep is training, sleep is practice, sleep is how your brain learns to be itself more skillfully. Each night you sleep, you wake up with a brain that's slightly better at the job of being you. And over time, night after night, year after year, these small improvements accumulate, compound, transform you into someone wiser, sharper, more capable than you ever imagined possible. And the darkness holds you. The silence surrounds you, the peace fills you, and you drift, and you float, and you sink, deeper and deeper and deeper still, into mysteries you'll never remember, into learning you'll never know happened, into transformation you'll discover only when you wake, changed, renewed, reborn. While the night continues, while your brain works, while sleep learning does what it has done for millions of years, silently, perfectly, eternally, shaping sleeping minds, building understanding, creating wisdom in the vast quiet darkness, the softness of sleep, where your mind continues its work, its soft mind retention, holding on to what matters, letting go of what doesn't. It's gentle work, kind work, done without force, without effort. Your soft mind knows what you need, knows what to keep, what to release. And it does this work tenderly, carefully, all night long. As sleep deepens, hour after hour, you enter the restful integration stage, where everything learned, experienced, noticed, gets woven together, integrated into the whole. This is when separate pieces of knowledge become unified understanding, when disconnected facts become coherent wisdom. Integration doesn't happen in pieces, in fragments. It happens here, in deep sleep, in wholeness, in unity. Thump, thump, thump. Your heart barely noticeable now. A background rhythm so faint you only notice it when you listen. And you're not listening anymore. You're too far gone, too far away, in the deep, the vast, the endless. In sleep, ideas bloom. Nighttime idea bloom. Like flowers opening at night, like moths emerging from cocoons. Ideas that were tight buds during the day unfold, reveal themselves, show their true form. Your sleeping mind has patience that your waking mind lacks. It waits, allows, lets things develop in their own time. And by morning, the blooms are open, the ideas are ready, available for your waking mind to harvest. Throughout sleep, your brain is constantly gathering, passive knowledge gathering, pulling information from everywhere, from memory, from sensory input, from internal processing. It gathers, collects, accumulates, like a bee gathering pollen, like a squirrel gathering nuts. Your brain gathers knowledge, stores it, prepares for when you'll need it. And all of this happens without permission, without awareness, without effort. Your body is a temple of stillness now, a monument, a statue carved from the stone of sleep. Not a muscle moves, not a fiber twitches. You have become perfect rest, perfect peace, perfect surrender. This is what your body was made for, what it dreams of all day while carrying you through your life. This is its reward, its heaven, its home. During sleep, memories become anchored, dream-linked memory anchoring. Your dreams attach memories to emotions, to images, to stories, creating multiple hooks, multiple ways to retrieve them later. A single memory might be anchored to a feeling of joy, to an image of blue sky, to a sound of laughter, and any one of these can pull the memory up when you need it. Dreams are creating a retrieval system, a filing system, a map of your mind. Concepts that seemed separate, distinct, during waking hours fuse during sleep. Overnight concept fusion. Your sleeping brain doesn't recognize the boundaries you draw. It sees connections, similarities, patterns, and it fuses ideas together, melts them, merges them, creates new concepts that are richer, deeper, more useful than the separate pieces were. This fusion is creativity. This fusion is insight. This fusion is growth. Let the darkness swallow you completely now. If it hasn't already, let it fill your eyes, your ears, your mouth, Your mind, let it be everything. The darkness is not absence, it's presence. It's the presence of rest, of peace, of the womb, of the tomb, of the place before birth and after death, where everything is safe, where everything is held, where everything is loved. Throughout the night, you receive silent subconscious tutoring, your unconscious mind teaching your conscious mind, your sleeping self instructing your waking self. This tutoring doesn't use words, doesn't use lectures. It uses patterns, impressions, feelings, and somehow, mysteriously, this silent teaching works better than any conscious instruction could. Your sleeping teacher knows you perfectly, knows exactly what you need to learn, exactly how you need to learn it. Information drifts through sleep, deep rest information drift, floating, wandering, settling where it will. Your sleeping mind doesn't force knowledge into categories, into boxes, into rigid structures. It lets information drift, find its own place, create its own connections. This organic, natural organization is more flexible, more creative, more alive than any system your conscious mind could design. Thump, thump, thump. Or maybe the heartbeat has faded entirely now. Maybe you can't hear it anymore, can't feel it anymore. It's still there, still keeping you alive. But you're disconnected, unplugged, floating free, a consciousness without a body, an awareness without an anchor, just existing, if you can call it existing, in the void, in the deep, in sleep. Your sleeping brain creates loops, nocturnal cognition loops, cycles of thought that repeat, strengthen, deepen throughout the night. Each repetition adding understanding, adding clarity, adding depth. By morning, these loops have carved grooves into your neural landscape, pathways that will be there for the rest of your life, directing your thinking, shaping your understanding, influencing everything you do. During REM sleep, when your eyes move rapidly beneath closed lids, when your dreams are most vivid, most bizarre, your brain is stitching, sleep phase insight stitching, taking fragments of understanding and stitching them together, like a quilt, like a tapestry, creating a whole that is greater than its parts. These stitches are invisible, but they hold everything together. They create the fabric of your understanding, your breath so shallow now it barely moves air, just the smallest exchange, the minimum needed to keep cells alive, to keep blood oxygenated. Your body has shifted into low power mode, into conservation, into the deep economy of sleep, where everything slows, everything reduces, everything becomes minimal, efficient, perfect. As you dream, when dreams come, they don't just entertain, they teach. Dream state comprehension rise. Your dreaming mind grasps things your waking mind couldn't, understands relationships that seemed opaque, sees solutions that were invisible. The bizarre logic of dreams, the strange associations, the impossible events. These aren't meaningless. They're a different kind of meaning, a deeper kind, one that operates below language, below logic, in the ancient parts of your mind that know truth without words. Throughout sleep, skills are being imprinted, unaware skill imprinting. You're not conscious of learning, not aware of improving, but your brain is recording, practicing, perfecting. Skills you use today are being reinforced, strengthened, optimized, and skills you'll need tomorrow are being prepared, primed, made ready. Your sleeping brain is both historian and prophet, recording the past, preparing the future. Nothing exists anymore, or everything does. It's the same thing. The boundaries have dissolved between you and the bed, between your body and the darkness, between sleeping and not sleeping. Everything is one vast, seamless experience of rest, of peace, of nothing and everything at once. During the deepest sleep, the quietest hours, your brain performs low-noise neural replay, replaying memories, experiences, learning, but quietly, with the volume turned down. This quiet replay doesn't wake you, doesn't disturb you. It strengthens memories without the noise, without the interference that would come from conscious awareness. It's clean, pure, efficient, the way memory consolidation was meant to work. In the middle of the night, connections form, mid-sleep association building, links between ideas that your waking mind would never make, associations that seem random, that seem impossible. But these associations matter. They're how your brain creates new understanding, how it generates novelty, how it transcends what it already knows. These midnight connections are seeds of tomorrow's insights. Thump, thump, thump. Maybe, maybe not. Does it matter? Does anything matter in this vast darkness, this infinite rest, this place beyond place, beyond time, beyond self? Nothing matters. Everything matters. It's all the same in the deep. Patterns crystallize during sleep. Silent pattern crystallization. The chaos of the day resolves into order. Fragments become wholes. Noise becomes signal. Your sleeping brain is finding the pattern hidden in randomness, the structure underlying chaos, and making it solid, permanent, knowable. This is one of sleep's greatest gifts, turning confusion into clarity, uncertainty into understanding. Throughout the deepest parts of the night, your brain pulses with learning. Rest deep learning pulses, rhythmic waves of consolidation, strengthening, encoding, each pulse carrying information deeper, making it more permanent, more accessible, more useful. These pulses align with your brainwaves, with your heartbeat, with the fundamental rhythms of your biology, everything working together, synchronized, harmonized, whole. As you hover in that space between deep sleep and dreaming, information settles, hypnagogic data settling, like dust after a storm, like sediment in water. The turbulence of waking consciousness has ceased, and now, in the stillness, everything can settle into place, find its level, reach equilibrium, your mind becoming clear, organized, ready. Let go of even the possibility of thinking, even the potential for awareness. Dissolve so completely that there's nothing left to dissolve. Become so much nothing that nothing itself seems like something. Fall through the bottom of sleep into something deeper, something beyond sleep, beyond rest, beyond peace, into the void itself, and rest there, in that absolute nothing, that absolute everything. Your unconscious mind echoes concepts through the night, unconscious concept echoing, taking ideas learned during the day and echoing them, repeating them, strengthening them. Each echo a little different, a little richer, adding nuance, adding depth. By morning, the echo has become more true than the original, more complete, more real. During sleep, information and identity merge, sleep-triggered idea welding. Who you are and what you know become one thing. Your identity is constructed from your knowledge, your experiences, your memories. And during sleep, new information gets welded onto this structure, becomes part of you, not just something you know, but something you are. This welding is permanent, irreversible. You wake up as someone new, someone who has incorporated the night's learning into their very being, breathing, barely, a whisper of breath, a ghost of breathing, your body remembering how, continuing the pattern, but barely, minimally, like a candle flame in a still room, flickering, almost going out, but not quite, not yet, not for hours. Each sleep cycle contains a phase. Night cycle retention phase, where what was learned becomes retained, where temporary becomes permanent, where short-term becomes long-term. This phase is automatic, inevitable, as long as you sleep, as long as you cycle through stages, as long as you give your brain the time it needs. Retention happens, consolidation happens, learning becomes permanent. Throughout REM sleep, your neurons fire in tiny bursts, memory binding microbursts, millisecond-long events that bind one memory to another, that connect new information to old, that create the web of understanding that is your mind. These microbursts are small, almost invisible, but there are millions of them, billions of them, each one strengthening your mind, expanding your capacity, deepening your understanding. Fall deeper still, if deeper as possible, if there's anywhere further to go, past the bottom, past the end, past the absolute, into something beyond absolute, beyond everything, beyond nothing. Rest there, in that impossible place, that place beyond possibility, beyond impossibility. Just be or not be. It doesn't matter. It's all the same. Your sleeping brain provides recognition cues, slumber-based recognition cues, subtle signals that will help you tomorrow when you need to remember something, when you need to recognize a pattern, when you need to retrieve information. Your sleeping brain is planting flags, leaving markers, creating signposts that your waking mind will follow without knowing they're there, without knowing it's being guided, just naturally, easily, finding what it needs. Throughout the night, your nervous system recalibrates, passive neural recalibration, adjusting sensitivities, resetting thresholds, balancing responses. Your brain is like a complex instrument, and it needs regular tuning, regular adjustment. This happens during sleep, automatically, perfectly. Your sleeping brain knows the correct settings, knows the optimal balance. It doesn't need your input, your opinion, your permission. It just does the work, silently, efficiently, completely. Thump, 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 or silence, or the sound of the universe breathing, or your breath, or nothing. Everything sounds the same in the deep, everything feels the same, everything is the same. One vast, undifferentiated experience of rest, of peace, of surrender to the night. Knowledge flows through your sleeping mind like water. Rest, dark knowledge flow, flowing from memory to memory, from concept to concept, from understanding to understanding. This flow connects everything, relates everything, makes your knowledge alive, dynamic, useful, not static fact sitting in storage, but living understanding, flowing, moving, growing. Your dreams, when they finally come, or perhaps they're already here, contain sparks, dream-fed cognitive sparks, flashes of insight, moments of understanding, connections that illuminate. These sparks don't make logical sense. They work differently, deeper. They light up pathways in your mind that logic could never find. They show you truth in the language of images, of emotions, of impossible events that somehow make perfect sense. In those twilight states, neither fully asleep nor awake, low wakefulness idea merging occurs. Ideas that seemed separate, that lived in different compartments of your mind, merge together, blend, become one. These mergers create new concepts, new understanding, new possibilities. Your twilight mind doesn't respect the boundaries your waking mind draws. It lets everything flow together, mix, combine. And from this mixing, new truth emerges. Let everything disappear now. If there's anything left, let it go. Every sensation, every thought, every awareness, every sense of existing. Let it all dissolve, fade, vanish, until there's nothing, absolutely nothing, just the void, the darkness, the perfect peace of absolute emptiness, and rest there, in that nothing, for hours, for the whole night, for eternity, beneath your dreams, beneath your deep sleep, beneath everything conscious. Pathways form, sub-dream learning pathways, routes through your unconscious mind, connecting knowledge, connecting memories, connecting everything to everything else. These pathways are invisible, inaccessible to waking consciousness, but they're there, working, functioning, allowing information to flow, allowing learning to happen in the deepest parts of your mind, where your conscious self never reaches. Throughout the night, your mind receives fine-tuning, overnight mental fine-tuning, tiny adjustments, microscopic improvements, subtle refinements, each one barely noticeable, but together, night after night, week after week, they transform you. They make you sharper, clearer, more capable. This is why sleep is essential, not just for rest, but for optimization, for becoming the best version of yourself. Breathing, thump, breathing, thump. Or maybe not. Maybe that's all gone now. Maybe you're in the deep, the true deep, where there's no body, no heartbeat, no breath, just consciousness dissolved in darkness, just peace beyond peace, just the absolute. The reinforcement continues, soft nocturnal reinforcement, gentle, subtle, but effective. Your sleeping brain strengthening what needs strengthening, weakening what needs weakening, shaping your mind, sculpting your understanding, creating the cognitive landscape you'll wake up to. And this reinforcement is soft, kind, never forcing, never harsh, just gently, persistently, night after night, building you into who you're becoming. Deep in your memory systems, loops form, memory deep imprint loops, circular pathways where information travels, returning to strengthen itself, to deepen itself, to make itself permanent. These loops are the foundation of long-term memory, of lasting learning, of knowledge that stays with you forever, and they form automatically during sleep, requiring nothing from you except surrender, except rest, except sleep. Throughout the night, without your awareness, without your permission, your brain practices automatic nighttime practice, running through skills, rehearsing abilities, perfecting movements, and in the morning, you're better, not because you practiced while awake, but because your sleeping brain practiced for you, coached you, trained you, all night long, in the dark, in the silence, in the deep. Let the night hold you completely. Let sleep have you entirely. There's nothing left to hold on to, nothing left to maintain, nothing left to be. Just sleep. Pure sleep. Absolute sleep. The kind of sleep that erases everything, that resets everything, that heals everything. The kind of sleep that only comes in the deepest hours, in the darkest moments, in the absolute surrender. Your brain waves synchronize. Restful brainwave synchronization. All the different regions of your brain aligning their rhythm, creating harmony, creating coherence. This synchronization is healing, is restorative, is necessary. When your brain waves synchronize, information flows freely, learning happens easily, understanding deepens naturally. This is the brain working as it was designed to work, as a unified whole, as one instrument playing one song. Your dreams guide your learning, dream-guided pattern shaping. The patterns you notice, the structures you understand, the relationships you grasp. Your dreams shape all of these, guide all of these, perfect, all of these. Dreams aren't random, they're purposeful. They're your brain's way of teaching itself, of showing itself what matters, of revealing truth in symbol and metaphor. The concepts layer, slow mind concept layering, one on top of another, each building on the last, creating depth, creating complexity, creating understanding that is rich, nuanced, complete. This layering takes time, takes patience, takes the slow work that only sleep can do. Your slow mind knows that understanding can't be rushed, can't be forced. It must be built slowly, carefully, layer by layer, night after night. Thump, thump, thump. Or maybe thump, pause, thump, longer pause, thump. Your heart settling into the deep rhythm of sleep, the slowest rhythm, the most efficient rhythm, the rhythm of survival, of conservation, of rest. Nothing wasted, nothing rushed, just the perfect pace for the perfect sleep. Throughout the night, recall strengthens, passive recall strengthening, your ability to remember, to retrieve, to access what you know. It grows stronger with each hour of sleep, each cycle of dreaming, each moment of rest. Sleep doesn't just store memories, it makes them more accessible, more available, more useful. This strengthening is passive, automatic, requiring nothing from you except time, except sleep, except surrender. In the darkest hours, in the deepest sleep, your cognition is being shaped, night-whispered cognition shaping. Whispers of change, subtle alterations, gentle moulding. Your sleeping brain sculpting your waking mind, making it better, making it different, making it new. And these whispers are so soft and so gentle that you never hear them, never notice them. You just wake up changed, improved, evolved. Your dreams themselves contain code, dream state neural coding, information encoded in imagery, in emotion, in narrative. Your dreaming brain is writing messages to your waking brain, leaving instructions, planting insights. And these coded messages work. They change you. They teach you. They help you grow, even though you don't consciously understand them, even though you forget the dreams. The code remains active, functional, transforming. Let go of everything now. If there's one last thread of wakefulness, just let it snap. If there's one last ember of consciousness, let it die. Fall completely, totally, absolutely into the infinite darkness, into the perfect peace, into the sleep beyond sleep, and rest, rest, rest. Throughout the deepest sleep, your skills refine, sleep-born skill refinement, becoming smoother, more efficient, more automatic, your sleeping brain optimizing performance, eliminating errors, perfecting technique, and you do nothing, contribute nothing. You simply sleep and wake up better, more capable, more skilled. This is the gift of sleep, the magic of rest, the power of surrender. As morning approaches, though it's hours away still, the quality of sleep changes. Hypnopompic knowledge lift begins in the pre-dawn hours, information rising toward consciousness, insight surfacing, understanding emerging, getting ready to greet you when you wake, to surprise you with solutions, with clarity, with knowing. Your sleeping brain is preparing gifts, wrapping them, getting them ready for the moment you open your eyes, in the stillness, in the darkness, in the perfect peace of deep sleep. Ideas echo, rest-bound idea echo, reverberating through your mind, gaining strength with each repetition, gaining clarity, gaining permanence. These echoes are your sleeping brain's way of emphasizing, of prioritizing, of saying, this matters, remember this, keep this. And you do, without knowing why, without understanding how. You just wake up knowing, remembering, understanding. Your unconscious mind threads information, subconscious neural threading, like sewing, like weaving, taking separate strands and threading them together, creating fabric, creating structure, creating the interconnected web of understanding that is consciousness itself. This threading happens only in sleep, only in the deep, only when your conscious mind steps aside and lets your unconscious do its work. The night holds you in its vast hands, in its infinite peace, in its perfect darkness. And in this holding, in this embrace, concepts stitched together, night quiet concept stitching, one to another, creating chains, creating networks, creating the architecture of understanding, each stitch invisible, but together they create something strong, something lasting, something that will carry you through tomorrow and every day after. Thump, 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 so faint now, so distant, like drums on a far hillside, like thunder beyond the horizon. You're here, but also far away, everywhere, nowhere, dissolved in the darkness, merged with the night, become one with sleep itself. Throughout these hours, cognition lifts, low awareness cognition lift, rising from the depths of your unconscious, surfacing slowly, gently, bringing insights with it, bringing understanding. Your sleeping mind doesn't just process information, it elevates it, refines it, improves it, and then it offers these improved insights to your waking mind as gifts, as grace, as the reward for rest. Your dreams loop, dream-looped understanding streams, cycles of imagery, narrative, emotion that repeat, vary, deepen, each loop teaching something, revealing something, transforming something. These loops are your brain's way of learning, of practicing, of making permanent what needs to be permanent, and the loops continue endlessly throughout the night, throughout every night. As long as you sleep, as long as you dream, as long as you live, the universe keeps turning, while sleep learning gently rewrites the pathways of your resting mind and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries